is about to get wild. We've got true crime tales and a mischievous smile. More life chaos, the highs and the lows, laughing through the madness. Anything goes. It's talk time with Amy Boston and Kelly Farrell. Fun nights and stories we're telling. Everyone's welcome. Grab your drink, come run. We love true crime, real life and fun, and free care and rejoice. Interviews, confessions, and a little bit of sass. Laughing till we're breathless, letting troubles pass. Among squad missions to mysteries at night. Grab your crew, settle in, it's a wild ride. It's talk time with Amy Boston and Kelly Farrell. Fun nights and stories we're telling. Everyone's welcome. Grab your drink, come run. Here, love, true crime, real life and fun. Help! It's free care, read y'all. Yeah, it's talk time with Amy Boston and Kelly. Free care and read.
Was I on it? Oh, yeah. I don't know what happened there. I think I lost signal. Sorry.
Good morning, Scott.
Morning. We're live on Resistance. That's the saying. We don't know if Deb's still going to start court at 9 and take care of housekeeping, or if everybody's not getting here till 10, or we're just going under the assumption that Karen and her team are going to arrive at the normal time. And we can't be here past 8 a.m. anyways. We have to move out of the buffer zone. So if they do arrive at the normal time, we'll be down the other end to see her, and possibly a parent's drive by at the regular 8:45-ish time. We can't get confirmation if court's still starting at 9. I guess if they don't arrive till 10, then they won't be driving by till 9:45, which somebody could give. I'm gonna switch interviews here.
Well, I don't know what's going on, folks, but apparently they're having a little technical difficulty this morning. I am at work. Court doesn't start till 10. So you guys are going to totally be able to, Kurt will be down there or Brandy or somebody by the time court starts. So don't you guys all fret, just hang out, chat with each other. Um, I'm at work, but I figured you guys, good morning, you guys would be wondering what's going on. They're having some technical difficulty with some phones in order to stream on. So I just figured I'd hop in. Hi Lucas, hi Heather, hi Justin, Sherry D. Yeah, I'm in the closet because I'm not supposed to be on my phone. I'm sneaking. I'm at work. I've been here since 4 o'clock this morning and work. I love the music and stuff that Dylan does. And Dylan's traveling too. So um wait, I'm heading down there. No one is there. Well, court is an hour late. Remember that? They should be arriving. I think the lawyers have to be there at 9 because they're arguing something, but they the jury doesn't have to be there till 10. We won't tell anyone. Good morning. Yeah, I gotta hide in the closet. Anyways, I can have a little bit of the phone, but I don't want to get any members or anything on this on live streaming. So anyways, they'll definitely be on later on, so don't you guys worry. I'm sure there's going to be people down in the buffer zone, so once they get a link and get it up and running, it's always a hassle too sometimes down there. What's the local time now? It is 7:47 in the morning. It's almost lunchtime for me because I've been up since 3 o'clock this morning. But I can't. I got to try to sneak my phone today because Welch is going back on, and unless he's gonna destroy him. Hi, Robin G. Let me say hi to everyone. Hi, hey. Hi, Tracy. Good morning. Hi, Sherry D. Boo Boo, Alpine Stars, DJs, Kimberlina, Heather. Good morning, everyone. The Petty Paralegal. Good morning. Hi, Spooky. Hi, Trisha. Yeah, today's going to be a fiery day. Alessi's not going to put up with that crap. I called it Welcher with his retarded helmet on, his special needs helmet. Oh my God, the guy was an idiot. Me. Hi, Perry. Hi, Ashley. Hi, Jacqueline. Hi, Caitlin. Mwah. Hold on, I got a customer. What are you looking for?
Oh, there you are.
You're all set. The computers are down this morning. We lost.
You already told the number?
Yeah, we're all good. The computer systems was down this morning. We blew the whole electrical.
No, leave it here because I didn't know where you were.
Oh, that's all right. Thank you. All right.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. I'm on the phone with the boss. Yeah. That was a complete lie. I'm not on the phone with the boss. You people are my boss. Good morning. It's just I can't see the whole thing. Oh, I'm flying in tomorrow and hope to see. I don't know if I'll be down there this week. I have a busy week. Not only do I work my regular job. Good morning. I also work. I have cleaning jobs to do to make some extra money because I'm going on vacation. I'm going down to Baltimore to see Rod Stewart. If no court steps feed stream, we should do prayer in here. Oh, well, they might do the prayer later on. Court starts late, but someone's probably going to come on. Dylan will probably show something. I'm not going to stay on. I can't because I'm at work. And Mary Bagwell does have court in Attleboro today, so if anyone can go down and do that, that's with the Lindsay fake victim. That's an important thing too. So back up Mary if you can. His methodology was also not acceptable for the Automotive Association of Bioengineers. Oh my God, I couldn't stand watching that. If I have to sign off quick, it's because the big bosses come in. So, anyways, oh, it's going to be history with Alisi. He's so freaking good. Violent. I heard he does put on a good show. I've never seen Rod Stewart at all. You welcome, guys. I know you guys were all like, what the hell? What the hell's going on? One thing, court is an hour late, so that's no worries. I'm sure they're down there. I think there's a technology issue, but they'll work something out once somebody gets down there. Yeah, this Sunday I'm going to see Tesla, so I'm wicked excited. I'm going to a place called the Indian Ranch. So, hi Annette from Bow, New Hampshire. I'm gonna have to sneak on the phone because I cannot not watch Alicia at this. It's just gonna be amazing. When you get caught using your phone, don't let it happen. Lucas, that's why I'm in the closet. I'm literally in a closet right now. There's the door, and I'm literally in the closet hiding. I mean, I won't get in that much trouble, but you know, I can't tell the young kids that they can stand behind the desk on their phone when, like, there's a line. I have to show a example, and no one's here yet. So, hi clerk of, I can't read the full names. Hi Jacqueline, Hippie Chick Tesla, love them. I saw them last year. I've seen them a few times. So anyway, let's talk about the case. Like, I noticed they're easing up on the buffer zone a little bit. I'm waiting to see what comes out with that. I saw Sam and Allison yesterday. They were down at the courthouse sitting in the front, and they haven't heard anything yet, and hopefully they do soon. I'm really, I don't want to sit up there. I want to be able to sit up there with my Free Karen Reed stuff on, and Justice for Officer John O'Keefe. Yes, Tesla is a rock band. Some days are just and that's okay. Take a deep breath, grab a cup of coffee, and know that tomorrow's a new chance. Exactly, Magic. Today's going to be fiery. I wish I was in that courtroom today because Alici's going to just bury this guy. Good morning, Ira. Good morning. Have a good workout. He's 84. He's a love. He used to be a school teacher. That's one of the members. So unless he's going to bury this guy, the freaking helmet paint guy. What a joke. And Bev allows this. She's an idiot. Can you imagine she won Person of the Year? I can't. I know. Alessi Scissorhands. This is going to be good, Alberts. The Tesla, the band was around way before the car. That's true. They were. But yeah, it's and hopefully once Alicia is done, I call him Alicia Lessie because I keep on forgetting the exact pronunciation. Everyone says it different. Once he's done, which I'm sure he's gonna bury him today, I'm just wondering if it'll turn over to the defense to call witnesses now, and I cannot wait for that. This trial's gonna be over in 3 to 4 weeks, people. And then hopefully when this trial ends, we'll get more on Sandra Birch more. Something will happen with that case. And you know, we still haven't heard anything about Enrique neither. I'm sorry, I feel like dressing up as John O'Keefe. He's rolling his, oh my God, he's got to be just disgusted with how this all went down, you know. Hi, Australia. Good morning to you all, supporting from Melbourne, Australia. Hi, Shona Lee. Looking forward to Alessi. I am too. I'm not sure who's running. I think someone's running Dylan's channel. I'm not sure. I'm sure once I go off, they'll put some good tunes on. Hopefully they play a little Aerosmith. Who knows? Hi, Ghosts. Good morning. And if you're just joining in, I am at work, and they're having a little technical difficulty, which will get fixed. Court's delayed anyways. It's not. It's starting an hour later. Though I think Karen them might show up the regular time only because I think that lawyers are arguing something at 9. Hi, Danny. Isn't he heading home today? Dylan is, but he was going to be down there this morning for a little bit. So I'm sure he's down there. But for him to use his phone to try to log in, it's a huge charge because he's registered in the UK. That's a lot of money to run it like by the minute. So I'm sure he's not. But someone will be down there to get on eventually. Hello, Mr. Tyler. Danny. I agree about him dressing up like him. It was so disrespectful. Yeah. I thought it was disrespectful too. The guy's a freaking idiot. Oh, good. Somebody's live. Scott's on.
You can't see me?
I can see everybody else,
Okay.
Scott. All right, everybody.
Yeah.
Scott's taking over. God bless you guys. You guys will probably see morning prayer. Have a great day, everybody.
Dang it. Hi, Gina. Yeah, well, I have the rear facing camera on.
Hey, good morning, everybody. All kinds of trouble this morning between traffic for me. Scott's having a tough connection. If somebody in the chat could let me know if you can hear me. Hey now, thank you, Tracy. Yeah, I'm just pulling in. I'm not going to make it in front of the courthouse before the buffer zone, so I'll meet everybody at the buffer zone. Good morning, Jilly. Good morning, Caroline F. Thank you, Boo Boo. I'm hearing word that court isn't starting till 10, but I can't confirm that. I was supposed to be here at 7 o'clock or 7:20 or so, but I had a couple of calls at work that I had to take care of, and couldn't get out in time. So the crew should be marching up the street now. Actually, I can see them. I can see all the flags coming up the street. So I'm just right at the corner of the buffer zone. Oh, they put a new sign up. Hey now. Good morning.
Great night last night.
Thank you. I'll be over in a minute. Just bear with me 1 minute here, please, people. Sorry about that, everybody. Just had to, all the parking spaces on the street were taken up, so I had to go to option 2. Boo Boo from, I know I'm gonna mess this up, so you're gonna have to correct me. Warwickshire, UK. Good morning to you. Here's my buddy. Hey, LJ. Good morning. How are you, buddy? Give me a fist pump. I missed you. I haven't seen you in so long.
You gonna play?
Where's your duck? Mom says you carry the duck everywhere you go. Mom's holding it today.
Yeah.
He does. He does.
Awesome sauce.
This one he just won at the carnival, so
Oh, he did.
He has to carry them both now.
Good morning, Cheryl.
Good old carnivals. Good morning. How are you?
Did they say not till 10 a.m.?
9:45. They said she's coming.
what's doing?
That's what somebody said. ABC's down there. They have a big setup. So we're probably going to be on David Muir on Good Morning America.
Yeah.
Today. Probably be on Good Morning America because they're doing live. You can tell.
All righty. Well, Scotty was having trouble with the stream, so I got to go say hello to everybody. And thank you, Nick. Thank you, Nick Rocco.
You know, on this morning, I'm like, wait a minute, am I watching last night's show? I'm
No,
like,
she checked in because Scotty was having trouble with the stream and couldn't get on, and I had a call at work that I couldn't get out of work when I normally do, and then traffic in Westwood was horrible.
Oh, yes, because it had me go through Westwood this morning.
Yeah. I don't know.
I left at 7 and I got here almost.
Yeah. Good morning, sir. How are you today?
Doing fine.
Good.
Thank you.
Good.
From Wisconsin, just for this. So.
Oh, you just came up to visit?
Well, no, I came for this.
Yeah. That's what I mean.
Yeah.
This is LJ. LJ wants to say hi.
Yeah. Can you shake hands?
He came all the way from I'm live, just so you know, sir.
Yep, retired cop from Wisconsin, just sickened by the entire thing. So,
Well, thank you for coming out.
yeah.
Thank you for coming out.
So is this I was stopped.
Yeah, so if you look right here, this is the buffer zone. This is where it starts.
Yeah, I was on the other side of the buffer zone yesterday
Yeah.
afternoon. So
Yeah. So we're not allowed to be over there with
that's
anything.
what I
Yeah,
hear,
so
yeah.
yeah.
Okay.
So yeah, this is where we hang out, and
In the morning.
Karen drives by here.
Okay.
So we get to see her.
Well, I'd love to be part of that.
Yes.
How long will it be?
Well, they think she's coming in at 9:45, so
It's a little while.
it's a little while, yeah, a little later than normal.
Does she do a stop and wait?
If the traffic is like this, she will, and everybody here will kind of
I know.
know that she's coming.
Come in with a tire team. They got a like a
Yeah, they usually have one Suburban, sometimes two.
Well,
But ask anybody along here. You'll hear. I'm probably going to be gone when she gets here this morning. I'll see what I can do.
what do they start before the 10? Is that it or?
Well, she'll come in around.
No, that's what I mean. But it's court scheduled for 10 every day. That late?
No. This for some reason this this morning they
Okay.
started.
Sorry to keep talking.
No, that's okay. That's what we're here for. What's your first name?
again?
My name's Kurt.
Kurt Travis Quella.
Travis. Very nice to meet you.
So, are you local, Kurt? Or?
I am. I only live one town away.
Okay.
Yeah. But,
Not in Patton by chance.
no, Norwood. The next town over. Yeah.
Okay.
So
So you were going to ask me a question, and I.
what police department? State police?
Please.
Okay.
City of about 80,000.
Yeah.
East of the Twin Cities in Wisconsin.
Yeah.
Retired after 27 years.
Yeah.
And this is just, I haven't talked to a cop I know that isn't equally as. You got to follow it, right? You got to follow it. But if you follow it, it's just I don't even know if I could pick a top 10 for issues with it.
Well, I mean, what was the very first thing that made you say this is definitely something doesn't add up?
Yeah, what got me was Proctor on the stand because it just caught me at this. Holy shit, really? Because, I was a supervisor and took officer. I mean, that's what started it. And then I did a deep dive. So it was during the first trial, case in chief prosecution, and
Yeah.
Ellen Jackson's cross at Proctor, and then I did the dive. Yeah. So this isn't my deal, but I just the entire thing is just absolutely repulsive, and I mean, there's it's just unreal.
Yeah, we're I come from a police family.
Yeah.
We're very disgusted that,
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
what did you
nobody stood up for John. I mean, they showed up for his funeral, but that was about it.
I drove to One Meadows yesterday. Just had to see it.
Yeah.
I see the Justice for John O'Keefe and a couple neighbors. Then I went on the website. I'm like, you goddamn kidding me. What do you make? What do you make of the family? What do you make of John O'Keefe's mom? I mean, is there anger that the whole stuff with Higgins and the exchange and the text? Even if she didn't hit him, she's kind of responsible. Is that one way or what?
It's very much so. And,
Yeah.
the fact that they didn't investigate anybody else, or
Unreal.
they just automatically pinned it on her. And like you said, when Proctor told them that,
Yeah.
don't worry about the homeowner. The homeowner's a cop, and he's not going to
too.
catch anything.
Yeah, but that's just disgusting behavior, though, right? I mean, if that was it, listen.
Well, the fact that he didn't come out of his house. I mean,
Well,
you're a retired police officer. If something happens in your
I think 1 and 2. My number one is the injuries are an animal because right, just is with Chloe and whatever. But him not coming out of his house is probably number one, and it doesn't. I mean, Jen McCabe not going in earlier and waking him.
The dog gone that night.
The God knows said. I mean, there's
The house. He sold the house, the family house, for so many years for
years.
$50,000 under what the average going cost was.
Just gone.
Yeah.
And I'll probably put number 3, the complete lack of securing anything. I mean, that is just. I mean, I was a supervisor in a crime scene unit, and that is just. It doesn't matter. That's crazy. You got an unknown death in the line.
Right.
You secure that. You
Right.
put this up, and it will withstand the wind. It's unbelievable.
It's crazy. Well, listen, it was very nice talking to you. We'll be here for a little bit. And,
I'm just gonna hang.
yeah,
What's your last
Yeah.
name, Kurt? Just here.
Maxon.
Kurt?
Maxon.
Okay. Well, nice talking.
Yeah,
to
you too.
So do I have time to go get like a water and come back before?
Somebody here might have one. Does anybody have a water,
No,
extra
I
water?
got one in my car. I'm just waiting out.
Peter Murphy's also a retired cop.
Which one?
Peter's right here in the hat, the black hat, the
Right
darker
here?
hat with the red. Yeah,
Peter.
Peter. Yeah. Good morning, everybody. Good. Running late as normal. Well, not as normal. Normally I'm on time, but this morning the traffic was late. I had three extra calls at work, 2 dead animals, and this.
Great live last night.
Thank you very much. Thank you for watching.
I love it. It was awesome and you great.
Thank you.
I know.
Crystal. She the blonde. She drives the scooter.
Yeah.
Yeah, Crystal made this for me. Yeah, she had the poster one year, or one week or 1 month, and then a couple weeks later, she showed up with 2 or 3 of the T-shirts for
Love it.
me and her cousin and a couple other people. But Dennis here?
Lay down
Okay.
in the shade.
He's in his normal spot.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I got to get going with the chat here. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Yes.
My dad came to visit from Florida.
Very nice, sir. How are you? Thank you for coming down. What part of Florida?
Naples.
Very nice. Very nice. Well, thank you for coming. Thank you for hanging out.
Oh, I know, because I look like I'm too faster, but.
Good morning. How you doing, bud?
Hey, Bill, nice to meet you.
Bill, sir, nice to meet you. You've been here before, right?
Yesterday was the first.
Oh, yesterday was your first? Okay, where'd you come from?
Salem, New Hampshire.
Okay, very
A little
good.
bit of a drive, but
Thank you for coming down. Did you get to meet a couple people and
yeah.
everybody being polite to you and everything?
Oh, yeah.
Good. Nice to have you, bro.
Thank you.
Yeah, I just found out she's not coming. The court doesn't start till 10. So
So, yeah, I wasn't sure if that's the jury or if the lawyers and parents still need to be here. I don't know.
no, I think it's 10 o'clock for all of them.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know sometimes they start it late for the jury to get like, you know, like
Right.
all the side by stuff out of the way early.
Right.
You know,
All right, I gotta keep this. I'm live here, so I gotta keep this going and
all right.
say hello to a few people. Nice meeting you.
Nice meeting you.
We got quite a few new people here. Hey now, sidewalk, sidewalk. Let's make some room. We got a runner coming down. I'll try and get caught up here. CJ Coop, good morning. Yes, 10 o'clock. Yes, he's a retired police officer in Wisconsin. He said he's been watching and he's absolutely disgusted. I don't know how much of the conversation you were able to hear. Beautiful and bold, new here. A little bit of everything. A little bit of everything. Beautiful and bold. Yes, people from all over. Sidewalk. Jen McCabe's Tooth loves Naples and Marco Island. Good morning, Spooky. Totally Trisha's. Good morning. Robin G. Good morning. Yeah, I probably should have. Jen McCabe's Tooth. I probably shouldn't have said that on the live. Roadkill. Unfortunately, a possum and a rabbit. I shouldn't have said that on the live, but sorry about that. LCB says, "Welcome to Massachusetts." Yeah, Brian Albert mattered more than the disgusting. The justice for John, disgusting. Yes. Ron, why you look mad? You never smile. That's a new one. Good morning. Yeah, the judge gets awarded for person of the year. Yeah, God knows who voted for that. Yes, Erica is on vacation. I believe it was Erica's daughter's graduation, and she was going down to visit with family for something. I can't remember exactly what it was. Good morning, Noodles. Thank you, Trisha. Good morning to you. I'm just trying to get caught up, guys and girls. Robin G, we got you. Good morning to you. No, Magic, it's all good. It's all good. Scott was having some kind of problem with his phone this morning. Ron, we don't know about the buffer zone changes yet. We're waiting to hear. We're all just playing it safe and staying the regular thing we've been doing. Bev's broomstick, good morning to you. Spanky Brennan doesn't have hashtags from hash values or how to copy and paste his own name. Hey, good morning. Yeah.
Okay, my husband's home and I've got 3 kids in college, so maybe just.
The keys are in it. If you need me, get me. I'm probably only going to be here for an hour or so.
Okay.
And if you need me to do those trees, let me know, sweetheart.
Okay. They won't come because of this.
Really? Yes, a lot of people loving the Wisconsin officer. Good morning, Boston Brandy. Yes, I don't know if Scott's down the other end, but yes, Scott's always showing up. Boo Boo, thank you. I'm glad I got it right. Sherry D. I don't know why we're congratulating Danny, but congrats, Danny. Uncle Polly, good morning. Violet Lilac. Good morning. Yeah, if you guys want to donate to Karen, the Venmo and the PayPal and stuff is in the chat under Robin G. She posted it at 8:01. If anybody wants to donate, they can go back. And also, yes, check out the Resistance to Silence page and also the alternate corner. Dylan, unfortunately, it's his last day today. So we'll go over and I'll put the spotlight on Dylan. He's talking with a couple of the regulars this morning. He was at Dive Bar Monday night. We had a great time. We had 2 other birthdays and Dylan's going away. Oh, there's Scotty right in front of me. Jilly Beans didn't get to do her beep. Yeah, we were still out here. I didn't even realize. I heard rumors that court wasn't until 10, but I wasn't. I was just gonna come here. Thank you, Violet Lilac. The patches, it's Laura. I can try and get you her name. There's 2 girls that are actually making them. Laura is one of them. I will see if I can get that information to somebody to put it up here. Good morning. How are you, sweetheart? Nice to see you. Yeah, it's very nice here this morning. Good morning. How are you, sweetheart?
How are you?
Good. It's very nice. I'm actually in a sleeveless shirt this morning. It's probably in the early the 70s. And I'm sure it's going to get warmer as we go. So, J Mac, good morning. She just walked by me. The petty paralegal. Hey now. Good morning to you. Heather J. Good morning to you. Robin G. Good morning. Trisha. Yeah, traffic is cray cray. Shauna Lee, good morning. Muggs 0426, good morning. Caroline Forth, good morning to you. No F's given. Loud and clear. Good morning to you. Kara, good morning. Lucas Knight is asking about the TV vans. I haven't been down that way. If somebody else wants to chime in. Chloe Bites, good morning. Christine Fortunato, good morning to you. Shari D, good morning. I think we are caught up, everybody. If I missed somebody, I apologize. Yes, don't forget to hit the like and subscribe button. Good morning, brother. How you doing?
Good. Oh,
Nice to see you. Good.
to see you.
Nice to be back.
Nice job last night.
Thank you, bud. Thank you for watching. I don't know, you didn't the whole lot. It's like, all right.
Very
Yeah.
Tracy too. That's a nice fucking pop.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. So, yeah, it's
Still
awesome.
outside, so.
Very good. Very good.
You know what's going on, so like, they're not in until 10.
No, I heard that.
So we're not sure. If Up at 8:45.
Right. I'm actually gonna have to leave at nine
That's why.
9:15, 9:20. Yeah. Good morning.
Say thank you so much for the shout out last night. You made me cry,
Oh,
but you guys are welcome at my house anytime. I love you guys.
I didn't get to see. She did.
He was in bed.
I was in bed,
went
so I
to
didn't get
bed.
to see the beginning, and I didn't get to even see the video that she did of me. Same thing. I was almost in tears watching the video because I have some. She must have borrowed some of those pictures from my page or whatever. But I know she got some from. But talk about memory. Just that however long it was. 7 or 10 minutes or whatever. Oh my God! Like you forget a lot of it, but. Yeah, the pictures bring it back. Yeah,
I stayed out of so many pictures.
yeah. In the beginning, we did, didn't we? We all did.
Yeah.
Aaron G, good morning. Yes, good morning to all the mods in the chat. Yes. Thomas Barry, good morning from Tennessee. Good morning to you. Joan Kavanaugh, good morning. Mark Cunningham, you got a license for those guns? Hey now. They're hardly guns. Paul Ward, good morning, sir. Hello, everyone in Free Karen Reed. Cody Dominic, good morning. Welcome back. Thank you, Cody. Lindsay E says, good morning from New York. Thanks for all you do, Free Karen Reed. Thank you for checking in, Lindsay. We appreciate you.
I agree. Oh, well, I agree with them all.
Sunny Brook Ventures. Why is the stream always blurry? I apologize if it's blurry. There's a lot of TV cameras down here, and I'm constantly moving. So the TV cameras take up a lot of the internet and a lot of the streams. So besides that, that's the only thing that I can think of. Concerned mom, good morning to you. Susan Lloyd is saying thank you to Scotty. Team Ocasio. Okay, thank you for that. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe when I was driving, seeing through my windshield, I'm not sure when they were talking about. It might have been earlier. Good morning. How are you today, hon?
How are you?
Good, very good.
I was having the same problems as you this morning.
Yeah.
One thing after another. Like, I wanted to be here early.
Every time the phone rang, I'm like, oh, what is it now? What is it now? Uncle Frito, no news on the buffer zone as of yet. We'll try and keep you posted.
Yeah, I brought the sun.
Luminos, I think I'm caught up. Wait a minute. Rayo flight. Good morning. How we doing today? Good. Rayo flight. Good morning to you. Shout out from Dallas. Thank you for checking in. Alessi the expert, Soleil. Good morning to you. Trevor 1313. Good morning. Sal Rosenberg. Good morning. I haven't done a Sal Rosenberg voice in a long time. I brought my glasses. Is that Sal Rosenberg? I can't even remember. Good morning, Sal Rosenberg. Can I bring my glasses?
Sidewalk. Oh, it's Jack.
It's only Jack. Good morning, bro. Kayleen Anderson, good morning from Minnesota. Pat McLeod, good morning from Rhode Island. Scotty, Robin G. Glenn Prowse, good morning from New Zealand. Glenn and Karen, good morning to you. Thank you for checking in. Dan, good morning. I think for now we're caught up. Oh, no, Lisa Tobin, good morning. Lisa says, good morning to Jeremy. Take a day off, do some gardening, read a book. Sometimes taking time to reset your mind is good. Yes, I agree. It is essential. Whiskey Higgins, good morning. Good morning. How we doing? You guys coming to visit or you walking by? Okay. Guys, we got sidewalk coming through. Jeff in Mass 1. Hello from Boston. Anja. Hello there. Jen McCabe's Tooth. Soul. I don't know what that's about, but Noodles. Noodles Mama, good morning. Good morning, David Markson. How long before Bev's hangover cure kicks in?
No.
I'll find out, Robin G.
You don't want to get it. You don't want to get arrested. We've not quite the work.
Brenda, what time is Dylan leaving?
His
Soon.
flight's at 9:30, but he's trying to get a 5:30 flight, so we're just gonna take him on lunchtime. So they have,
9:30 p.m., but he's trying to get a 5:30?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
so we're gonna take him in noonish.
People are asking on the chat.
And he'll sit at the airport if he doesn't get the early flight.
He can get some bits.
He charges whatever.
I forget who asked in the chat, but Brenda's saying that he's supposed to fly out at 9:30 p.m., but he's going to try and get the flight changed to somewhere around 5:30.
And then you got an 8-hour wait for the ferry. And when he gets the ferry, he goes to Dublin. He's going to stay overnight there. And then in the morning, he's got an 8-hour ride, a 6-hour ride back to his house.
Wow.
It's a 4-hour trip.
It's 4 hours 30 on the top. Right on the ocean is the road.
So it's a 2-day trip.
And you lose 5 hours.
Good morning, Kate Ann. Miss you, hon. Hope all is well. Love you so much. Thanks for chiming in, hon. Nice to hear from you. James Caskin is asking, why does she always start late and end court early? Yes, it is brutal. Buzzcat, good morning from Louisiana. Irv Rounds, good morning.
Oh, I see it.
Thank you, Jen McCabe's Tooth. I couldn't remember if that was the voice or not.
How you doing?
Hey now.
I just got here myself. When I saw you
James Caskin, they're saying court starts at 10. Teresa Dirksmeyer, good morning to you. TD, good morning from Central New York. Good morning to you. Renee Rose. Good morning from Michigan. Listening and getting ready for work. My morning routine. Scotty 100 is saying, it was so wonderful to watch Dylan in Mass. Thank you for being great people. Love you all from the corrupt county of Norfolk. Caitlin. Oh, that's a different one.
Oh, okay. I saw.
Caitlin Voigt. I'm not sorry if I butchered that. She's asking, how come I can see some of the names he's saying or talking to? Oh, I can't see some of the names. I'm not sure, hon.
No.
If you're on, I think if you're on one of the chats and not the other, you can only see the names on. I think if you're on Resistance to Silence, you can only see the ones from there and not the ones from Alternate Corner. But I'm not 100% sure. I'll have to ask about that. Antron Hemingway. Morning, guys, all the way from California on a business trip, but always free Karen Reed and Turtle Boy. Thank you. Hey now.
Sidewalk. Morning. Nice job, Sally.
Yes, Rayo Flight. Karen will be found not guilty. Thank you. Jacqueline, good morning. Jeff and Mass 1, hello from Boston. I think I'm caught up again. I'm sorry, maybe not. If the Lexus didn't hit, you must have quit. Good morning to you. Yes, let's get it. Free Karen Reed. So now we go down the other end. Yeah, just so you guys know, I have to take off at normal time, so I'm probably not going to be here when Karen drives by, unless she's extremely early. So I don't know if Dylan can take over the chat. I don't know if Boston Brandy's going to be in that early, but we'll figure it out. I will keep you posted. Good morning, Mermaid. Good morning to you. Nancy Daly, good morning from Cambridge. Robin G is saying if you can't see the names, make sure you tap all messages in the chat. From top messages to all. Thank you for letting me know that I was right. I don't know if that's Dana or Tracy. Yeah, I'm going Violet. I'm going back and forth. I just want to make sure I don't miss anybody. Sorry for that. Still just getting back in the swing of things again, you know. I've been gone for a little bit. Then Monday we had the holidays, so I didn't do my normal Monday. Veronica says good morning from Long Island. Appreciate all you do, free Karen Reed. Good morning to you, Veronica. Carlene, good morning from Rhode Island. One grateful mom, good morning to you, and thank you for welcoming me back. I appreciate it. James Caskin. My fiance thinks I'm crazy for watching every day. I just appreciate the support all of you give every morning. The Free Karen Reed group is one on the right side of history. We appreciate you. James, thank you. Yeah, a lot of people think we're crazy, but you know what? We're making a stand here. We're sick of all this corruption. We're sick of all this, you know, all these people getting away with this stuff. I know. Good morning. Where'd you get a new shirt? Oh, you got the hen shirt.
Oh, yes, I did hear that.
Thank you, Robin. Yes, I understand what you're saying, but I'm not going to say it today. I'm going to give him a little bit of a break. Lynn Austin, thank you, hon. Thank you for watching. Thank you for the kind words. Deanna, good morning. Deanna Corby, good morning to you, hon. Daffy Dill, good morning. Cheryl with an S. Good morning. Didn't I just see you here? I just walked by you. Yes, Boston does have a history of fighting back on corruption. Eric Alameda, good morning. Thank you. Good morning to all the John and Karen Reed supporters. Yeah, Violet Lilac, you're right. The amount of sidebars that she's doing and the stuff that she's, I can't even think of the word. When she silences, good morning. There you are. I just read you in the chat.
Yeah, I just went into all three and said hi.
Good.
Yeah.
Good. Yeah, I lost my train of thought. Violent Lilac. I can't think of the word when Bev shuts them down. It's at the tip of my tongue. Begins with an S. Mr. East of Boston, good morning to you. Fairyland. Hold on one second. Fairyland Acres is asking, what are the boots on the ground going to do after the trial to continue protesting? Yeah, we're working on Canton. We're working on Sarah Birchmore and her unborn baby. We're working on Enrique Delgado Garcia and Justin Root. Oh, and I'm gonna forget. Maybe Tracy can chime in. Dave. Oh, good God! I gotta get a pad of paper and write this stuff down. Dave, the gentleman that worked for the MDC police. Scott, what's the gentleman that worked for MDC police? You can't hear me. Sorry. Yes, sustained. Thank you. Thank you very much. Smoky Cat Kathy. Yes. C-Star, good morning. Hey now. Linda, good morning from the Netherlands. Eric Almadia says, Welcher is a crash test dummy. Yeah, I think he's a cross between a crash test dummy and a Blue Man Group with all his blue paint. Yeah, it's getting hot here now. Yes, Dana, we are. Thank you, Dana. The other name was David Finnerty. He's the, oh, good God. I had that one on the tip of my tongue too. He was I forget whether it was Metropolitan or MBTA police. And he was also found innocent, and then the feds are going back after him after he was found innocent by the state. Avinoni, good morning. Kelly Pepin, good morning. Nana Karen, good morning to you. Kelly Pepin, good morning. Thank you, Avinoni. Thank you for the kind words. Always fun to do the show with Dana and Tracy. If anybody out there wants to go on the show, get a hold of Dana and Tracy. You know, you don't have to be a boots on the ground. You need a laptop or a tablet or whatever. They're always looking for people to go on. Linda, I think I got you. Good morning from the Netherlands.
Morning.
Good morning. How are you today, sir?
Good. Here
Terry, how are you today, Terry? Not sir.
I'm here at 9:30.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's real. It's gonna show up around there.
Oh, okay. Yeah, unfortunately, I got to take off at 9:15, but
Court's still starting at 9, even though it's early. No, it's starting at 10, and I heard that she's not. But well, we were hypothesizing maybe.
yeah, guys and girls, if you're just signing on, don't forget to go to the alternate corner, give them a like and subscribe, and the same with Resistant to Silence. Lisa Oach, good morning. Hubert, good morning. Hubert, good morning from down the street. Yes, like and subscribe on both. Jimmy Riddle is looking in from Durham, England. Free Karen Reed. Good morning to you, sir. Thank you for checking in. Poison Pixie, it's a beautiful day here. It's already gone up. Probably 5 or 7 degrees in the hot sun. Seven Hills wants a rematch on Free Karen Reed trivia. Dana, thank you. Yes, MBTA police was who Dave Finnerty worked for. Daffy Dill says we need to send some of our heat down to North Carolina. Smoky Cat is asking, how do we get the judge fired? That's the $1 million question. When Michael Morrissey is her boss, and Michael Morrissey is sitting in the middle of the ladder or towards the top of it on the corruption end, still remains to be proved. But, he had so much to say about this case a year ago, and he's been silent ever since. The other day at a parade, somebody called him out and said, we need to free Karen Reed. And he said, she's free now. The audacity of that asshole.
Talk about evidence.
No. Progress in the
Eric Almedia is saying Massachusetts has Harvard and other great university experts, criminologists, and the Commonwealth got corrupt aperture bozo. No qualifications or fake credentials. Yeah, I was planning on getting that degree. I don't currently have it, but I was planning on getting it. Sure. Scottish one says, good morning from a Scotsman in Iceland. Respect. Thank you. Thank you for checking in. Good morning to you. Poison Pixie, UK is with you. Scotland here. Kate, and I'll tell Dennis. You said you love him. Karen Heatley, good morning. I'm sorry, good afternoon from Dublin, Ireland. Nana Karen is saying you are all just amazing doing what you do. Wish I was closer. I'd be right there with you. I'll go down and say hello to Dylan for you, Kate.
What can you do to me?
Hey now.
Hey now. Good morning, Scotty. Everybody's saying hello to you.
Yeah, I tried to go live this morning, but that was
Yeah, no, I heard. I heard.
Oh, we had thoughts of possibly Bev starting court at 9, but some of the mainstream media that have talked to the police down there are saying now it's
Yeah.
10 o'clock.
Yeah.
So Karen wouldn't be coming by till 9:30 or later.
Yeah, I'm going to be gone by then, so I don't know. Did you hear whether or not Brandy was showing up?
10 o'clock.
Is she getting here around 10?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's our normal time. She came early yesterday.
Yeah.
You know, when I don't have the StreamYard app on my Android phone, I'm
Right.
simply just taking a raw link.
Right.
And my Verizon service down here is,
Yeah.
it ends up being a problem sometimes.
Yeah.
Plus the link they're sending me.
Maybe we'll get
Wants to download-
Cheryl with an S to come on in the morning.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Somebody that has service.
Somebody that has a,
I have T-Mobile. I have an iPhone.
T-Mobile comes in better down.
yeah, that's what they were saying last week.
Not good. No bueno down there.
Sometimes when you're down by all the media trucks, that interferes with the cell
Yeah.
phone service.
David Marks, and I'll get to your question in a minute.
This now says this.
Couple of bites for Dina. I don't know if you're out there, Dina, but good morning to you, sweetheart. Now I forget who said to come and say hello to you, but somebody said to say hello, Dennis.
Hello, how are you? Wish I had anybody.
Oh, it was Kate. I'm sorry, it was Kate.
Kate Ann?
Kate, yeah,
Where's my flag baby?
Yeah.
Supposed to be here.
yep. She said,
Hello, my dear. I miss you.
yeah, we all do. Yep.
They should be here today. No? The court's at 10, right?
Dylan, you want to say hello to anybody?
Hello, everyone.
I get a couple people from Scotland and UK chiming in.
Warwickshire?
Yes, one of them.
She calls it Warwickshire.
No, she said I didn't butcher it too bad.
No, not too bad. It's hard. Have you showed them your guns?
Sun's out, guns out. Yeah.
So, yeah, I love it. Yeah, I hope everyone's well. Apparently it's bad weather in the UK.
Yeah.
Bad weather, severe weather.
Yeah.
I remember last summer. Yeah.
That sucks.
Well, Donna told me to give you a hug.
Oh, thank you.
She said make sure you give Dylan a hug
Thank
for
you,
me.
Donna. I did remind you to tell you that he loves you and stuff
Yeah.
today as well.
Yes.
I know what he's like, you know.
And Same thing, Lou and Deb. I mean, I know you had to sneak out a little early the other day, but they said that wish you
Thank you.
have safe travels and
Thank you. Say thank you.
yeah, I will.
They're great people.
They had a lot of fun and both the other night the party we had and really good time.
Good crowds.
It's nice when I mean, don't get me wrong, it's nice when you stay there late and there's but it's also nice when you leave and you're gone and out of there by 9 p.m. 9:30.
I know.
Get time to go home and get some sleep and
Yeah.
gear up for the next day.
Yes, I agree. I agree.
I gotta can you take this for a couple minutes?
Yeah, of course.
Do you mind? Go ahead and go to the next one.
Okay, everyone. I'm just taking over for a second. Welcome to the buffer zone. Hello, everyone. So we'll be back now. Hey, Robin G. Hello, Rhonda. Hello, Mike. Hello, Boo Boo. No worries, Boo Boo. Brian online today. Happy days, Linda. No, I'm leaving today, CG. You know the CG. Hey, Harvey, Donny. Hey, Spooky. Very windy in Oxford. Yeah. Hey, Vixie. I'm catching a ferry. Paul, how are you? How the food has been? Great, Paul. The food's been great. Thank you, Carol. Thank you, everybody. No, I did not fear London. Not for a wife. Hey, Kelly. Kelly Steffi. Shout out to Kelly and Amy and Mark, obviously, on the talk time with Boston Amy and Kelly. We'll be glad to have them back. Thank you, Linda. Thank you, Charity. Hey, how you doing, Dana? V Plymouth, hello. Eric. Boston Tea Party, Boston Reed. There you go. Hi, True Crime. I tell you, we had steak tips in Peabody. If you ever come out to Boston, you've got to have steak tips, people. It's fantastic. Champions Pub. Kelly, thank you. I'll be back in the fall, hopefully. Scopy, thank you. Thank you for that. Thank you, Tiger. So, my flight, I'm hoping to catch an early flight today. So, but tomorrow, when I arrive back in the UK, the winds are apparently really bad. I've got to catch a ferry, so that's not going to be a nice ride tomorrow. So, on the ferry to Wales. Thank you, Amanda. I am looking forward to getting home, Ferry. Thank you, VA Plymouth. Thank you, sir. Hey, Tudley Pip. I know, Amanda. Everyone says that. So, yeah, the flight is just one thing. It's still in the ferry. You have to wait 8 hours for a ferry. And I'm going to be in like 40 miles per hour winds. So that's not going to be fun. Thank you, Matthew. Oh, nice to meet you as well, sir. Yes, I remember you, Matthew. And Wicked Psyched as well. Send my love to Wicked. Dylan, ferry from Dublin to Holyhead, Lucas. Dublin to Holyhead, sir. Hey, Heidi, how are you, Heidi? Heidi Costa, love you too, my darling. Cindy, are you thinking the word sustained? I'm not sure. Karen's not arrived yet for Plymouth. No, I think because court starts at 10, she's coming about 2:15 or 10:40, 9:45. How come we couldn't fly direct? So I am flying direct, Google, but direct to Dublin. It was cheaper to go to Dublin than it was to London. Obviously now I'm regretting it, so. I know, Lucas. There you go, that was Betty, I think. I know, Lucas. Haha, Karen Guinness, I know. Hey, DJ, hey, DJ Garda, thank you as well for the coffees the other day. I didn't get the chance, Justin, to say thank you. Thank you to you, brother. Good morning, Sky. Not sure. I thought it was Jilly for a second, but it's not. Oh, it's surreal, people. Thank you, Sea Star. Oh, I'd love it to meet you the other day, Sea Star, as well. Weather's not bad in no, Karen. I think it's tomorrow the weather's supposed to be bad. Unfortunately. Thank you, Rhonda. Past couple of days, but now calmer to the earth. Thank you, Twiddly Pip. Hopefully it's not too bad tomorrow, but it's forecasted to be really windy on the Irish Sea. Hey, handsome Brian, how are you? Oop. So you see everybody's here. Sunny tomorrow afternoon. Well, hopefully, Karen, if that's the case on the sea, I'll be happy. You know what these weather reports are like. Thank you, Tudley. I'm going back later on today, this evening. So I've got a bit of I'm going to go to the airport early to see if I can catch an earlier flight. Knowing my luck, I probably won't be able to, but we'll see. There you go, everyone down here. I've got Peter Murphy in the distance. You probably can't see him. Thank you, Paul. Appreciate that, brother. Oh, thank you, Heidi. I know, I'll miss it. Oh, Jilly Beans! I missed you this morning, Jilly. People are asking, has Jilly been around today? I said, I don't think she's coming this morning. It was nice to meet you, Jilly. It was my pleasure, my darling. Massive true over the sea between Ireland. Thank you, Spooky. Yeah, I know. Met Office, that's why I went on. No worries. Hi, Amy. Hi, Vix. Thank you. Forecasting rain. There you go. Tomorrow midday. There you go. I think my ferry is at 4 o'clock, so I hope so. Come back in September, October. So we'll not stream again until the stream will be on, but I won't be on the stream until Monday next week. Sarah P, how are you doing? Morning, Dylan. Lovely, Sarah. Not driving work. I've been chat as soon as possible. Don't worry. Can you recruit someone with a good signal to take over from Kurt at 9:15? Oh fuck! I don't know who would do it. I don't know who would do it. Thank you, cousin Gary. Kurt might not be. I like him. Kurt might be able to ask somebody now. Lots of honking there is. Hey, Daffy Dill. Lovely stuff. Thank you for the super chat. Whoever that was, thank you for the super chat. Thank you, Daffy Dill. There you go, Hunter Brian. Thank you. God, Curtis way back here now. So I'll hand you back over to him. Maybe Scotty will try and see if he can jump on board again. I don't know, but there's lots of issues this morning for Scotty. So to get on. Thank you, Lucas. That's fine though. Oh shit! I don't know what I just did there. Right, gotta mute this for a second, people. Right, we may have sorted it out, people. Because Dana, send the link to Maria. Dana. Yeah, we were just muted. We're trying to sort out. That's Tim, by the way, over there. We were just trying to sort out who's going to take over from Kurt. Maria's going to try and do it. So, oops. Thank you, Dave. Dave T from Boston Labourers Union. Thank you, Dave. I appreciate you. So, yeah. So, if Dana can send a link to Maria, we should be good. So that's why we were muted. People were just trying to sort out who could go live. I've asked Dana to send a link.
Oh, okay.
Dana's going to send you the link anyway. So.
Oh, Dana is?
Yeah.
Okay. If you need my number?
Has he got your messenger?
Yep. Messenger.
Yeah, messenger, Dana, please.
Okay, perfect. So here, I'll do it. Okay.
Ready?
So I heard that.
Oh, he's so funny. I was just like a song.
Send you something else.
Nope, I'm just waiting for it to come. Here, okay, perfect.
Yeah.
I got it, Tom, I got it.
Got it, Dana. He's got it.
I love it.
Chat's gone quiet. What's wrong with chat? Hi, Tim.
Hi, Jill.
How are you? Very well, thank you.
Yeah, give me.
Take it out.
There you go. Thank you, Dana. We will.
Genius.
Going out here.
The whole world knowing how much he loved you last night.
Oh.
Posted it.
Hey, Darren Reeds.
Oh, that's of course they did.
They put it up.
All my fans, they hate that.
Hey, John. Yeah, John. Today's start today. 10 o'clock today. You got a 10 o'clock start today, John.
Yeah.
Lucas, you're right. Oh, Scott's over there, but
Yeah.
Maria, Maria, Maria.
the head hen. Here he is in all his glory. Tired?
Hey, that's $4:15. I called you $4:15, didn't I?
I was up at 3:30.
Well, yeah.
Well, I was awake at half
You didn't answer my phone. You know who's that walking through a path, please?
3.
Chasing money.
Thank you, Brenda. We're just trying to get Maria in for a bit, people. Bear with us. Thank you, Nana. I'm not sure. Lexi.
Can you see?
Oh, no, I have to go on to my phone.
Oh.
I
Hold on.
we're just having technical. I know, Mexi. Is Mexi here, everybody? Oh, shit, Tim.
I'm sorry.
That's fine, it's fine.
Yeah,
I was like,
they have to put you on. MC has to put you on.
yeah, I could put you on, but
Oh, now we're on. Okay.
loads. This is Maria, everyone.
Hi, guys.
She's going to be taking over in a
I'm going to
second.
take over.
Germany, hello, Naja.
Yeah, I wanted everybody to see my shirt. That was from Crystal.
Oh, let me
Crystal
see.
W.
Guilty, not guilty. Oh, that's awesome. I love that. Shit.
I am Heidi. Loads of memories. I don't think Mexi's on, so I'll have to go on myself. Hang on, people. No, it's fine, Mexi.
So we're just waiting
For Dana.
Dana or somebody to turn you on.
I'll do it now.
Can I text Dana and tell her?
No,
No, I'll do it.
Okay.
Dawn's taking care of it.
I'll do
Only
it.
Tim.
Right, you can take that back, then.
All right. Dana.
Right, be-
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So excited.
Thank you, hon.
I'm excited.
I'll take you off.
So how do I? Okay. Hi. So I can face the other people.
So you go to settings.
Hi, I'm doing resistance. Hold on. Settings. More.
Small settings.
Yep.
Camera. Then, not sure what's
Me either. That's
back
weird.
camera.
Back. Yeah, let's try that. Okay. Yep.
You can turn it around there.
Okay. And then. Oh. Okay. Like
And then
this.
just press X.
Okay. And
you're
then how do I see the chat?
in chats.
Because I can't see it when I'm.
Put it portrait again.
Okay. Sorry, Janine.
Comments.
Oh, there we go.
So that you can't see you. So
Oh yeah. Shoot. So we'll go back to.
there you go.
Okay. So I'll just talk and just say I can't see
Yeah,
comments.
I just flip it.
Flip it like this.
Yeah.
Okay.
How are you?
Good. How
Well,
are you?
yeah, very good.
Guys, I'm just saying hi. I'm live. I'm on. I feel so bad. I just want everyone to know that I cannot see the comments. So hello. I'm just I don't know what I'm doing. This is so fun though, but I wish I could see everyone's comments.
It's the stress of travel.
So I can't see the comments. That's the only thing that stinks.
Yeah, I don't. On
I
phone,
know.
I don't know how to do it.
Yes, either did him. So I can go on the chat like this. But then I don't know if I'm leaving in comments right here.
So you're just gonna have to wing it.
Okay. And just talk, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
unless somebody else has that.
Shannon's down.
So weird.
Yeah. I just don't know. Like I said, you're just gonna.
I'm gonna have
You
to wing
can
it.
talk, honey. I know you can talk.
Yep, you know I can. Oh, people are saying good job, Maria. Okay, I can see that.
There you go.
All right.
So that was it.
Yeah.
Whatever you just pressed.
Well,
that was it.
It was, but then I can't see the.
Yeah. So just go back and forth.
Okay, I'll go back and forth. Say hi, Peter.
Yes.
Yeah.
Kurt's gonna leave. And Marie's gonna
Bye,
take over
Kurt.
for a little
All right, say bye to Kurt.
Bye, everybody.
So you guys, I just want bye. I don't mean if you guys don't want the camera in your face, just tell me. I've never done this before. Okay. Yes. Hi. Oh my God. Okay. Thank you. Hi guys. Good morning. All right, I'm gonna walk. So you guys, I can't see the comments. This is the first time I ever did this. It's very cool. Who's down here? I don't know. So I don't know if I should. I'll stay over here. Kurt's leaving. Okay. We're waiting for Karen. Let's see.
Good morning.
Bye.
Yeah.
Goodbye. You're like, peace out. So Kurt left me with this, but I'm excited. No, thanks, Cheryl. I just wish I could see the chat. So let me go on and see the comments. Oh, hi, Tracy. Tracy, hi. I can't see the comments. I have to like leave the chat to see them. So I don't know if you know how to tell me how to do them or not. Let me go to. This is so weird. Not seeing the comments could be a blessing from time to time. Oh, that's so funny. You guys are the best. Oh my gosh. Okay. So let's go back to. Oh, I wonder. Hold on. I might have figured out how to do it. God, I feel like I'm doing a live at work. Okay, let's see more comments. Recording. Stay tuned. Oh no, we don't want to record. Okay, so let's see if I can change it on my. This is so fun. I would do this more. I just am mad that I can't see the comments. So let me see if Tracy wrote me how to see them. Hold on. Oh, you're so cute, Cheryl. Thank you. You guys are awesome. Okay, so I guess we'll just deal with not seeing them. And then I don't know how to turn it to myself. Okay, I guess we won't put myself on. Because I was going to say then I could just talk to you guys. Let's go say hi to everyone.
Feel like
Yes, like and subscribe, you guys. Say hi, Janine.
Yeah,
Pretty girl. It's resistance. I've never done this before. So today is Dylan's last year, you guys. We're so sad. So that's why I came down specifically to see him.
I love the part you have to hold it up.
I do. I'm so short. I can't see the comments either. So we're just hanging out on the sidewalk waiting for Karen because we thought that she was coming an hour earlier today than she was. So that's it. So I'm just walking the sidewalks right now. And I'm just annoyed that I can't see the comments. But yes, Karen had me do it. So yes, I think so. But the only problem is I can't see comments. So I have to go out and like that to see them. Yeah, to read the chat. Oh my God, people are saying I'm doing awesome. Yeah, right, I am. But thank you. You guys are so, thank you everyone for saying I'm doing awesome. I don't know what I'm doing. Yeah. Keep smiling. I know. I know. Oh, people. Oh yeah, here comes Kurt. Ready? Oh my God. Oh yes. I wish I could read comments so I could talk more.
Scott says the same.
Oh, okay. He can't either.
Can't
Oh,
do
okay.
that, no.
And then how do I put it on my face?
Then, no.
Okay.
And you go settings.
More?
Yeah. Then cameras.
Oh yes.
Oh, you're gonna be a pro.
Hold
No.
on.
No.
Oh.
Oh, there you go.
Front.
There you
Here,
go.
we'll put us both on.
And then press the X. There you go.
Hi guys.
There you go. She's back.
I'm back. Okay, I figured I could talk more. I don't know what time it is. It doesn't even say what time it is right now.
Oh, doesn't it? It is now 9:16.
Oh, 9:16. So, okay, we have like a good half an hour probably till she
Half an
comes.
hour,
Yeah, probably a half an hour. So I just figured I would show my face and talk since I can't see the comments. But I don't know, what should we talk about?
Well, your life.
My life?
You
No one wants to know about my life.
Your life. Well, your new store. You got a new store.
I
isn't it?
do have a new store opening, but no one wants to hear about
Yeah,
that.
they do. They love your stuff.
But I'll tell you guys this. If you guys watch, not watch, if you know Trisha, which everybody does, right? She is like my walking model of clothes that I wear. That I carry, right?
Yes,
she is my number one, fan. So there's that. But we are not going to talk about me. I'm trying to think of like stuff to talk about that we can talk about that's good. I don't know. We're going to miss Dylan so much, and we're really sad about that. He's one of us.
Yes.
Definitely one of us.
There you
He's
go.
the main reason why I'm here today
There you go.
because I'm not feeling that good, as you can tell by my face. But
Oh, shut up.
it's true. But he's worth coming down for.
There you go.
Yes,
Worth it.
he is worth it. And he got me one of these shirts, you guys.
Yes.
Can you guys see it?
Because everyone loves Timmer.
Timma, he's that boy. Yep. So I got one of those shirts. I was wearing it, and then I took it off because I was sweating. It's really hot, actually. Let me look and read the comments. Hold on.
You can do that, yeah.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. We are just one. Hi, guys. Oh, Timma. if your mobile device, you can by tapping the live comments speech bubble. Oh, thank you for telling me. Hi, Jilly. Hi, guys. Oh, so we're still in the buffer zone. Oh, we don't know. They're asking why we're not in the old buffer zone. Yes, Karen stops here, so that's why. But I don't even know. Are we even allowed to be in the old one? Oh. Okay, let me. Hold on, guys. I'm gonna turn the camera. Why can't I do this? Settings, camera. Okay, so we're back here. Let me see if I can do what they told me to do. So someone told me I could hit the bubble.
No, it's sometimes it doesn't always work.
Oh, all right. Yeah, there's a speech bubble. They
yeah,
said. Oh, all right. I don't have it. Thank you for beeping. Okay. Sidewalk. Where's Trisha? So she could yell sidewalk. Timma, sidewalk. I love that. We do it everywhere now. Like it's not just yes. So funny. When we were in Boston, that's remember everyone was saying it. Yes, it was so fun. Am I being boring?
No. If you want to talk to somebody, go Scott. He's got stories.
Oh, Scott, you want to tell a story? I'm on resistance. But hold on, this happens to you too, right? You can't see the comments?
Yeah.
So I can't see them, so it sucks. So if I go to here, I can.
Well, if we team up, I can see the.
Oh, okay.
Like some mornings I grab somebody else's.
Oh, that's a great idea.
So
Oh,
they
thank
have
you,
two
Lisa.
phones. One to see the chat.
Oh, okay. Because I hate that I can't see it. Okay, but I got. Thank you so much. But it's an iPhone.
You could download the.
StreamYard probably.
StreamYard app.
Oh, I don't have the app. That's why this was online because we didn't know how to do it. Okay.
I have an Android.
You
can't
can't.
download the app.
Oh, I didn't know that. Okay, that's so
Apple only.
interesting. Oh, okay. I didn't know that. Yeah,
But if you have an iPhone,
I do.
you can
But
go
we didn't
into
know that.
the Apple store or whatever.
Oh, all right.
Download
Yeah.
the app.
Okay, that's so good to
And
know.
then you'll be running the app so you can see what you're filming and the chat. At the same
Oh,
time.
that's so cool. Then I'll definitely do that after. Yeah. Oh, let's look at Scott's awesome sign over here. And all the signatures. That's fun. I love it.
Yeah, Randazzo signed it the other
Oh my
day.
God, no way. Randazza.
Just
That's so
minutes
funny.
before
Eric,
Eric
I love it. So is he yes, that's what I thought. Yes. Picture. He's a wicked cool guy. Huh? Oh, I love Nan. She's yes. Oh my God, awesome.
That was just
Mazza.
moments before they
Oh
took a
wow.
walk in front of the registry.
Yep. And then she got arrested. Resistance. Look, guys. Tracy and Dana. Resistance is silence.
That's
My
DJ from
goodness.
Calling All Beings.
Oh yes, DJ signed
That's
it.
a picture
Okay.
of him signing it.
Oh, that's awesome. Oh my God, I love it. So awesome. This is so cool.
And then of course Dylan.
Oh yes, we have Dylan with his signature on here. Let's find it. I know.
Oh right, yeah.
Oh, love you, Scotty. It says Dylan. Oh, he's so cute. This is awesome.
So Bill Reed signing.
Oh my God, no way. You guys, our favorite father ever.
Of course.
Oh, Karen. I love her writing too. Look at her. Oh my God, this is really fun, you guys. to see this because I haven't seen. This is awesome, Scott. Thank you for doing this and taking the time. I know. I'm so glad you directed
I
me.
didn't want Karen to sign the sign until she won the trial.
I know. I can
So
understand
when
that.
she signed it.
Oh, she's gonna win. I hope. She's so cute. Oh my God, this video is awesome.
She's
Aw.
like, I don't care. I'll sign it anyways.
Yeah, she's so awesome. Strong, strong girl. Let's see what the comments say. Aiden is on Facebook right now, seeing if he says anything. Okay. Brennan wants to take up as much.
She's running around.
Hi, yes, but Thomas, not sure. Okay, this is awesome though. Thank you, Scott, for sharing with us.
Britt was up there from.
Oh
Florida.
yes, I met Britt. I loved her. Britt happened. She's a cutie pie.
JFK and James
Oh yeah,
Jackson.
James Jackson and JFK.
That's,
if you're watching.
Alan Jackson.
Oh yes, Alan Jackson is
Robert
James
Alessi.
Jackson's uncle. Remember? Just kidding.
Robert Alessi.
Yep. Love.
Liza Little.
Oh my God, this is so cool. Oh, I love that you have them all on this. Do you have Yannetti?
Aiden.
Oh yes.
The only
Aiden.
one I haven't been able to get Yannetti.
Oh okay, I know because he doesn't drive in with them. No, okay. I love him.
Hi guys, can you hear me?
Are you on back?
Maria, can you hear me?
Maria. Yes.
Hi.
Can you hear me?
I can now, yeah.
Hi. I'll put my
just
on. Hold on.
Alright.
Hold on a second. I'm gonna try to change the camera. Oh.
Hot.
I don't know what I'm doing. I have no makeup on. Hold on. This is fun.
I know, I was just trying to get ready in the car. We just got to Brock, but it's still gonna take me like a half hour to get there.
Oh, that's okay.
Yeah, I'm
It's
still like a
random.
half hour away, but you guys still down the other end, the morning end? I haven't watched.
Can you see us? It's me.
Oh, I see you now.
Oh,
Hi.
you're driving.
Hi. Yeah.
Oh, it's just me now. No Lauren.
Cheers.
She's just next to me for moral support. I love her. Moral support. This is so fun though. I can't see the comments though because I didn't download. Scott just told me what it was. I didn't download the app. We just did it from what's it called? Google StreamYard.
Yeah.
We like copied and pasted. So I can't see the comments.
So it's hard.
kind
You
of
have no
tough.
no feedback, so you don't know what people are saying. Yeah, it's awful.
Yes, exactly. So I feel like weird, and so I just had. Scott was
I can
just
see
awesome,
some of
and
them.
He showed me the sign. Oh,
I had to
Oh,
pop
hi,
on to give
Marie.
moral support for Maria.
Yes.
Thank you.
Hi.
Because
Yay,
I'm
Maria's
so
on.
This is so fun.
That's
We
so good.
love you.
Lauren, thank you.
Hi,
dear.
love. I'm so
So
proud
fun.
of you to
So
pop on.
Yes. Good
Aw,
job.
I love you. You guys are the best. Are you on your way?
I'm on break.
Oh, okay.
Maria, the
you're
chat's
working.
loving you.
Yeah, I went to go get my
Oh.
avocado toast with bacon.
This is so funny. The chat's loving me. And I don't know why. I'm a hot.
I can't stay on, but I know, and I'm proud of you. That's why I hopped on to say hello, but I'm not staying.
I know. I love you, dear.
Good job.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the support. You're so sweet. Oh, she's gone.
Oh my God.
That was so nice.
Oh my God.
Gina came on to give me support. No, she's driving. Oh my God, that's hysterical. I know.
Who's down there,
That's what
everybody?
she usually does. Oh, here, I'll show you right now. Let's change it. We don't need my face anymore. Hold on.
I love your face
Okay.
though.
Let me get out. Not today. Brandy, I love you. I love you as more. Hold on. Let's go on settings.
I know you
Camera.
have to switch over.
Okay. Now I'll show you who's here.
All right. Let's go say hi.
Okay. Can you? Oh, let's go like that. Okay. Let's go. We're gonna say hi again. What are you guys doing? Ginger shots? Oh, well, Annie's there, so I thought for sure. Oh, sorry.
I just walked
I
out.
thought it was totally.
We just did that.
Annie's there.
Associated.
Yes, right? Wouldn't you think so, Brandy? If
Yes.
you saw Annie, would you think she was giving out ginger shots? That's
I still
But
got some of
she's
her
not.
glasses. I
Okay.
gotta give them to her.
That's so funny. So here's, you guys say hi to Brandy. Brandy's on. Sorry.
Hi.
Hey, Brandy, Ashton said. Okay. Dylan, say hi to Brandy. He's like,
Tell
yeah.
Dylan to stay until 10 so I can give him one last hug.
Oh, okay. Excuse me. I'm sorry.
You gotta
Brandy
stay.
said to stay. You gotta stay till she gets here so she can give you one last hug. She's on her way in less than a half an hour. Yeah. Okay. He said we have to talk to Dennis. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, she's on
We'll
her way.
drive by
Yeah.
on the way to the airport, damn it.
I know,
all right,
right?
That's all right.
I know. Here's, oh my God, I was going to say Shay. Janine. Brandy's on. I know. Shay's mom.
Shay's mom. Yeah.
Say
Hi.
hi.
Oh.
This
I'm
is
so glad
Brandy.
it's nice out again today. Hi, I'm coming.
Aw, thank you. Hi,
I love seeing the
on. Say hi to Brandy. And even Dina jumped on to say hi to me. Isn't that nice? Yeah.
I know.
I'm doing it, you guys.
Yes.
Yes. Yep. Brandy's on.
Yeah, I'm stuck in Brockton. I'm stuck in traffic.
Brockton? Stop.
Yeah. I'm about to get on the highway right now.
On. Oh, good. Okay. Let's look at
Yeah, I'm right near the Westgate Mall.
Hold on, let's see. Melissa, because Tom is a keyboard. Oh, okay. Well, stay away from that.
Yeah.
I'm like, okay, I'll pick and choose what. Yeah. Oh, Resistance to Silence Angel. She's so cute.
Aw. Ontario, Canada. Hi.
That was sweet. And we're Tim's Angels too.
Oh, yeah.
We can't forget that, right, Brandy?
Tim's Angels. Yep. Tim's Angels. I love that picture.
Tim's Angels. Don't you love that picture?
That's so cute.
It is.
Yeah.
It's old. It's from like literally December or January, but I love it.
Yeah.
It's so nice out. I had to take off my sweatshirt. I'm gonna hold on. I'll go back to my face again. My phone is on 20. Oh shoot.
Oh jeez.
We might hold on. It's okay. I think it will last till you get here, though. It should. Let me
Hopefully.
go.
I might lose service, but whatever.
Hold on. I'm gonna change it to my face so I can talk to you. Well, people probably don't want to see my face, actually. Let's
I
be
hate
real.
being on there too. I'm like,
So I can
don't
just
look at
show
me,
you
don't
the
look at
people.
me. You guys can hit like and subscribe while you wait.
I know, right?
I'm like, I never know what to talk
I
about.
keep walking in front of. Because hold on.
Did I lose you? She left me? Oh no! Freaking, she did it on purpose. I know it. Great. Now you guys are stuck with me. Ross, say something. You don't talk. But yeah, if you guys want to donate to the defense fund and everything for lunch, I wonder if they're gonna have one of the witnesses on today. I don't know if anyone's heard yet or not. I haven't really been watching. I was trying to get the kids out. We were running late this morning. So if I missed anything, type it in the chat so I can catch up. If anything happened this morning or if we found out any info. The only thing I know is that was starting at 10. But I mean, we usually start at 10, even on 9 o'clock days. So, Stephanie, oh, you coming out this afternoon? Good, we'll be there. We'll stay till like 1:30. Kids are walking home today, I think. Yes, Dina, no drama. Unless me and Dina are fighting. You ready, Dina? Just kidding. I miss Erica. Where is she? She's still in Florida. When did she come back?
Oh,
Diva!
Jed, yeah, with Jed. Let's go for
Oh,
a
I'm back. Yes. Hi. I got out. Hold on. You guys, I gotta take a picture really fast. Oh, you want to hold it? Yeah. Oh, you can do it. Oh, it's me. Oh, it's me.
Hi.
Hi.
Hi, how are you?
Good. I might not be here when you get here. I gotta head out to the airport in 30 minutes.
Okay, yeah, I should be there in about 20. I don't know if I see you, I do. If not, safe travels.
Yes, thank you. It was so nice meeting you.
I know, it really was. Can't wait till Karen's free.
Yes, and I'm gonna come back for the party when she's free. I'll be back.
Oh, good. That'll be a good one.
Yes, it will.
You know, all the world's gonna celebrate the same day. You know what I mean? Like everyone, all these countries that are watching, it'll just be one big like sigh of relief with a bunch of tears, a bunch of like clapping, screaming. It'll be good. It'll be good. It'll be emotional, but it'll be good.
Great.
I'm ready for it.
Right.
Ready for the not guilty on everything.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Bro.
Yes. I'm proud. Hey, I'm proud. You did really good. You didn't even hesitate. You're like, I'll take it.
Yellow cottage nutmeg. I don't know anything that's going on with yellow cottage cheese or whatever that
I
guy's
can't
name
see
is.
the
I don't watch them.
comments, guys, so I'm sorry. I can't see them. If anybody say anything, I apologize.
I don't know, Robin.
I know.
Yeah, it's nice out again today. That we got 2 good days in a row. Well, 3, but
Right.
good.
If I download the app. All right. Somebody wants this. Oh, sorry.
Oh my God, I'm done with this.
Hi, guys. Hi, guys. It's me again.
Bye.
I'm so excited. Brandon, do I just crack you off?
Don't leave me again.
I won't. I didn't know what I did. Hold on. Brandy, do you remember how old we are? Just kidding.
We're almost 44, or I'm 40, almost
I'm
44.
44 and
Yes.
you're 43.
Yes.
But I used to tell people, remember I put it, oh, hello. Hi, guys. Can you see that?
Yeah,
Did
we're
you
the
see
same
that?
age,
Hold
and we
on,
both
hold
forgot.
on. Shoot. That was just the reads. I have to turn my thing
Ross,
around.
reach to Brandy, right? Ross,
Hold on.
they're telling you, reach to Brandy.
I'm getting freaked out now because I don't know what to do.
He's blind.
Hold on. I have to go and change my.
All right, you can.
Hold on. Recording.
Hi, Coco.
Shit. What did I do?
Oh, I can go on mine.
How do I go to the camera? More settings.
You
Camera.
gotta go back to the stage.
What am I reading? Chats?
Okay. Got it.
Yeah, read the chat.
Okay. So I can't read the chats right now. But I felt so bad. I just read just for fun. You guys see them? But I'll be able to see them.
Oh, she's coming.
Oh, I see it.
Well, because it's the
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm all watery or if you're watery.
Yeah, clear.
water.
Yeah, you sound like you're underwater.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Oh, no, now you're okay. All right.
Oh, okay. It might
Could've been.
be. That's so weird.
You're good now. Don't move.
Okay,
Stay still.
good.
Don't breathe.
Don't breathe. I know.
Don't move. Don't move.
You're so funny.
Oh my
I'm
God.
just standing here on the freaking corner. Well, not
Standing on
really.
the
the
corner.
corner.
That's what we're
I'm
good at.
hanging on the right where I belong. I'm going to the club.
I never realized how fun it was on the side of the streets.
It really is. Look at how pretty Dedham. Look at these houses, you guys. Dedham's really pretty. This is
I
the
know.
town I live in, so obviously I'm like proud of it. I love Dedham, but it's just look at how pretty. Isn't it pretty? Not that we're on that, but it is pretty.
The guy's house that we stand in front of down where like Ashland and Bobby are or whatever, where they stand.
Yes, that's
I
right.
love the
I love
porch.
it. This area
Yeah.
of Dedham is gorgeous.
They're
I
really
know.
nice.
It
It's
is.
like, you know, I was saying this yesterday. You know, you're old when you drive by people's houses. I think I was talking to Coco when we drove her home, and you're like, "Well, look at that guy's lawn. It looks so nice."
Oh my
He
God,
takes care of
yeah.
it. You know, and I'm like, "I love his lawn," and it's like, "What are we doing? How old are we?"
That is so true. Then you know that we're like, yeah, exactly. We're old.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh my God.
I used to make fun of my mother. I used to jump on my mom's car in the hood. I used to think it was so fun. She'd come out yelling at me. I'm like, "You care more about your car than your daughter? I'm having fun. Let me jump on it."
Oh my God, that's
I was such a brat.
I love it. That is so funny. What time is it, Brandy? Because I can't see it on my phone.
It's 9:40.
Oh, okay. Then she'll probably be here within 10 minutes, I would say.
Yeah. Yeah.
Awesome.
So, I know. Isn't 10 minutes so long when you have to like?
Yes.
Like you can't. It's like terrible.
I know. Well, I'm not doing a very good job because it was on my face when the reeds drove by. So the parents. So I tried to like turn the phone. I don't know if people saw or not.
Yeah. So yeah, just keep it that way.
Yeah, I'm gonna keep it this way, definitely. You can see everybody, guys. It's a nice crew down here today.
Yeah, we had a lot of people yesterday too for the afternoon crew. It's usually there's more
that's
people just in the
awesome.
morning, but yeah, a lot of people showed up yesterday, which is good. I mean, not the crowds that you guys got last year, but
Right. Oh my God, it's so different, but it makes sense that it's different. I mean, nothing can ever be the same. Think about it. You know what I mean?
yeah.
But
a lot
it
more
does
secrets
suck.
came
I wish.
out since then. You know,
What'd you say?
a lot more secrets came out since last trial,
Oh,
so they gotta like
definitely.
lock down
Hi,
and
honey.
you know
Oh,
they gotta
look at who it
penalize
is.
us.
A little friend. She's so cute. Let's look at your sign. I'm on resistance.
Oh,
Control side,
yes.
bar, not side. I love it. Hi, honey. How are
Love
you?
it.
Hi. Good. How are you? I'm on live. I'm on resistance. Yeah.
Keep up that fight.
Oh my God, I love it. You're so cute. Thank you. They're the cutest couple. I love them.
Aw. You can barely see the screen though. I need my glasses.
Okay, we're just patiently waiting. Hold on. I'm gonna put this on the ground for a sec because every time I see her.
All right.
I know. It's so funny.
Well,
the one day.
who has his own channel? Oh, you're talking
Hold
about.
on. This is Brandy. This is the second day I've left my house, like, and been around everybody without makeup. The second day, right? Out of this whole thing, I never don't have makeup on, and I'm live today. Isn't that wild?
That is amazing because I can't say I've ever did that.
No, but I'm saying, you wear makeup every day too?
Yeah,
right?
yeah. Like I have to put. I'm like pale white. Like I have to put some bronzer on or whatever.
No,
I
but
don't
you
have,
should.
like I don't have mascara on, so I have to throw my glasses on, my hat.
Oh,
like,
okay.
Hide me.
Exactly. And I'm showing my whole face today. I'm like, who am I? Like, I don't even care what I look
No,
like.
I know the feeling. It's like you feel naked and weird, but
Oh,
it's nice.
yeah. But
It's
I'm like,
good.
no one
It's good to get the sunlight on your natural face.
Exactly. And no one gives a shit what I look like. Let's be real.
Yeah. Right. You're gorgeous without makeup anyway.
No, I'm not. But
Yes, you are.
no, I'm not. No.
I see you. I see you through the screen. I see you.
I love you. Thanks. Okay, we'll take another walk.
Oh man.
Look, this is my stuff. This is Maria, you guys. As you know me, I'm a hot mess. This is my stuff on the ground.
That would be me if I
this
didn't have Ross.
yeah.
Ross is like my human pocketbook.
That's my bag on the ground. If you ask Dylan, he would say the same thing because he knows me really well. That I'm a hot mess. So my phone is on 10%, so I'm afraid it might die.
No.
So
it's gonna die like right as she drives by.
Spot? Do you think? Oh, she's coming. Good. Awesome. All right, I'm gonna go over to the light. She's coming. Hi.
Everyone's screaming and whistling. So funny.
All right, let's try to get Karen.
I like her car. I wanted that car. The driver's car, whatever.
She'd be shocked to see you, Jen.
I know. I hope that I know. That's what I was just gonna say. Should I have been down there? Jen, want to walk over to her with? Okay. No. Come on. I'll watch you guys.
Oh, thank you, Mickey.
Jen, love it. Hi. So if you guys don't know, Jen went to Facebook with Karen. Oh, okay.
Sorry, I went out. I didn't hear you.
Look how beautiful this is.
Oh.
Isn't it so sweet? I know.
Oh, there she is. Oh. She's so sweet to like stop and say hi.
Oh,
she's very grateful. She's very, she shows appreciation a lot.
That was so.
Dana said, guys like Ross and I don't need makeup. We're dead sexy.
Who said that?
Dana. Oh, now Ross comes in to talk. He's like, yeah, true facts.
I didn't realize Ross was there. What up, Ross?
Yeah, but he doesn't say that until Dana talks. So he's like, yeah.
She's on resistance. Yeah, no, she's on her way. My phone's gonna die. Oh, I gotta get my bag. Hold on. I have to get my bag.
Yeah, I still got like 10 minutes. This sucks.
Okay. I'm just
But-
my phone. Oh, thank you, Annie. Hi, guys. Hello.
But
I
I love that you came on.
bag. What?
Look at this Ross left.
I know. Oh my God, the mud again. I know. I keep doing it. Oh my God. Oh yeah, it is.
Did anybody
Whoa.
find out who's coming on today or no?
No, I have no idea who's coming on today. I
Just Walter again, probably.
So I wonder if. Hold on. I'm trying today.
Trump
my
is not
phone-
a saint, Dina.
So if my phone's gonna die, right, do you think you can stay on if you're taking the
Yeah.
note? Okay. And it's
Yeah.
okay off?
Yeah.
All
I love
right.
you for even coming on. Do it more often, please. I love you.
Oh God, I will. 100%. Okay.
right.
So I'm gonna
All right,
get
I'll
off
see you.
before it dies because it's gonna
All
die.
right. All right.
But I love
Bye.
you. No, I don't do it. I don't think it. Oh, okay.
You're still on.
Okay. All right. Bye, guys.
Bye.
Love you. Thank
Love
you
you.
for
So
accepting
cute.
me.
Of
Bye
course.
for
Anytime.
accepting me. Bye, guys.
Bye.
Okay. How do I get off?
Make sure you're not not in your pocket. All right. Oh, great. Now it's just me. Oh, Nana said to give Dylan a big hug. Oh, if I get there on time, I'll give him a hug for you. But yeah, run for a lot of people out there. Yeah, a lot of people go in the morning. It's really nice. I wish I could go earlier, but like 10 minutes. I can't because the kids' school. But I'm almost there now. I got another 10 minutes to go. And I think Turtle Boy's coming today. He said he was. I don't know if I watched his show or not last night. I think I might have fell asleep, but if I missed anything. For anybody, it's not easy. Like in the end, all these people who are fighting and agree for Karen and Eden. All people telling that you were done wrong. Yeah, they LPH picks. Oh, you didn't get to meet Dylan? Well, he said apparently I heard that he's coming back. I think maybe in the fall. I think they planned to go to Salem to see like all the witches stuff. Oh, look, there's Karen. She looks so beautiful always. Aww. But yeah, I think they might come. I'm not sure. I haven't talked to anybody about it, but I'll ask today. I think he's going to come back maybe around Halloween time or something. I could be lying to you right now too, but I thought I did hear that that he was coming back. But that'll be nice. Maybe he can come out and go trick or treating with everybody. Oh, look at them. There's the team. I love them. Such truly like good, genuine people. Like, you know, you're out there doing your job for free. You're actually fighting for justice, not for the paycheck, not for the wrong reasons. Those are good, genuine people right there. Sarah. Lisa, he's trying to get big ultimates. Oh yeah. I wonder, did he beat her there? Oh, does anyone know? Did he beat Sue there? She should have gave it to him. I hope he beat her. Does anyone know? Is he in there? I know, I'll be there in like 5 minutes, hopefully. I hope he gets in. But But then again, you know what? If he doesn't and he gets in next week or whatever the week after, maybe it's good that like he gets to see all, he's in there for the defense witnesses. That'll be like a good show. You know what I mean? Are they still outside? Is there any volume? What are they talking about? Can we hear all the secrets? Oh, Trip, you're the best. Thanks. You know what I was thinking earlier? I don't know. Never mind. It's too long. And I'm about to get off the highway. Oh, he didn't beat her? Oh, no. Really? He's last on the wait list. I'm mad at him, huh? But like I said yesterday, like he said too, like, why isn't it live? Why isn't the randomizer live every week? It should be. Because if not, 100%, it's rigged. That's how I feel about the whole system, especially in Massachusetts. If you're not doing it live, you're rigging it. And if you don't want us to think that way, then prove it. Prove us wrong. Make us look like idiots. Show us you're doing the right thing. Oh, that's how I feel. That is just my opinion. Hi from down the street, Brandy Kubert. Where down the street? Where? Hi. Come see us. Is it on yet? Dylan has been busy. I feel so bad for him. He's been running. And I feel bad. He's got a long way home. 6-hour flight, 5-hour layover, 6-hour drive, some ferries. But it's a good life experience, you know, getting to travel to another country, knowing you're in a safe place and stuff, and experiencing life somewhere else. I want to do that. I always wanted to go to England and Italy. I've been to Canada when I was 18, but I didn't appreciate it then. I only went because I wanted to drink. Now that I'm older, I like appreciate things more. So I want to travel more. What about you, Ross? You want to travel?
Sure. What do we want to do?
Let's go. You're not doing anything. Book something. We usually go away every April or May for my middle daughter's birthday, but we didn't go this year. We usually go down to our timeshare in Florida, but we just haven't done anything. And Scotland, I would love to go there too. Man, and Ireland. Everyone I know that goes to Ireland says it's beautiful there. And I'm Irish, English, Italian, Portuguese, and Greek. I'm a super mutt. So, I don't know. Yeah, I did the DNA test a long time ago before I realized that I shouldn't have given my DNA to the government, but whatever. I am who I am. I don't hide. I'm an open book. Come find me. Oh, who's on the sidewalk out there? Who is that? I can't see because my glasses. And I also don't know if I'm on like all messages or just top messages because I jumped in when I was driving. So if I'm missing any of the chat, I'm sorry. Whitman Hanson is going 2 years to England and France. Really? That's funny. My daughter's taking French. She had the option of taking French and Spanish. I took Spanish in school, but she wanted to take French and she loves it. She's learning German too because one of her friends is German. But I didn't see the guy. But yeah, I'm gonna tell her because the actual Whitman Hanson graduates tomorrow. The seniors were out last Friday. Like that was their last day, but their graduation I think is tomorrow. She told me this morning. She's wrong, but oh, you want to go that way? Back. I doubt there'll be any spots because we're not allowed to use the cone anymore, but we'll see. But yeah, she'll probably want to go definitely. I won't want her to go, or I'll want to go too. I'll probably book something and be one of those people that like follows their kids around everywhere. I don't know. I don't know how I'm gonna feel about that. I know if it was right now at this very moment, I would, because I don't like my kids going anywhere without me because I just don't trust anybody. So I feel like I'd rather be safe than sorry. And I mean, when you live somewhere where you can't trust no one, you read about these doctors and teachers and pedophiles here and there and all these cops that don't tell the truth. Like, I don't know. It sucks. It's a shitty way to live, but it's safer to live not trusting or just having people earn your trust, you know? But I don't know. I was thinking last night, I wish I could, like, if I could go do anything, like learn anything and have the right teacher and could start over as an adult, like, I would love to learn the law. I'd love to learn the truth, but I also would like, I would like to do something that involves traveling because just you expect people to think the way you think, but you grow up in an environment that's totally different. Like we don't all have the same 24 hours. We definitely don't. You know what I mean? Like some people get like wake up and they go to school in a limo. Other people have to take a train, it takes them an hour and a half on public transportation. Other people have to walk. It's just like you're already stressed out. Like everyone lives a different life, so, you know. So I just wish more people had empathy and grace and just patience, and understanding. I wish more people would learn that. But the world runs on assumptions and perceptions, so get what you get. Don't get upset. You guys pray that there's a parking spot for me. Oh, let's see. I see my buddies. Hey guys, not yet. We'll walk down and get a hot chocolate in a minute. I want a hot chocolate. Give me a hot chocolate. Yeah, thank you. Yeah. I won't spill it. They're like, don't spill it on yourself today. I always spill things. And then I yell at my middle daughter because she spills everything. My girl Gianna. It doesn't even matter. She'll be eating bread and she'll get it all over the place. I don't know. But she get it from her mama. I can't help it. I don't know. Greece, you all to Greece? Really? I'm dying to go to Greece. Is that a spot right there? No. Greece is gorgeous. I would love to go there. One of my friend Joe went there last year, I think. And
hold on. He's doing the white chocolate.
Is he leaving? Oh, cool. All right, bear with me. I got a parallel park.
Sweet.
Try not to hit Scott's car there. Hey, that worked out. Perfect timing. Must be Peter? Somebody. Is it who?
I think it's Peter Murphy.
Oh, it's Peter Murphy?
I think that's his truck.
All right, cool. Take this spot. Don't look like his head, is it? Here we go.
Got it.
I did. I like to get right up front, in front of the post office, because we got the TV and stuff, so it's nice if we can park the car here. We're good? Yeah.
Huh? Good.
All right.
Good?
We're good.
You crooked? No?
I don't think I'm crooked. I mean, I'm crooked anyways. You're crooked. You're fucking crooked. Sorry. I'm not crooked.
All right, you're good now.
Get out of my car. Let's see. Where's the keys? All right, we made it. We're here. I'm getting out. Let me see. I did 2 trips. Just went to London and Spain and Portugal. I know. I want to go so bad. I'm going to. But I don't like going anywhere without my kids. I don't know why. I get separation anxiety. I can't go anywhere without them. I can barely come here. The only way I come here is because they're at school. So I know I can't have them for a few hours. So that's it. All right. Let's. Okay. Bear with me. I don't claim to be put together, okay? But let me see. Let me turn you around. Let's see who's here. Hi. We're live. Live? Yeah. Okay, we'll see. We're on the live. Say hello. Hello. Hi. Say hi. Hi, good morning. Resistance. Resistance.
So we finally got a few minutes because they usually go
Scotty.
A few minutes after.
Stay's mom. And look at, we see her in the flesh.
But,
We see her in the flesh. I love you. I love you. Did I scratch you? I'm sorry. Hi, darling. I love you. It is. It's so bad. Yeah. Yeah.
It's all good.
It's so bad.
One day I don't have makeup on. I'm like, hi guys. What up?
High school. So here's the crew. Here's the crew. Sidewalk already.
Yesterday.
All right, you want to get the TV? Get it out. Or
Grab like.
yeah. Oh well, we got a red one.
No, I think you grabbed mine.
Oh yeah, let's go check. Let's see. Oh, it's in here. It's got. I don't take them out of my car, so they're still in here. Let's see. I think one of us might have taken Scott's one of his chairs by accident. Probably. We did, yeah, because we got 2 rounds.
I said 46. Oh, he said 46. Oh, that's right. I said 47. Sorry. I'm gonna write this down.
Witnesses almost arriving. I mean, excuse me, the jury.
Oh, they're great.
No, they're going to go on the bus that way. They're going to block off the street.
Oh, they go that way? I didn't know that.
Sir, can you just move up a little bit?
I was turning with them coming that way for a while.
Up like August.
I remember all these movies. They'll be like ridiculous.
Yeah, I know. Last time I got somebody said, like, the guys at Coffin, I'm working news. Right. They're like,
And I was in high school.
I was saying, probably too much weed. They never get anybody. Institutionalize you. Somebody used to be on the streets. Yeah. With disguise. She's like almost walking. Yesterday, she like technically took her first step, but Laura didn't see it, so I didn't count.
43.
She was washing dishes, and I was feeding the baby, and all of a sudden she's like took 2 steps and grabbed onto me, and I was like, Laura, she just did it.
Yeah.
And she's like, no. Okay.
Exactly. She's got to walk between you guys, you know?
I told her mom and my mom, if you ever see her walk, keep it to yourself.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Terry alarm.
All right. I'm going to head in then.
Enjoy yourself. As always. That's not Terry, though. That's like turtle. That's like turtle base. I know, very similar. Similar.
sometimes I've pulled in behind her, like I've been right behind her on this road, and she'll like, when she stops, she'll like wave to people, and, like listen, Colonel. It's yeah, like that. It's wild. Who knows? Someone on trial for murder.
She came earlier in 45. She came earlier than 45.
Oh, really?
Other things, his experimental work that came into evidence without objection as to scientific methodology and application. However, he may not testify that Ms. Reed's Lexus collided with Mr. O'Keefe because that conclusion is not based on the application of reliable scientific methodology. The problem here is not that the opinion concerns the ultimate issue, because in Massachusetts, that's not a bar to admissibility. Rather, it is that Dr. Welcher, the expert, is drawing an inference based upon more than scientific method. His opinions set the stage for argument and a permissible inference to be drawn by jurors through the application of their sound judgment to the opinions that they find credible. But the jurors are as well positioned to draw or reject the inference as is the expert. That is, the inference is not compelled by the application of any scientific method. So that's the ruling. All right, so the jurors are lining up. We should have them momentarily.
Thank you for the late call today.
Okay. Is Dr. Welcher right around?
Yes.
Why don't we bring him in if he's here before the jurors?
The updated version, we provided a copy to the defense with all the redactions.
Okay.
The
Are you in agreement with this, Mr. Alessi?
I haven't gone through it, but I have no reason to believe that I wouldn't be in agreement. So I
Okay.
can just go away.
there is one slide, so I'll admit it conditional to redactions that you didn't rule on, but I feel as though you probably will exclude, and that is in that version. I didn't want to pull it out with the court's order, but I'll talk to.
Do you know the number? You don't have to find it if you don't.
131.
Oh, is this was it 130? Was it 131 yesterday too?
It was.
So at sidebar, I said we could go back to that, and Mr. Alessi agreed that we could go back to that. So, and I know I thought we were starting there, and I think Dr. Welcher thought we were starting there, and then you went to 132. That was my understanding at sidebar.
It is, but subject to me being able to object. I was basically because we wanted the jury to come in, so I want to look at the slide.
Okay, so look at it again. That's not my understanding, Mr. Alessi. It was you were concerned just about the heading, and then I said we'd go back to both slides.
Oh yeah, no, I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
That one, yes, you're on your recollection.
Yeah, and we were going to start on that, but you thought because I struck it based on the objection, but then at sidebar, I said we could go back to that. That's your understanding too.
Yeah, I'm sure that Dr. Welch took off the heading on 131.
I think he did, but because I think he took off from 124 to 1.
I did.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
I would like your prediction to come true.
Are they out there, Paul? Okay, thank you.
We try to the jury.
Yea, yea, yea. All persons having any business before the Honorable Beverly Cannoni Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court and for the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. Say the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. Court is now open. You may be seated.
All right, good morning again, council. Good morning again, Ms. Reed. Good morning, Dr. Welch.
Good morning, Your Honor.
And good morning, jurors. I have to ask you those same three questions. Was everyone able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instruction and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday? Everyone said no or shook their heads. Thank you very much. All right, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you, Your Honor. Morning, Dr. Welcher.
Good morning.
When we left off yesterday, I was asking you about some of your opinions. I'm going to ask you those questions again, but before we do, I'm going to ask you two other questions. The first is I'd ask you to turn to your PowerPoint, slide 110.
You want me to display it?
Please. I'm going to ask you a question about a series of your slides regarding this effort. This is 110. Could you also follow through to 111, 12, 13, 14, 15?
You want me to play the videos?
You don't need to play the videos. I just want to acquaint you for the question.
111,
12,
112, 113, 114, 115.
How many times did you engage in testing where your arm and forearm touched the rear right of the exemplar Lexus?
3 times.
In any of those 3 times, did it ever leave any paint on the underside of your arm or forearm?
No.
If you could turn to slide 130, please. What? There we go. Could you go back one, please? Perhaps it's 131, Dr. Welcher. There we go. Could you explain the significance of this slide, please?
Your Honor, this is.
Oh, could you take that down, Dr. Welcher?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Brennan.
We're going to move forward. Yesterday, when we left off, I had asked you.
So we need to take this.
Sorry.
You can take the PowerPoint down, please.
That was in a different spot on the slide. Hold on a second.
That's better.
Thank you. Sir, I had asked you yesterday about some of your opinions. I
Correct.
want to ask you about some of your opinions relative to that last effort that you made regarding testing between the Lexus and your arm.
Correct.
You had mentioned earlier on in your testimony that you reviewed a number of pieces of information and offered that you relied on some of those pieces for your opinion. Can you share with us, for this part of your analysis, what pieces of evidence or information did you rely on for the opinions I'm going to ask you?
Relative to the testing on the arm contact on the taillight?
Yes.
So it was the physical evidence at the scene, the photographs of Miss Reed's vehicle, to a certain extent, my analysis of the Ring doorbell and the One Meadows event, the nature and
Excuse me, Your Honor, pardon my interruption. I just want to know if you're reading from something or not reading.
Looks like he's counting on his fingers. Are you reading from something?
no, I am counting on my fingers.
Okay, thank you.
So I am counting on my fingers. the Ring video doorbell, Mr. O'Keefe's height, the type of shoes he's wearing, because I need the same type of shoes, my exemplar inspection, where I matched up the heights, the locations of the lacerations, and then the text stream data as well.
That information that you consider, in addition to the text stream data you consider, considering both those areas of information, do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty in whether the damage to the defendant's Lexus is consistent with a collision with Mr. John O'Keefe on January 29th, 2022 at around 12:32 a.m.?
So there's been two potential theories that I've seen on that issue. One is a glass was thrown at the rear of the vehicle and shattered it. The second one was an impact to the arm. If the impact is basically more than approximately 8 miles an hour, it will likely break the taillight lens.
Do you have an opinion whether, based on the data and based on the physical damage and your testing, whether that is consistent with a collision or a impact with Mr. John O'Keefe?
It is consistent with the collision as long as it's greater than approximately 8 miles an hour.
Do you have an opinion whether it's consistent with an impact or collision with Mr. John O'Keefe on January 29, 2022 at around 12:32 a.m.?
With that caveat, yes.
In your testing, did you consider, or do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty, whether John O'Keefe's injuries on his arm, and inevitably in the back of his head, are consistent with being struck by a Lexus identical to the defendant's Lexus on January 29, 2022?
Yes.
What's your opinion?
That it is. It is consistent with being struck by a Lexus and ultimately contacting a hard surface such as frozen ground.
And does that specifically pertain to January 29, 2022 around 12:30 a.m.?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow that.
Yes, it does.
To finish, I'd like to ask you a few more questions. You've written some papers on side swipe collisions or clipping. Can you describe for the jury and explain what a side swipe collision is or a clipping and how that may or may not differ from a direct hit on a pedestrian impact?
Sure. So what generally differentiates, say, side swipes or clipping contacts compared to, say, an inline impact or, say, a T-bone impact is what refers to that the object that you're hitting isn't accelerated up to the speed of the object that's coming in. So, for example, if I rear end a car, that car will be accelerated up as a result of the contact, and they reach what's called common velocity, and then they separate. And so in a glancing hit, you can have a glancing hit and you don't have what's called complete momentum transfer, meaning the momentum from the car, because it's a glancing hit, doesn't completely transfer to the object being struck. For example, you can drive down the road at 100 miles an hour and clip the mirror of a parked car and you'll break the mirror off, but you're not going to go from 100 to 0 instantaneously. You're just going to keep going because you don't have all that momentum transfer. So when you have glancing contacts, you can have much higher speeds without a lot of damage to the car because you're only in momentary contact and it's a glancing type hit.
You mentioned about potential damage to a car. How about potential damage to the pedestrian?
It's the same thing. So when you have a glancing hit to a pedestrian, this is referred to as a fender vault. In this case, they call it a fender. Fenders on the front of cars because most pedestrian impacts involve the front of cars. In this case, it would be called a quarter panel vault, which means you're kind of vaulting off the corner of the car. Those are much more complicated because you don't have that common velocity that I referred to. So it's difficult to calculate the exact speeds at which the vehicle contacted without a whole bunch of information in that type of crash. If the impact had occurred in the center of the vehicle and we knew where the point of impact was and the point of rest, we'd have a much better chance of determining how fast the vehicle was going. But when you have just a corner clipping or glancing, it makes it more difficult to determine, even when you have an area of impact, which is where the person was when they got hit, and a point of rest where they landed, makes it more difficult for glancing contacts because you have that side swipe problem where they don't obtain what's called common velocity.
And what are some of the other difficulties in attaining specificity in a side swipe or being hit by a quarter panel as opposed to a fender?
So for a pedestrian, correct?
Yes.
So pedestrian impacts and how you move post-impact are very sensitive to your exact body position. For example, whether your right foot is on the ground or off the ground, whether your left foot is on the ground, off the ground, whether you jump up in response to the crash. Simply raising and lowering your arm changes the amount of rotation that's going to happen. Post-impact motion of the person. So cadavers, crash dummies don't have any muscle reaction. So the motion of a crash dummy is just going to be like you're hitting a dead body, to where people will step, try and regain their balance if possible, will do additional activities that alters where they come to rest.
In your studies of direct pedestrian collisions by front or back bumper, as opposed to side swipe or clipping somebody, is there a similarity or difference in type of injuries that you see?
Yes.
And what is the difference?
So in direct centralized impacts, you tend to get much more severe injuries. Really what's occurring is you're getting that momentum transfer. So it's more, you're accelerating the person up to the vehicle. They can wrap onto the side in front of the vehicle at higher severities. Their head will hit the hood, their head will hit the rear of the vehicle. So when you have that direct contact, there's actually more momentum transferred to the actual occupant. There's more applied force to the occupant as well.
When you see direct impacts, is there ever the existence of lower body extremity injuries, broken bones in the legs?
So there can be both, depending, and again, it's very sensitive to where the foot is on the ground, whether the foot's on the ground, as well as the severity of the crash. In the presentation that I gave at the Accident Reconstruction Collision Safety Institute on pedestrian injuries, I went through all the literature on lower extremity injuries and looked at what parameters affected that. And so depending on how it was loaded, some at 15 miles an hour had no injuries. Some at 15 miles an hour had some fractures. It depended on how exactly the foot was loaded.
Is it uncommon in sideswipe pedestrian accidents to see no lower body broken bone?
No, it is not uncommon.
Have you had cases that you've studied or been involved with where you've studied the effect of a sideswipe or a clipping impact where there's an absence of broken bones in the lower body extremities?
Yes.
I'd ask you to turn to slide 139, please.
Oh, sorry. I fixed those other two slides.
Okay. Could you share with the jury what this represents?
Sure. So this was a trial that I was involved with in downtown Los Angeles. I've redacted the name at the top. But this was an instance where we had, this is a image from the police report. Well, let me see if I can. So AOI in this diagram stands for area of impact. That's where the pedestrian was when they got hit. AOR is area of rest. And you can see we have information on exactly how far the pedestrian was thrown. Then on the right-hand side, we have photographs showing the impact to the pedestrian. This was determined by experts on both sides of this case to be between a 25 to 35 mile an hour impact. And then what you see is a close-up on the bottom slide of where there was DNA transfers, hair and tissue samples on the vehicle from the individual that was hit by the vehicle.
Next slide, please. And what does this represent?
So this is the decedent in the case, the person that was hit. He was killed at the scene. What you see on the left-hand image, oops. On the left-hand image is he had a massive laceration to his right forearm, but it didn't break his arm. There was no broken bones in his arm. On the right-hand side of this image, you see the autopsy report. What you'll notice is he had red marks on his leg, left buttocks, but he had no leg fractures. And again, this individual was hit at between 25 to 35 miles an hour.
Can you expand that? I'm sorry.
Yes, yes,
James,
sure.
do you want that expanded like other times?
There you go.
Thank you. I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Yeah, no, my pleasure, John. Thank you. So at the top, he had a severe brain injury, which again is the most common injury in pedestrian crashes. He did have fractures of the right 11th and 12th rib and a liver laceration. If you look at the extremities, it says right upper extremity. Again, that's from a shoulder to the end of the hand. Extremity wound with vascular injury. So no fractures. If you look where I was talking about the multiple abrasions, so when they're looking at the lower extremities, they're noting a number of red marks, but there was notably no fractures to the lower extremities.
Thank you. You can take that down, please.
Okay.
Dr. Welcher, regarding your analysis of the data and the evidence in this case, do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty whether the absence of lower body brakes to Mr. O'Keefe is consistent with the defendant's Lexus impacting in a side swipe or a clipping Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes, you could definitely have this type of impact and not have anything beyond, say, red marks to the lower extremity.
Thank you, Dr. Welcher.
My
Your
pleasure.
Honor, I would move into evidence subject to redactions, Dr. Welcher's PowerPoint presentation.
That's by agreement, Mr. Wilson. with that
That is,
caveat.
Your Honor. Thank you.
Putting in both the flash drive and the notebook.
On representation, it's consistent together, it's the same set, I don't know.
So let's put them both together now and decide later. Okay.
Those two slides are incorrect on the flash drive.
Okay, so we'll switch that.
That was.
Thank you. What exhibit number is it? 206. Thank you.
Exhibits 206A and B.
All right, Mr. Lessie, whenever you are ready.
Your Honor, if I could have a moment to set up.
Sure.
Morning, Dr. Welcher.
Good morning. We haven't been formally introduced. Your whole name?
Robert Alessi, sir.
Robert Lessie. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. Dr. Welcher, the area in which you engage can also include, and I believe you used the term on direct, forensics, correct? Do you engage in any forensic activity in your profession?
Yes, the general umbrella of you basically coming in, giving scientific evidence in court applies to forensics. So my main job is action reconstruction and biomechanics. And so that's what I do. Sometimes it doesn't involve court. When it goes to court, that's generally forensics.
Right. So you're here today. That is my question. You're here today, at least in part, with regard to forensics, correct? Because forensics is the Latin term for it is basically you're going to have some type of court or jury presentation. It's for law, correct? Would you agree with that? It's for law, forensics?
I mean, exactly the way you asked that, no. It's for engineering and it's for biomechanics. It's in the court of law, I think is what you're asking.
That's exactly it.
Okay, yes, certainly for the court of law, yes.
It ends up to a court of law, and in forensics is a common term.
Yes, sir.
So it relates to, or it's used in, or it's suitable for a court of law, the analysis. You'd agree with that? It's a general principle?
Yes.
Not a trick question. Okay. And so in forensics, what you're doing, among other things, is you're applying the scientific method and principles in here in a criminal matter, correct?
Yeah, you're trying to apply as much as possible.
Right. And so the primary goal of forensic science is to uncover the truth and to provide objective evidence that can be presented in court.
That is generally correct. Again, there are elements, for example, this analysis that are relying sort of on subjective evidence, like the testimonial, the witness statements. So it's not solely based, but ideally you'd want it as much as possible based on objective data.
So you would agree that truth and objective evidence is part of the presentation in terms of information for forensics in a court of law?
Certainly objective information. Truth sometimes, again, can be subjective.
Oh, so you don't believe truth? You believe sometimes truth applies and sometimes it doesn't?
If you know for a fact it is true, but if you take someone's deposition testimony, you have to look at it relative to the evidence, and it's either consistent with the evidence or not.
Okay, so now let's go to your direct examination that you just went through.
Please.
Hopefully this is fairly straightforward. You have testified to, and it's varied a bit, a reasonable degree of engineering certainty. Is that correct?
Correct.
You've also, have you used the word sometimes to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
I may have.
Right. So
I don't know.
In terms of your role as a biomechanical engineer and accident reconstructionist, is it important to engage in a critical analysis of the data?
Critical analysis? Yeah, I think it's important to have a critical analysis. You want to try and look at it from all sides, consider all possibilities.
So it is therefore important to try to review the data as objectively as possible. You had mentioned sometimes subjectivity comes in, but I understand the goal is to try to look at it as objectively as possible, correct?
Correct.
Now, you stated with respect to your conclusions early on in your direct testimony and your analysis that you don't, and I think I've got it quoted, you don't have a dog in the fight. Is that what you said, sir?
I did.
And that you, quote, don't care, end quote, about the outcome. That's what you made a point of saying in the beginning,
That is
correct?
100% correct.
Now, you simply follow the data. Is that correct?
I try to do that.
You try to do that.
I'm not perfect. So
Okay.
I do my best. I believe I've done it here.
Okay. So in terms of you've agreed that you apply the scientific method. So I want to see if you're in agreement generally so the jury can understand what the scientific method is. Are you familiar with NIST? National Institute?
Yes.
Yeah, so would you agree with this definition of the scientific method? The systematic pursuit of knowledge involving the recognition and definition of a problem, the collection of data through observation and experimentation, analysis of the data, the formulation, evaluation, and testing of hypotheses, and where possible, the selection of a final hypothesis. Is that a general fair statement of the scientific method?
So for forensics, you'd have to add in the testimonial evidence aspect of it. So those are testimonial, or things are in evidence. So frequently there's one or two versions, and you're trying to match which version is most consistent with the evidence.
Okay, adding that to what I stated relative to NIST, you would agree that evaluation and testing of hypotheses, and where possible, the selection of a final hypothesis, is the scientific method, correct?
Generally, yes.
Is it correct that a proper biomechanical injury analysis utilizes a sound scientific methodology that's been subjected to peer-reviewed and a publication that's been generally accepted in the engineering community?
Well, I can't. So this, I've done my analysis here, biomechanical analysis. I can't submit this analysis to peer review. I'm not allowed to give this to people outside the court. So there would be no way for me to submit my analysis for peer review. So this occurs forensics all the time. The forensic analysis in court generally never goes under a peer review process. The methodologies underneath it, and looking at, like, for example, I think I referenced 25 papers in my report. That goes to the issue of trying to follow the science. 26.
So I think you may have misunderstood my question, sir. I was talking about your methodology, your biomechanical injury methodology. The methodology that you use and apply is to be subject to peer review and general acceptance in the engineering community. Is that correct?
So I have no way of publishing this analysis.
I'm sorry, sir, to interrupt you.
I need to.
Go ahead and answer your question.
You're asked peer review, like you said, means I give it to my peers. I send it out to somebody to review for the scientific method. That's what the peer review process is. So I will gladly send this out to peer review with the court's permission, but I haven't and cannot do that.
Sir, my question is not your analysis here in this case.
Oh.
My question regards the methodology that you used here. Is the methodology, you said 26 references, right? My question is simply, is the methodology that you used for your analysis in this matter, is the methodology for a proper biomechanical analysis, should that methodology be generally accepted in the engineering community?
I think with the forensic application, yes.
Okay, that was my question, just the methodology. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Now, the scientific method that you've used in this case, part of the use of scientific method, the purpose is to avoid what is called bias in the scientific method, right? Not cultural bias, but just bias in terms of the application of methodologies and principles. You would agree that's a pretty fundamental purpose of the scientific method, is to avoid biases?
The purpose of the scientific method is to get the most logical and correct answer without bias.
Exactly. To do it apply the scientific method without bias being part of the application of the method, correct?
That's hopefully what you can do.
That's hopefully what you can do. That is the goal, right?
That is one of many goals, yes.
So Are you familiar with the term confirmation bias?
I am.
And that relates, confirmation bias is part of a larger term. Are you familiar with cognitive bias?
Generally, I'm not a human factors expert, though.
Pardon me?
I'm not a human factors expert.
All right, this is, biases are, don't you agree that cognitive biases are not just for one category? You would agree it applies to medical analyses, it applies to doctors doing studies, engineers doing studies, and other scientists doing studies?
I'm not a cognitive expert. I think I would generally agree with it, but I don't want to step out of my lane. I'm not an expert on cognitive. I can talk to you about confirmational bias, if you like.
Let's talk about confirmation bias. Now, confirmation bias is actually when someone selectively gathers and interprets evidence to confirm one or another's beliefs, as well as neglecting evidence that contradicts those beliefs. Is that a fair statement of confirmation bias?
That is a statement. Yeah, it could be broader, but sure.
But you would agree that that is generally correct, what
Generally, yes.
confirmation bias is. And an example of confirmation bias is not considering alternative hypotheses once an initial hypothesis has been selected, even though data and information might contradict the initial hypothesis. Is that an example of confirmation bias?
That could be, yes.
And confirmation bias is antithetical. It's against the scientific method. It's to be avoided, correct?
You would like to avoid it, yes.
Are you familiar with the term failure analysis?
Generally, you might need to define how you're using it for me.
Sure. So is failure analysis the enablement of a scientific examination of an alleged incident by beginning at the undesired consequences? Is that a fair use of that phrase?
I was thinking something different, like a piece of metal failing. I guess it could fall into that category.
Okay. And would you agree that the first question, or one of the first questions that are to be asked by a biomechanical engineer when conducting an analysis of, say, an injury is, how did this happen? Is that one of the first few questions that you ask?
No, that's usually the last question.
Oh, so for you.
So hold on a second.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Generally, what you want to do is gather data. You want to know what injuries there are, what evidence there is, like, for example, on the vehicles. And then the very last thing you want to know or define is, given all that information, how did it happen? So that's the end.
I think you may have misunderstood my question. So I wasn't talking about the method or the process. I was talking about when you get to answering questions, whenever that is in the process. Isn't one of the questions, and maybe one of the first questions, how did this happen?
No, that's not one of the first questions. One of the first questions is, where's the damage? What are the injuries? What's the evidence? What black box or tech stream data do we have? What physical evidence was at the scene? So that is certainly not one. It is a question, but that question is at or near the end.
Isn't every one of the questions that you just mentioned part of the data gathering?
Correct. But when you're gathering data, you're always asking yourself questions along the way, like, what is this? Where did it come from?
But you would agree that for you, at least some point, it's how did this happen, correct?
Yes.
And don't you ask that question to come up with hypotheses?
I generally have many working hypotheses as I'm working on the case. And then as the evidence comes in, I'm applying that to my hypotheses and either accepting or rejecting the hypotheses based upon the factual information.
Sir, how then is it just a matter of logic or a syllogism? If you don't ask the question, how did this happen, until the end, how do you then not get your hypotheses up front when, under the scientific method, you should be having different hypotheses up front. How is it that you ask the how did it happen at the end and not go through hypotheses in the beginning? Can you help me with that logic?
Sure, I guess I misunderstood. Like I was trying to give you an answer to how it happened. So when you're answering how it happened, or you want to be able to answer that question, you want to make sure you've looked at the totality of the data, accepted, rejected, things as they came along, to be able to answer that final question, how did it happen? But along the way, like for example, a right eye laceration, you want to know how that happened. So you look for the evidence of how that may have happened.
So you would agree then that questions of how it happened, formulating and identifying hypotheses does and can happen toward the beginning of the analysis. It doesn't happen at the end all the time. Would you agree with that?
So the ultimate question of how did it happen happens at the end. The questions about the elements of what occurred to make it happen, those occur at the beginning, middle, all along the way.
You would agree that creating hypotheses occurs more toward the beginning than toward the end of the analysis. Is that correct?
There are probably more hypotheses in the beginning, but I am continually forming, looking at hypotheses, either accepting or rejecting them upon the evidence.
So you would agree that the creation of hypotheses does occur more toward the beginning of the analysis. You would agree with that?
There are more towards the beginning. The process occurs throughout the whole investigation.
Right. I'm asking about the hypotheses, sir. You would agree that the hypotheses occur more toward the beginning than the end, just the hypotheses.
So I don't know if you and I are saying different things. More hypotheses in the beginning because you have more questions in the beginning. You continue to form hypotheses as the data presents itself. So you don't stop the formation of hypotheses. It's just as you get more evidence, you window down the number of questions.
Maybe I can just this last question and make it clearer for you, sir. You would agree, not analysis, which you added, as I heard it to the last part, just hypotheses.
Mm-hmm.
You would agree that even though hypotheses can be created and changed perhaps all the way up to the end,
mm-hmm.
you would agree that it's important in the analysis to create at least some hypotheses, plural, in the beginning, correct?
Yes.
And once you create these hypotheses, would you agree that those hypotheses should be tested?
So if you take the word testing to mean testing compared to testimony, compared to physical evidence, yes.
And when you test those hypotheses, isn't it often the case that particularly in your line of work, the one that most consistently produces the same injury will emerge as the mechanism of injury?
I guess it depends on the scientific evidence behind it. Again, sometimes we get very unique injuries.
So my question, sir, is this.
Mm-hmm.
Isn't it the case that when you have multiple hypotheses, the one that most, out of all of them, it's a relative thing, the one that most consistently produces the same injury emerges as the mechanism of injury? Is that a fair statement?
I think generally, again, it's on a case-by-case basis. You have to look at the science and the facts of what you're basing it upon. I think as a general premise, what you're saying is accurate.
Okay.
But there's exceptions.
Fair enough. But as a general principle,
Sure.
with some exceptions, that's a fair statement, correct?
Yes, sir.
We're going to have several topics, sir, and what I'm going to try to do to make it a little clearer is I'm going to say when I'm switching topics.
Oh, good.
So what I'd like to do now is switch topics.
Okay.
You're aware that the Massachusetts State Police has troopers who specialize in accident reconstruction, correct?
Yes.
And there are troopers within the Massachusetts State Police Collision Analysis and Reconstruction section whose sole responsibility is to engage in accident reconstruction. Do you know that?
I do not know that.
Do you know that there are troopers within the Massachusetts State Police Collision Analysis and Reconstruction section who engage in accident reconstruction?
Just based on what I've seen in this case.
Right, based upon what you've seen in the case, that's a fair statement.
And I just know that those people are doing it.
Are you familiar with a Massachusetts state trooper named Joseph Paul, P-A-U-L?
Yes.
And
I'm familiar with his reports. I don't know the man.
Okay, familiar with Trooper Paul through his reports in this case, correct?
Correct.
And are you aware that he was assigned by lead investigator, former Trooper Michael Proctor, to be a constructionist in this case on January 29th of 2022, as evidenced by that report or those reports of Trooper Paul? Do you know that?
Well, you put a lot of things in there. I know he issued a reconstruction report. I don't know who told him to do it. So the first party question, I don't know, but I did see a reconstruction report from him.
You were retained, and so do you recall, is it the date, January 29th of 2022? Is that a rough time period of him being assigned, or you don't know when he was assigned?
Don't know. That might have been in his report, but I wouldn't have paid attention to when he received an assignment.
Do you know when the date of the first report of Trooper Joseph Paul in this case?
I can pull it up. I do not know off the top of my head.
You know that the date of the incident in question is January 29th, 2022, correct?
Correct.
Yet your firm and you were retained for this case by the Commonwealth 2.5 years after the incident in question. You were retained, your firm, on September 23rd, 2024. Is that correct, sir?
No, I believe we were retained a couple days before that.
A couple days. Okay.
Correct.
So
actually, I might be able to find out if you'd like me to look at the documents.
It's not all that important. You would say it's within a week of September 23rd, 2000. It was in September of 2024?
I believe it was in September, yes.
Right.
I would
So
want to double check.
that's 2.5 years from the date of the incident in question, if I did the math right, correct?
No, I never thought about it. Yeah, approximately.
And as we just discussed, and you stated on your direct examination, you have no dog in this fight, correct?
Correct.
On November 5th of 2024, your firm Aperture was paid $44,500 by the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office to conduct work that was at least similar to the work of Trooper Paul, correct?
I have no idea. I don't get the billing or the statements.
Do you recall whether Aperture has, well, do you believe Aperture is working for free in this matter?
Oh, no, I don't believe that. No,
So
we're an engineering company. We bill for our time.
So you know that Aperture is getting paid for its work in this case, correct?
We are billing for our analysis work.
Well, you're not just billing, you're billing and getting paid, correct?
So I have not seen any of the payments. I would assume that we're getting paid, but I don't know that.
Sir, you are a senior vice president of Aperture, are you not?
I am.
You would know, wouldn't you, if your firm was not getting paid for work since September 23rd of 2024, wouldn't you?
No, probably not. Usually it takes, 9, 10, 12 months of not getting paid before the accounting department reaches out to me.
Exactly. So you've been on this for 2.5 years. So if it would take 9 months or 12 months, if you weren't getting paid, you would have been notified by that by now, correct? According to your own answer you just gave.
I've not been on this case for 2.5 years.
I'm sorry, sir. Let me go back to the question of payment.
Hold on. You said I've been on this case for 2.5 years. I was retained in September 17th-ish of 2024. So that's what, less than a year ago.
Understood. I'm moving on to the next question because I want to move away from that discussion and just go right to the bill. You, as you sit here today, do not have a recollection of whether Aperture has been paid. Is that your testimony?
It has nothing to do with recollection. I'm not part of that process. We have an accounting department. I don't have any involvement in that.
Are you, so is your testimony you have no knowledge about any contractual relationship between Aperture and the Commonwealth?
Oh, no. I was sent a contract by the Commonwealth to sign, so I'm aware of the contractual agreement, but the day-to-day or month-to-month invoicing and billing, I'm not involved in that.
Okay, so you're aware there's a contract between Aperture and the Commonwealth.
I signed it.
And you signed it. And wasn't that contract obligating the Commonwealth to pay for the services of Aperture? Isn't that the purpose of the contract, in part?
In part, sure.
Yeah, it's a legal obligation of the Commonwealth. Your firm does work and the Commonwealth pays for it, correct?
That's the idea.
Right, and so you know about that contract because you signed it.
Correct.
Also, you testified on direct that there was a purchase of a Lexus exemplar for your testing.
Correct.
Who pays for that Lexus exemplar?
Aperture.
And is that then cost passed on to the Commonwealth?
No.
So you pay for the Lexus, you don't pass that cost on, correct?
So what we're doing is we paid for the Lexus. We're keeping it till the trial's over. We're selling it and charging the Commonwealth the difference in the price.
Exactly. That was where I was going, sir. So,
but they're only paying the difference. So, and in theory, if we sell it for more in California, then we'll reduce the bill.
Okay, I don't want to speculate. I just wanted to see what the obligation was. So
the obligation is the difference.
Exactly. So the obligation is the difference. Are you aware that on April 5th, 2025, the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office amended your contract? Are you aware of that, sir?
I am.
And isn't it the case that that amendment authorized the amount of $325,000 to be paid to Aperture? Isn't that what that amendment contract states?
I believe that's correct.
So the Commonwealth is obligated to pay at least $325,000. And is that correct?
That is you're asking me a legal opinion now about a contract. That is my understanding of how contracts work, but I'm certainly not an attorney.
And on top of that, are you aware that Aperture has been already paid $44,510 for its work? Are you aware of that?
The second time you asked me, no, I'm not aware of anything we've been paid.
And as you stated yourself, those amounts reflect, as you say, less than 6 months worth of work?
That's not what I said.
Well, no, my question is, you've been on the case, you said, since September of 2024, when we were talking about dates. You said that was about 6 months that your firm's been retained. Did I have your answer correct about how long you've been on it?
I guess it's closer to 8 months.
All right, so 8 months. So for 8 months of work, About $400,000. Is that correct?
So there's 3 offices working on the case. There's the Boston office, there's Mr. Burgess's office, and there's my office in Long Beach. I only know about the billing from my office.
But you signed the contract on behalf of all of Aperture, not just your office, correct?
That I don't know, but I definitely did sign a contract.
Would it refresh your recollection as to who you signed the contract on behalf of, whether it's all of Aperture in all offices, if I showed you the contract?
Sure.
May I put you on?
Yes.
May I put you on?
Yes.
Sir,
Yeah, could you direct me so we're not wasting time?
Well, what I'd like to do, with the witness, Your Honor, is just ask the witness a question with regard to it.
Why don't you just take a look at that, Dr. Burgess?
Thank you, Your Honor.
And then when he's done, Mr. Leslie, you can take it back to the podium.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
There you go.
Can I ask a few more questions before I do that, Your Honor, for foundation purposes, if I want to do more than refresh?
All
Or
right.
would you like me to start with
So-
refresh?
Go ahead and start with refresh. Go back to the podium, please.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Dr. Welcher, does that refresh your recollection as to the contract you signed on behalf of Aperture with the Commonwealth?
So it lists the legal address as my office. So for my office, yes.
So are you saying that therefore, and did you see the amount that was in the contract? Did that refresh your recollection?
Oh, no, I didn't even look at that.
Do you recall the amount that of obligation that the contract relates to in this document? Do you recall that?
You just asked me that earlier, and I'm taking what you said to be true. So I was like $325,000. I have no reason to disbelieve that.
And is there also a total, do you recall the total maximum obligation for the contract that's listed in the contract? You
No.
recall it? May I approach, Your Honor?
Okay.
And Dr. Welcher, I am now going to, you asked me last time, I hope this is helpful.
Please.
You said, please point to the applicable part so we can do it faster. I am now pointing to that part and see if you can just look at that and see whether this refreshes your recollection on the maximum obligation of the contract pursuant to this contract. Without saying what it is, just does it refresh your recollection?
No, but I don't have any reason to believe it's not correct. And that is my signature on it.
Right. And we got started on this conversation tying it to, well, we got started on this conversation with regard to a statement you made earlier in your direct that you didn't have any dog in the hunt. You recall that statement in the beginning of your direct testimony.
You misquoted me. I don't have any dog in the fight.
You don't have any dog in the fight.
Correct.
Thank you. Now, switching topics.
Okay.
You submitted an updated PowerPoint presentation, the one that you went over on your direct examination. You created that presentation quite recently, correct, sir?
The updated one was where I had redacted or taken out slides. So in terms of taking out slides, I did add one alternative path a couple weeks ago.
Okay, my question, sir, is this.
Mm-hmm.
The updated presentation, we'll get to the changes later, but the updated presentation you created just how many days ago?
I'm gonna say weeks ago.
Weeks, 2 weeks?
I don't actually know without looking at the documents.
Well, was it more than 3 weeks ago that you created it?
I still don't know without looking at the documents.
Do you know when the trial started in this matter, sir?
I do not.
Assume the trial started approximately April 22nd of 2024.
Okay.
Did you create your updated presentation before or after April 22nd of 2024?
I don't know.
Do you know when?
Hold on one second. Dr. Welch, I'd ask that you not do.
Not look at,
anything.
okay, I was gonna try and answer his question. My apologies. I will shut it down.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
If I may, Your Honor, please
Yes.
continue. Are you able to determine when you created the updated presentation?
I think so. That's what I was attempting to
Your
do.
Honor, may he do that?
Yes, I'm going to see Counselor Ziba while you pull that up,
Thank you,
please.
Your Honor.
Dr. Welch, what I'm going to ask you to do is get whatever information you need for Mr. Alessi's last question. Mr. Alessi, I need you over there. So,
Yep.
and once you get that answer, I'm going to ask you to shut your computer down, or at least put down the cover. Thank you. All right, so you can answer Mr. Alessi's question.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Could you give me the question again, please?
Yes. When did you create the updated presentation that you reviewed in your direct testimony?
So that addition I made was taken out. It wasn't in my direct
Sir,
testimony.
If you can just hear my question, it's this. The version of the presentation that you put on the screen, when did you create that version? I'm just looking for a date.
So to answer your question about the version on the screen, I created that yesterday when the judge asked me to take off some of the headers. So yesterday.
Okay, good. Now, the version before that you created yesterday, when did you create that version?
The day before.
And then the version before that one, when did you create that?
I mean, I save it every day.
Understood.
So every day.
So you've changed the presentation every day since when?
No, I don't think I've changed the presentation every day.
That's my question. My question is, how many times have you changed it within the last 2 weeks, your presentation?
Let me try and cut to the chase here.
Sure.
That slide was added on May 13th, and then it was taken out before I presented it here. So it was not in my presentation here.
Right. So thank you for that answer. So
You're
here's
welcome.
the question. Your first version, as I understand it, of the slide presentation was January 30th, 2025. Is that correct?
Correct.
When was the next time after January 30th, 2025 that you changed that presentation?
May 13th.
Assuming the trial started April 22nd of 2025, you changed your PowerPoint presentation during this trial, correct?
Correct.
And how many times did you change your presentation after April 22nd of 2025?
Well, the last time I changed it was like 10 minutes ago. So in response to various discussions, I've been making continuous changes to it.
I want to make sure you finish your answer so I didn't
No,
interrupt you.
I'm not sure how much granularity you want to that answer.
Great. So you created on January 30th, 2025. You made your
13th.
Pardon me?
Oh, the original one. Sorry,
Yeah.
January 30th, modified May 13th.
Right. If I could finish my question, I might be able to shortcut this. Thank you. So you created the original one on January 30th, 2025. You made your first amendment May 13th of 2025. And then before you sat for your testimony, which was yesterday, correct? That was the first time you sat for your testimony.
That is correct. I was here yesterday.
Days get foggy when we're in a courtroom, but it was yesterday. How many times had you changed your presentation from January 30th, 2025 until when you first walked in the courthouse yesterday?
Do you mind if I count?
Not at all.
So there was the May 13th change. Half of that was in response to objections from the defense. I had to add all the paths to where everything was. Then when I got out here, Mr. Brandon asked me to take out references to evidence about statements that I was not allowed to present. So that would have been within the last 3 days. And then I've modified it a couple times today based on rulings from the judge.
Okay, let's break that down. You said half of the changes you made on May 13th related to what? Because I want to know about the other half. that
Sure,
you
there was
didn't
two
say.
changes. I added the extra path of 138, and then I was told that the defense was having problems with my PowerPoint, so I had to go in and add the paths to every single slide about where the evidence came from, because they were saying I didn't provide everything, and I had provided everything.
All right. So
That was the second half.
got it. I want to go to the first half, sir.
Sure.
And I'm going to try to shortcut this.
Please.
And if I'm not clear, you just let me know. I want to talk about the first half. You called it, I didn't hear it. It was like, did you say path?
Path.
P-A-T-H?
Correct. The path Miss Reed was driving.
Right. The what you made the change for May 13th, that first half, that wasn't something that was triggered by the defense. That was something irrespective of the defense, correct?
It was based upon her statements. Is she part of the defense?
All right, so that's what I wanted to get to. You changed the first half based upon statements you allege that Ms. Reed made. Is that correct?
Speaker, I changed one slide. There was 130 slides originally, or something like that. So half of the changes on that day, which was one slide, I added one line to the bottom of the previous slide.
Did you consider that change significant?
No.
Well, then why did you make it in the middle of trial if it wasn't significant? Why didn't you just leave it off and then discuss it in terms of testimony?
So A, it ultimately was left off. B, because it was insignificant and I didn't need to have it. So the way it got presented was exactly the way it was before May 13th. So it didn't change anything.
But it was significant enough for you to make a change to your presentation, correct?
So my goal is to be as accurate as possible. So when I saw the path that I gave, the way she could drive, I gave the possible paths. That was one of the possible paths that hadn't originally been included. So in striving to be as accurate as possible, including as much information as I could, I wanted to make sure I included that.
So you were striving. The clip that you used to make the change, you say you made the change based upon a clip you observed with regard to Ms. Reed. Is that correct?
I believe that, yes, that is correct.
Do you know that clip has been in existence for months?
I don't believe I got it until April.
So a clip that has been, assume the clip's been in existence for months. You just got the clip.
Dr. Welch, I have to ask you
Oh, I'm
not to
sorry.
refer to
I'm
that.
trying to be helpful.
Close your
Yeah,
computer.
let me
and-
close it. Sorry. I was trying to answer his question.
So I'm going to ask you to close the top.
Yeah, that's probably a good idea.
Just flat down. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. So assume the clip that you said was the basis for changing your PowerPoint on May 13th after the trial started had been in existence for months. You just got that clip, you say, in April?
I believe so, yes.
What was tell me the circumstances by which you got the clip. Did you ask for it?
I was told there was a new interview.
Okay. Who initiated the conversation about the new interview?
I don't know if it was Mr. Brannon.
It was someone associated with the prosecution?
Yes, I wouldn't have known about it.
Exactly. So somebody affirmatively communicated with you when about this clip?
I need to look, but I remember it being about mid-April,
Mid-April.
if I'm thinking of the correct clip.
What were you asked to do, if anything, with regard to that clip?
When I got the clip, I wasn't asked to do anything.
What did you do with the clip once you got it?
So they then indicated there was this suggestion of an alternative route. So then I looked at the alternative route description and added the alternative route.
So it was suggested to you by the prosecution that you look at the clip and they pointed out that there was an alternative route they wanted you to look at?
So I took it to be, we have additional evidence. Please look at the additional evidence and add it to your analysis.
On the topic of additional analysis by Aperture, while this trial is going on, are you aware of Mr. Burgess submitting a report dated May 8th of 2025 in this case?
Yes, I received that report on May 8th.
Right. And so you were aware of the creation of that report on May 8th because you got a copy of it, right?
Correct.
Were you aware that Mr. Burgess was intending to submit that May 8th report to the Commonwealth?
Yes, we had had a discussion before that he had found new information that changed the timing.
Oh, he had found new information. What is your basis for saying he found new information as opposed to the information always existed? It's just it was pointed out to him that that should be looked at. What's the basis of your understanding that he found new information?
Objection to the question.
I'm going to allow the question, but you have to ask it differently.
I will, Your Honor. Thank you. What is the basis for the statement you made that Mr. Burgess found new information?
I guess it was his meeting in our discussions. He indicated that he had found new information.
Did you ask him, what do you mean by new?
No, I took it at what it said.
So do you, as you sit here today, have any basis to say that that information is new as opposed to it's always been in existence?
Yes.
What is that?
What he told me.
Oh, so you relied upon the representation of Mr. Burgess. You didn't have any independent document to determine whether in fact it was new.
I don't quite frankly care whether it's new or not. I just care what's in the data, whether it's new, old, I don't care. It's not relevant to what I'm doing. I don't say this is new data, this is old data. I just care what the data is.
Sir, has Aperture ever submitted a report, a changed report in the middle of a trial to your knowledge?
I have no idea.
Do you know whether Aperture has ever submitted an amended report in the middle of a trial? You said you testified in federal and state courts. Can you recall one instance where Aperture has submitted an amended report in the middle of a trial?
So Aperture is like 290 people. I can only speak for myself. I have certainly done amended analysis. Only certain courts and certain legal systems require reports. But for example, rebuttal, analyzing testimony that comes up in court, getting trial transcripts. I very frequently have come up with new analysis during the trial.
Sir, my question is, as you sit here now, can you state one court case where you or Aperture has submitted an amended report in the middle of a trial?
I cannot speak for Aperture. I can only speak for myself.
Can you answer, speak for yourself, sir. Can you then for yourself recall any instance where you submitted an amended report in the middle of a trial?
Amended reports? No. Amended analysis? Yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Alessi, is this a good time for a break or
It-
5 more minutes?
It's a good time, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, folks, why don't we take our morning recess again? Dr. Wilkie,
Great. Love to use the restroom.
Hey kids. So I missed a lot. Well, I didn't miss it, but I was in the car and I had to pick up my little dude. But anyway, so the fact that that mother effer was even trying to pretend like he didn't know that they were being paid and being disingenuous and fighting about payments when you are the chief operating officer. He is a VP admin, one of the founders of that company, and he is fighting tooth and nail to be like, I don't know about building, I don't know about this, bro. You signed the contract. He looks so guilty, like so guilty. I literally have no words. Lucas, are you coming up here, baby? So I need some thoughts. I need some thoughts, people. I need some thoughts. I'm floored by what I just heard, and he is so goddamn defensive. Oh, we got my Lukey baby,
Hey.
and we got Holy Steffi. Hey, baby.
Hi.
Hey.
Pulling into the rest area because I have to go to the bathroom.
There you go.
Oh, we want a video of that, Kelly.
You want me to take you guys with me?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I'd love that.
So
Dude,
taking
start
you guys.
like an OnlyFans, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey.
Says hi, guys.
Hey, Declan. Hi, Papa. Mr. Face. All right. So give me your synopsis of what's been going on.
The quick one is, why is he being so difficult? Why is he being so awkward? Just answer the goddamn question. He doesn't realize
Exactly.
doing what he's doing, he's gonna hang himself because he's giving Alessi more information and opportunity to hang him. So he might as well just come out with it. All this you've already said about the they're not sure whether he's got paid or not. Come on. He's the vice president. Come on. It's just outrageous.
$500,000.
Well, he's also doing the whole what's that word mean? Well, what does truth mean? Like, what's the context you're using truth in?
Well,
right?
I mean, I've got a million other things to say, but just haven't got time because I'll be back shortly. So I'm keeping it short.
It's wild. And he's only digging his own grave as far as like this jury is. They can see this. They can see what's going on. He's being evasive. Like, oh, you're the senior VP of this company and you don't know about building, but yet you signed this contract.
Yeah.
I call bullshit.
Not only that, but he's unless he starts with the confirmation bias, informational bias, he's even being difficult with that because he knows where it's going, because there is a lot of bias going on. Notwithstanding, I couldn't believe he said this. He's changed his reports so frequently, and I was waiting for Alessi to say, right, so let's go through how many changes. And he said the latest change was 10 minutes before cross-examination. I mean, can you believe this? Can you believe this?
Can you believe it?
They're just changing it based on new ideas, new information. He absolutely said that one of the changes was down to Karen Reid's statement in one of her interviews about the way that she travelled down Fairview. I mean, they're supposed to have, this was what he was doing in his investigation and analysis. You don't then change the facts because some more plausible event happened in the way you want to present it. You don't do that. It's
Right.
just, it's wrong.
And then showing the other accident that had nothing to do with Karen
Yeah.
Reed's SUV.
Yeah.
And that man was covered in blood and fucking bruises, laying there dead on the ground. It had nothing to do with it. And it just showed, well, why doesn't John O'Keefe's body look like that if he was hit at 26 miles an hour?
Well, if you notice, there was a lot of bruising. There's a lot of bruising.
A lot of bruise and blood.
Mhm.
And
Yep.
lots of blood.
And
Where is the 3 liters of blood that John?
that is the big question. That is
Right.
the $1 million question. Where did that go? A lot of
Mhm.
people are saying on the floor of the basement because the Alberts had it replaced, but we don't know. You know.
Right.
But yeah,
We'll never know.
using example previous accidents has no bearing on this case whatsoever. You know, you can use comparisons, but there is no comparison because this event is a singular, specific event that's pertinent to what the charges are that Karen hit John. Nothing else. You can't like say, oh well, in this case the judge ruled this way. You can't do that
Right.
with an accident. It happened like it happened, and the facts cannot change.
Right. And he was hit by a front of a Jeep. He ended up passing away. But did you see that man's body? That poor man. John O'Keefe didn't look like that at all.
That should have
3
never been
liters of
allowed.
blood. It
Should have
should
just
never have been allowed.
never been allowed in that courtroom at all.
No.
I've just sent Nikki a link.
Oh, sweet. Isn't she in chat?
I don't know.
Oh.
Yeah, but there's so much to go through here. You know, like another thing that made me laugh was Welcher reminds Alessi how the number of times he's asked a question. Did he ever do that with Brennan? And what's the point of saying, well, you've already asked me that question, but here's the answer again? He's just being clever. He's been a smart ass. You know, he's just been obnoxious for the sake of it. And he never did this with Brennan.
Right.
So, like you said before, Amy, the jury are going to see this. Why is he being like that? Why can't he just get up there as a professional expert witness?
Yes, I agree. Totally agree.
He's very consistent in everything he says and does. And answers, he's trying to trip up Alessi and answer the question before Alessi gets the answer question out.
Yep.
And he's gotten it wrong.
NYPD said if the family finds out, they'll own that company because they put his autopsy photos out for display on a completely different case, irrelevant to the case. If they find
Even
that
take
out,
my names off, even with the face blurred out, will they be able to do that?
I don't know.
Say
It doesn't matter.
Is it even with his face blurred out and names off of the screen? It just shows the car and his body. Like, but still, that body should have never been allowed in at all.
No, what does it have to do with Karen's case?
Well,
It has
did
nothing.
Oh, hi, Nikki, by the way.
Hey guys.
Hi, Nick.
Long
Did I-
time no see.
Did I miss something this morning?
Declan says hi, Nick.
Wait, what?
Sorry, did I miss something this morning when the judge gave her ruling? And she
I
said,
thought she said, yeah, I didn't think she said all, like, so that's.
She said that the fact that he could
I didn't think she
say
was
that
allowing all of
this
it.
is consistent with a motor vehicle strike and that it hit John, she said that that part wasn't allowed, and fucking Hank came out the gate with it, bro.
yeah. That's exactly what I thought. Now,
And
I
she
know
didn't stop him.
From my
I know
understanding, she allowed that, but she didn't allow part. She allowed some, but not all of it. Is what I got from it.
Oh, we're back. We're back, kids.
Okay.
All right, whenever you're ready, Mr.
Bye.
Alessi.
Thank you, Ron. Which I didn't have to address. Dr. Welcher was just using, at monitors on his desk. Could we have all that removed, Your Honor?
Closed, yes.
Would he open?
So did you just turn it on?
No, but I will. I closed it. You like want the computer all the way off or just everything?
Is he going to need to turn his computer back on?
I do not see a need for the computer to be turned on. Do we have the ability to put the presentation and documents from our
So I'm
sub?
going to see counsel at sidebar,
Sure.
please. Lunch break, I'll ask you to remove those monitors, okay?
I'm sorry?
During the lunch break, I know it takes you a while to set up in the
Yeah.
morning. I'm going to ask you to take all that down during the lunch break, okay? Thank you.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Dr. Welcher, we left talking about the amendments you made to your PowerPoint presentation. And in terms of the amendments, are you aware that the defense counsel received your amended PowerPoint presentation at 3 p.m. on Memorial Day? Are you aware of that?
No.
And you began testifying the day after yesterday, correct, sir? Day after Memorial Day?
I testified yesterday.
Yes. Are you aware of any activity in this trial of any kind before you testified yesterday?
Again, as I mentioned, I've been getting random emails and then I've been seeing it pop up on my news feeds as well. But once I was aware of the reclusion, I made sure to not review any of that. But as recently as last night, I got an email that said biomechanical engineering job or like applying for a job. And I opened it up and it was some internet troll.
Sure. I'm asking about emails from the prosecution.
Oh, no, there's been no emails about what's been going. I mean, there's been scheduling, when am I going to come, things like that.
How then was it determined that you were going to be able to amend your power presentation if you weren't communicating with the prosecution?
I mean, they asked me about the witness statement of 138 right around May 13th.
How did they ask you about that, sir?
I don't recall if it was a Zoom meeting, a phone call.
So there was a communication with the prosecution. Might have been by Zoom, might have been by another method, but there were communications while this trial is going on relative to you amending your PowerPoint that ended up with an amended PowerPoint on May 13th. Do I have that?
I believe so.
Going to switch topics.
Okay.
One of the goals of Aperture's analysis and reconstruction was to determine the location and timing of certain text stream events, correct?
Correct.
EDR data.
I'm sorry, my role.
Your role, yes. EDR, and just for clarification, EDR is Event Data Recorder, correct?
Correct.
So I'm going to refer to that, as you have before, as EDR, Event Data Recorder.
Sounds good.
EDR data does not show the location associated with a tech stream event, correct?
In this particular vehicle, it does not.
And the EDR data for this particular vehicle, namely the Lexus SUV, also does not provide the time associated with a tech stream event, correct?
Not at the time of this event.
So the answer is no, correct?
That is not correct.
So let me ask the question slightly different way. The EDR data does not provide the time. The EDR data for the Lexus SUV that you've been talking about does not provide the time associated with a tech stream event, correct?
That is correct.
Instead, every tech stream event is associated with a particular key cycle on the vehicle, right?
Correct.
There can be multiple tech stream events in a single key cycle, right?
Correct.
And every time you start the car, this one you push the button, that's a new key cycle, right?
That will cause a key cycle.
And the EDR data indicates the number of seconds into the key cycle that the particular event occurred, correct?
The EDR data, no.
So EDR data gives you no information about the number of seconds into the key cycle that a particular event occurred.
You're confusing EDR data and tech stream.
I'm not, sir, I'm just
Oh, you're
asking
not?
a question.
So
If it's yes or no, I'm fine with that.
EDR data will, depending on the vehicle, sometimes it has information about GPS date and time. Sometimes it has ignition cycles, which are a little bit different than key cycles, which is why you frequently have different ignition cycles versus key cycles in EDRs compared to tech stream.
So let me ask it a different way.
Okay.
The tech stream data
Mm-hmm.
indicates the number of seconds into the key cycle that a particular event occurs.
Yes.
Is that correct?
That is correct.
In order to properly determine the location and the timing of a tech stream event, it's important that you correctly identify the trip that is associated with a particular key cycle, correct?
I think I'm going to say yes, that tech stream tells you the trip.
I'm just asking if it's important that you correctly identify the trip associated with a particular key cycle. And do so by determining, in order to properly determine the location and timing of a tech stream event.
So the tech stream tells you the trigger event and it tells you the key cycle. So I'm not determining that, I'm reading that from the tech stream data.
Okay, so in order to properly read, to use your verb, the location and timing of a tech stream event, it's important that you correctly identify the trip that is associated with a particular key cycle. Is that a fair statement?
I think that's a fair statement.
If you associate the wrong trip with the wrong key cycle, then your estimate of when the tech stream event occurred will be wrong, correct?
It can. I mean, you need to take the totality of the evidence in the tech stream with the mileage, the overall timing into account.
So are you saying, sir, that if you have the wrong trip with the wrong key cycle, you can get the correct tech stream event?
No, not necessarily. Again, you have to take the totality of the data.
My question is with regard to if you have the wrong trip with the wrong key cycle, then your estimate of when the tech stream event occurred will also be wrong. Isn't that just a matter of logic, sir?
So again, the tech stream event tells you the trip and it tells you the time. If you're saying I'm, say, associating that with the wrong infotainment information or vice versa, then that would be wrong. But the text stream data tells you how much time is associated with each trip. There's no difference there.
If you associate the wrong trip with the wrong key cycle, then your estimate of where the text stream event occurred will be wrong. Is that correct?
You can't associate the wrong event with the wrong key cycle because it keys in the key cycle with the event.
Let me try it a different way. Your analysis, or anyone's analysis, in conclusions regarding the timing and the location of the text stream data are only as good as your ability to correctly associate a key cycle with a particular event. Is that an accurate statement?
No. Again, you need to take the totality of the data. So that is one element. You need to look, for example, at the mileage. You need to look at the timing of the events. So this is considered a tool in the analysis process. You need to look at the totality of data to see how it matches up with the physical evidence.
So are you saying that you can have an incorrect key cycle with a particular trip, but you can still get accurate timing and location of text stream data?
So again, you don't get incorrect key cycle with the trip. The trip and the key cycle are coded in by the text stream. If you are attributing an event to the wrong trip, which has a fixed key cycle, that could be a problem.
Exactly. So if we could go, if Your Honor, if we could publish a slide, please, that is in evidence.
Okay.
Thank you.
What are we looking at?
Pardon me,
What
Your-
slide number?
I've got slide 9. Mr. Wolk, yes, I've got the correct one. Thank you, Your Honor. So I'm going to use the acronym VCH that you've used on your, do you recall using the acronym VCH on your direct testimony?
Yes, sir.
And VCH stands for Vehicle Control History, correct?
Correct.
You viewed the vehicle control history on September 23rd of 2024, correct?
In addition to the PCS data.
You viewed the vehicle control history on September 23rd, 2024. Yes?
That is yes.
You took photographs of the vehicle control history, including key cycle 1167?
Correct.
And in this screenshot, we can see 4 text stream events that
Actually,
are...
can you zoom in on the key cycle?
Oh, sure.
Because I think when I got to, no, scroll. So when I got to it, you can see it was that key cycle 1264. The blue highlight was the last file that was written on key cycle 1167.
Right.
So to answer your question, I got it at 1264.
So if we can go back so we can see the 4 text stream events, I just want to reestablish the foundation here. In this screenshot, we can see 4 text stream events that are associated with key cycle 1167, correct?
Correct.
But isn't it true, Dr. Welcher, that there were actually 10 text stream events associated with just that one key cycle 1167?
Correct. I gave you the original files.
Right. So you are aware that the Commonwealth had maintained up into your firm's engagement that...
Are you saying there's no basis for the question? All right, I'm going to allow the question and I'll hear it.
You are aware that the Commonwealth has maintained up until your engagement in September of 2024 that all text stream events associated with key cycles 1164, 1165, and 1167 occurred while the Lexus was in the custody of the Massachusetts State Police at the Canton Police Department.
So the objection sustained. You need a foundation, Mr. Lessie.
Sir, as part of your work in your review of the many documents that you referenced on your direct examination, did you review the tech stream events associated with the Lexus SUV?
I reviewed the one I downloaded.
Pardon me?
I reviewed the one I downloaded.
Right. And did that, what you download, include key cycles 1164? Did it include that?
It did.
Did it include 1165?
It did.
And did it include 1167?
It did. It did not include 1166.
I didn't mention 1166, sir. I only mentioned 1164, 1165, and 1167. I purposefully skipped because I didn't understand you had reviewed it. So here's my question. You therefore, based upon the fact that you reviewed them, and you said it's important to understand timing, etc. That's very important in your forensic analysis, correct?
Yes, sir.
So let's go to the timing question and you understand where the Lexus has been at various points in time. You testified to that in direct, whether it was at the Canton Police Department, whether it was being towed, correct?
In addition to having Mr. Burgess analysis of the data.
In addition to Mr. Burgess analysis, so in that analysis contained locations of where the Lexus had been.
It contained where it had been and also include date and time, when it was turned on, when it was turned off.
Exactly. So not only did you have all the locations, you had dates and times associated with the location where the SUV, the Lexus SUV had been, correct?
Correct.
Now to the question. Based upon that review, that knowledge, that understanding, that base, those bases, you're aware, and you've reviewed, by the way, Trooper Paul's reports, correct?
I have.
There were two reports of Trooper Paul. There was his original CARS report and then a supplemental report that were listed in the documents you reviewed. Do you recall that?
I don't recall that, but I'll take your word for it.
I don't want you to have to take my word. Do you recall, sir,
No, I
that there
don't.
were do you recall that there was a report of Trooper Paul?
Yes,
Okay. And you read that report, I assume, sir.
I did.
And it would be important for you to read that report and read it carefully because it addressed the subject matter that you were addressing, correct?
No, I did my own independent analysis. As a matter of fact, it'd probably be more important that I don't do that to avoid confirmational bias.
But you did read Trooper Paul's report.
Of
correct?
course.
So you therefore are aware that the Commonwealth has maintained up into your engagement.
I'm going to see a sidebar on this.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Are you aware that over the course of the Commonwealth's and your investigation into this case, that the theorized time of the alleged contact of the SUV?
So there's two words, just strike theorized.
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor. Are you aware that over the course of the Commonwealth's investigation and your
Hold on, Mr. Leslie, court reporter can't hear you.
Thank you. I will.
I'll object again to the question that's coming.
Can I
Go
begin
ahead
my
and
question?
ask an appropriate question, Mr.
Sure. Do you have knowledge whether there is one time or more than one time for the Commonwealth's position, as you know it from reading documents that you said you've reviewed, that there are different times alleged for the incident to have occurred at 34 Fairview?
Objection.
Sustained. You can ask the question, remove part of it.
I'm sorry, Your Honor?
You have to remove part of that statement.
Okay, understood, Your Honor. Do you know whether there is more than one time that has been proposed by the Commonwealth for the impact alleged to have occurred at 34 Fairview?
Objection.
Sustained.
I'm going to ask for an instruction.
I'm not giving the instruction now.
Dr. Welcher, in terms of the analyses that you have reviewed in this case, is there one time that you understand there to be for a hypothesis for the time of the impact at 34 Fairview?
Objection.
I'm going to see you again, folks. I'm sorry about that.
Yeah, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm going to move to, for the moment, we'll come back to the other topic a little bit later. As we discussed earlier, you've got on various documents, you're a biomechanical engineer, but I've also heard you make reference to biomedical. Can you just tell me what you consider yourself, sir? Is
Sure.
is biomechanical engineer something you consider yourself to be?
Sure. My degrees are in biomedical engineering. The discipline within biomedical engineering that I practice is biomechanics.
Right. And so is it accurate to say that you are a biomechanical engineer?
Yes.
And you say that much in your report, correct?
And the CV and resume I gave you.
Right. Now, in your report, and Your Honor, I have no issue if he refers to the
Thank you.
page of his report.
Do you have a paper copy or do you need your?
I do.
If you, sir, could turn to page 9 of your report.
Okay.
And on page 9, you state, as a biomechanical engineer, I have no opinion on any aspect of, and I think you're referring to Mr. O'Keefe's medical treatment or medical diagnoses. I have conducted an accident reconstruction and biomechanical engineering analysis of this matter. Did I read that correctly?
Did.
In that statement, I assume, given you wrote it, is a fair representation of your professional role in this case?
Yes.
And you go on to add on page 9, my biomechanical engineering analysis is determining the effects of physical forces on the human anatomy. Did I read that correct?
You did.
And on your direct examination, is it correct that you stated as a civil engineer, you made an analogy, you assessed the cables and beams of a bridge as you would assess the cables and beams of a bridge, you assessed the human anatomy. You made that analogy, correct?
The analogy that bones are my bridge elements, cables are muscles and ligaments.
Right. And you stated that it's the job of a biomechanical engineer to quantify the force acting upon a person to determine the cause of their injuries, correct?
That is part of what we do.
It's part of, but it is therefore something that a biomechanical engineer does, correct?
If given sufficient data, yes.
So you know do you know what a force calculation is, sir, when I refer to that term?
I believe so.
What do you believe it to be?
Well, force is usually a physical measurement, but you can also use Newton's second law, which is force equals mass times acceleration.
That's exactly what I wanted to get to. Newton's second law is, and sometimes referred to as the second law of motion. And in the second law is force equals mass times acceleration, correct?
Correct.
And just sort of like simple algebra, sometimes you have one or more of those, but I'm focusing on when you're trying to determine, sir, you're pulling something out.
Calculator. I thought you were going to ask me numbers, do calculations.
All right. If we're going to do that, we need to do it with the court's permission.
Sorry.
So if you feel you need to do that, just let me know.
You can just leave it right
All
there.
right.
So I just want to get the principles down first. So Newton's second law, force equals mass times acceleration, and force is oftentimes what you're trying to calculate in a force calculation, correct?
Calculate or measure, yes.
Yeah. And Newton's first law is the law of generally inertia. An object at rest tends to stay at rest. Object in motion tends to stay in motion. We're not talking about that in force. We're talking about Newton's just second law, correct?
You asked me two questions. Newton's first law is generally, as you said, it could be at rest or at constant velocity, but yes.
Okay. And that Newton's second law is generally just a mathematical calculation, correct?
Yes.
So what I'd like to do is to turn to page 11 of your report. And on page 11, you discuss the force calculation in conjunction with the part of your report where you discuss your experiment where you dropped a test dummy backwards, correct?
Correct.
You determined that a fall of 69 inches, at that fall, Mr. O'Keefe's head would have accelerated with 458 G's of force.
That's what we actually measured.
Right.
In the
And
test.
can you tell the jury what is meant by G's?
So G's is a measure of acceleration. If you use the acceleration is measured in feet per second squared. If you divide it by 1G, which is 32.174 feet per second squared, that gives it to you in G's. People have often heard about fighter pilots losing consciousness at 6 or 7 G's. Basically because your blood's getting sucked away from your head, not because you're being impacted. But G forces, or G's as they're more properly called, is a measure of the acceleration. It's just whatever the acceleration is divided by what we all feel when we're standing here, which is 1G of gravity.
And you estimated Mr. O'Keefe's head weight of approximately 15.7 pounds. You used a percentage. Is 15.7 about right for the mass of the head? So if we apply Newton's second law, we keep F force open as the unknown. We take and apply the mass, which is 15.7, multiply it by the acceleration. You end up with a force acting upon Mr. O'Keefe's head of 7,200 pounds. Do I have that right? That's right out of your report.
So that math is all correct. Falling backwards onto a hard surface from his standing height will give you approximately 7,200 pounds of force.
In that 7,200 pounds is the previous unknown F in the Newton's second law equation, correct?
Correct.
So now we have an answer for F, 7,200 pounds. Now you then go on to note that the applicable scientific literature states that a fracture to the occipital bone, and just to review, the occipital bone is the back of the head right here, right?
Correct.
So you then, as I understand it, you go to the scientific literature and you concluded that a fracture to the occipital bone can occur with an average force of 1,634 pounds from a fall distance of 40 inches, correct? I'm sorry.
How many inches?
40. That's in your report?
Well, you mixed two things together. There was stuff that reported force data. You had those numbers correct. A range of between 1,150 and 2,150, a mean of 1,634 pounds. And then it says, and a drop distance as low as 40 inches.
Right. And is the number 634 pounds a proper number for an average force?
Did you say 1,634 pounds?
1,634.
Yes.
Okay. So what I want to do is see if this is correct. So if you can get a fracture of the occipital bone in an average force of 634 pounds.
No. 1,634.
I thought that's what I said. If I did, I missed.
Oh, I'm sorry. I just heard 634.
No, 1,634.
My apologies.
And you compare that to the 7,200 pounds of force that you calculated. Surely you're going to have a fracture of the occipital bones through that calculation and that comparison, correct?
Correct. Falling on a hard surface can definitely fracture your skull.
So I'm not getting at the manner. I'm just applying the Newton's second law. Newton's second law doesn't look at manner, does it? It just looks at force equals mass times acceleration. Newton's second law doesn't look at the surface, does it?
So it's a function of the surface. The A value is a function of the surface you hit.
So you're saying acceleration depends upon the surface?
Yes, of course.
Okay, all right.
For an impact, it does.
Now, let's go to the study you cited. Injuries to pedestrians in real accidents in their relation to collision and car characteristics. That's in your report, correct?
What reference number?
May I, Your Honor, grab the report?
Yes.
Thank you. If you can, it's in your report, sir. If you can find it, I'll do it in parallel with you.
Is it number 25?
That's the one I think it is. I just want to check your report.
Would you like me to actually pull up the paper?
No.
Okay.
Just want to get to the. That's it. Number 25. We're talking about the same one. Now, isn't it true that this study states that head injuries are the most common injury type for motor vehicle collisions, constituting more than 61% of all injuries sustained from motor vehicle collisions?
Or can the witness see the document being referred to?
Do you have your report in front of you?
I have my report, but reference 25 is not in the section he's referring to.
Why don't you show it to him, Mr. Nessie?
I do not have with me a copy of the report he cites in his reference. He did. Can I ask another question? Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Dr. Welcher, on your direct testimony, did you not discuss the percentage of pedestrian injuries and relate it to heads? Did you not, on your direct, talk about percentages of injuries that are head injuries in impacts of pedestrians with cars?
Yes, I did.
Okay, so you came up with a number. What I'm trying to do is to compare that number to the number in the study that you cite. If you don't remember, that's okay. We'll just move to the next question.
Can I go to my slide?
Whatever you can use to determine what was the percentage that's in the study that you cite in footnote 25 of your report.
Sure. That was also from my presentation that I gave. It's 61.5 for all injuries, 12.7 for fatal injuries.
Thank you.
You're
So I'll
welcome.
repeat my question and then we'll get it in logic. So that study states that head injuries are the most common injury type from motor vehicle collisions, constituting slightly more than 61% of all injuries sustained from motor vehicle collisions, correct?
That number is correct. You're quoting a sentence. I would want to pull the paper up, but the number is correct.
Okay, so doesn't this article also state that of all head injuries sustained by motor vehicle collisions, only 12.7 of them are fatal?
That does, yes.
Did you mention that only 12.7 are fatal on your direct examination?
It's circled with a red box on my slide.
Did you mention that on your testimony on
I
direct?
thought I did.
This article was published back in 1979, correct?
I believe that's correct.
It's 46 years old. Therefore, if I did the math correct, right?
That sounds correct.
Are you aware that given advancements in science since 1979, advancements in medicine, advancements in technology, the currently understood most common injuries as a result of pedestrian motor vehicle collisions are injuries to the lower extremities?
I'd have to see the study. It wouldn't surprise me. Car technology, especially, for example, with pedestrian safety systems, has caused autonomous braking. So you're getting fewer higher severity crashes, which results in a higher propensity for lower extremity injuries. It's the higher extremity crash that causes the head to either slap into the hood or the window and or bounce off, to where if you get the lower severity crashes, you can still maintain a standing posture. So it wouldn't surprise me if that's accurate.
So you would agree that as of January 2022, the most common injury as a result of a pedestrian motor vehicle collision is one to lower extremities?
No, I wouldn't necessarily agree with that date. And again, you have to look at frontals versus rears.
So you can test that the most commonly understood injury as a result of a pedestrian motor vehicle collision is injuries to lower extremities.
Maybe that's about a source.
I'll allow the question.
So I'd want to see the data. Again, most cars, for example, this Lexus has a pre-collision system in it that will start to apply the brakes if it senses a pedestrian at the front of the car. And so for frontal collisions, it's transitioning, taking what were head injuries because they're more severe, higher speed crashes, making them lower speed crashes and shifting the injuries to the lower extremities. Just like airbags shifted the head injuries away from the severe ones, and we started getting more or higher ankle and lower leg injuries. So the change in the technology, but for backing, that may not be the case because you have different geometry on the vehicles and you have different safety systems.
I'll try it a different way.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have knowledge, as you sit here today, whether the most common injury from a motor vehicle accident is to the lower extremities?
I'd have to look at the literature. I have the article I gave you.
So the answer is you don't know the answer to that question. Is that correct, sir?
I don't know it off the top of my head.
All right. Newton's second law analysis that we went through, force equals mass times acceleration, where we came up with the 7,200 number. You didn't discuss that calculation on your direct examination, did you?
I don't think so. We didn't discuss a whole bunch of those things that were that wasn't necessarily an opinion, that was a sub-opinion or basis for my opinion.
You didn't discuss that Newton law calculation on your direct examination, did you, sir?
So in a way I did, because I said my drop testing shows that you can do this. So I didn't quote that number, but we are going through the specific numbers now. But I absolutely did say, as a matter of fact, I showed a video of my drop testing and talked about how falling onto a rigid surface, a hard surface, can cause a skull fracture.
Did you discuss on your direct examination applying 15.7 of the head weight to 458 Gs and come up with a number of 7,200? Did you do that on your direct examination?
Those specific numbers, no.
Thank
the general
you.
concept of the drop testing and what it showed, yes.
So instead of that calculation, you referred to a flow chart comparing injury characteristics of flaws versus blows. Do you recall doing that on your direct?
So you asked me two questions. You said instead of, so that's no, it's not instead of. They're two completely different topics. So no, I didn't do that instead of.
Okay.
I looked at a force analysis, then I looked at 3 peer-reviewed publications that were attempting to differentiate whether an injury is associated with a fall or a blow, an assault, and they came up with a metric for doing that. Those things are completely separate.
Let's ask it this way. Did you, on your slide presentation that you presented to this jury, did you put the inputs into F equals M times A in your slide presentation with the numbers we talked about of 15.7 for the M and 458 for the G to come up with 7,200? Was that anywhere on your slide presentation?
So the slide presentation showed the 458 Gs. The rest of it was not on there.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
You also indicated that the laceration above Mr. O'Keefe's right eye is consistent with the shape and height of the fin on the top of the Lexus SUV. Do you recall that?
Correct. It's actually properly called a spoiler.
And so you would call it a spoiler instead of a fin?
Correct.
Fair enough. We'll call it a spoiler. You visited the scene at 34 Fairview, correct?
I did.
You stated that you like to visit the scene while you're working as an accident reconstructionist so you can get a better understanding of the data?
I don't like to use the word like, but we want to go to the scene to see the scene.
When you visited 34 Fairview, did you go into the garage at 34 Fairview?
No, I actually didn't set foot on the property.
You didn't set foot on the property?
No, I stayed in the street. It's my understanding there were new owners.
Did you consider the scene limited to the road?
So the access I had was to the road. The laser scanners and the photographs will extend further, but I didn't have access to the interior of the house.
Oh, so you didn't access the entire scene, correct?
In my opinion, I did access the entire scene. I didn't physically step 7 feet onto the grass to the point of rest, but I stood and photographed where that was. I didn't want to trespass.
Where did you understand the body of Mr. O'Keefe was located?
I know it was 7 feet in from the grass. I've seen cruiser cameras showing people around a body. It's slightly north and slightly south and a little bit west of the flagpole.
But you didn't access that part of the scene that you just described, correct?
I absolutely did. I took photographs of it. I didn't trespass and stand at that exact location, but I stood right there. We scanned the whole thing. The scanner uses a laser beam that goes out, 150, 200, 300 feet. So we scanned all that stuff.
Did your scan topography?
Yes.
Then you know that there is a berm raised above street level, correct? If you did the scan.
Correct.
Do you know the height of that berm?
I believe it's 4 inches.
Nowhere in your report, when you're comparing the height of Mr. O'Keefe to the spoiler, do you account for that 4 inches of the berm, do you?
So yes and no. As I indicated, we don't know exactly where the point of impact is, whether he was completely in the road or up on the berm. But for example, where the tire spins on the Lexus, that could be where she's driving up on the curb. And so then that tire will be at the height of the curb. So if he's standing on the higher part and the right rear tire of the Lexus goes up there and spins, then that would be at the same height. We don't know the exact point of impact. So I don't know whether he was on the road or in the street. Excuse me, on the street or on the side of the road.
Exactly, but when you did your depiction on your slide, and you remember you had the ruler, you measured the height, you did all that?
Yep,
Where was it? It was you? Was it you in that slide?
it was
Where were your feet?
on the ground.
Not on the berm, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so you chose a measurement, which was the ground to the top for the spoiler, and you took a measurement. And you said that approximates the height of Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Of the laceration of Mr. O'Keefe.
Exactly, because what you were doing was you were trying to determine and present testimony on whether or not that laceration could be caused by the spoiler, and to do so you had to take measurements, correct?
Correct.
So you chose to place Mr. O'Keefe in your simulation on the ground. You didn't choose to put him on a berm that would be 4 inches higher, did you?
Nor did I put the Lexus 4 inches higher. I didn't do
Correct.
either one of those.
So the point is, it's certainly possible that if there's 4 to 5 more inches, that would take that eye out of the ability to be hit by the spoiler. Isn't that correct?
No, Because if it's 4 to 5 inches higher and he leans his head down or reacts to it, again, we don't know the exact position of his head.
Did you, in your slide yesterday, describe the possibility that his head could be down? As I understand it, you're positioned in that photo just like this. You're not positioned like that in any photo you presented to the jury, were you?
I'm trying to make it clear. We don't know his exact body position at the point of impact, nor do we know the exact position on the ground. So, which is part of the reason why I haven't tried to exactly simulate this, because we don't have enough parameters to do that. So I don't have that information. I'm showing the geometry relative to someone of Mr. O'Keefe's height.
So you don't have the information to do that properly, so therefore you can't conclude that he had a laceration to the eye from the spoiler by your own answer that you just gave, correct?
So it was done properly. We don't have absolute information to say where exactly he was. I'm pointing out that the physical evidence, the height, matches the height of the laceration. That is one data point of many data points.
So you would have to at least concede that the level of his eye could be non-contacting that fin or spoiler because you don't have information as you just described.
Sure, it could be from contacting the ground.
Pardon me?
It could be from contacting the ground. It could be from other things.
But you don't have the information necessary to conclude with any certainty that Mr. O'Keefe at the time of impact had a level of his head in an upright such that it hit that spoiler. You don't have that information, correct?
We don't have that level of certainty. We have that the height and geometry matches.
And you didn't take into consideration the berm, and you didn't mention the berm at all when you were discussing this measurement with the jury yesterday, correct?
That is not correct. You asked me two questions. I absolutely considered the berm. And the second question, when I presented to the jury, I mentioned the berm when we showed the picture of the shoe in the snow, but that was it.
That's my question. I'll ask it a different way. When we were talking not about finding a shoe in the snow, and you mentioned a berm, I'm talking about when you did the measurement of whether or not the laceration could be caused by the spoiler. You didn't mention accounting for berm height when you discussed that measurement with the jury, did you?
That is correct.
Likewise, you didn't present any Newton's second law analysis regarding the front of Mr. O'Keefe's head with respect to whether his head was contacted by that spoiler, did you?
Correct. Again, it was a glancing hit. We wouldn't be able to do that.
Oh, so it's a glancing hit to the front of the head is your hypothesis?
This whole pedestrian impact is a glancing hit.
So you can have your arm to the side like this, with the back of the vehicle coming like this, and you could glance the right eye with the arm out. Is that what you're saying?
That's what my picture shows when I'm standing next to the car. I could probably find the slide for you.
So you didn't do a force analysis to determine how much force would be applied assuming the contact with the right eye, did you?
That's correct.
And force analysis is what biomechanists do, correct? That's what a biomechanist does?
That is part of what
they do.
So I lined up his anthropometry relative to the known height of the vehicle.
You attempted to line it up. That's one method, but another method is to apply Newton's second law like you did to the back of the head when he fell, correct?
Correct, if we had more information.
Mr. Leslie, why don't we break here?
Thank you, Your Honor.
So jurors, your lunch is here. We'll see you in 15 minutes.
Who's right for the jury?
Goodbye.
Hey guys, I'm just up here to let anybody up who wants on there because I'm going back with Liam now. So, Lucas, come on, Liam.
No.
Hey, I'm gonna let you guys take it. But
Cool.
I'll add people to the stage because we're going back right now. So,
Getting hugged by a baby.
there you go. Have fun.
Wait, where's my iPad?
Thanks, girl.
Let's hope it works. Liam, sit right here. Liam, or Declan.
What?
Is Amy with us?
What are you calling me?
Mhm.
I know.
I'm gonna put Fort down so that we can see. All right. What do we think?
Mom,
What do we
can you
think,
look at my
babies?
teeth?
Huh?
Can they look at my teeth? Mom, can they look at my teeth?
If anybody wants to come up, Lucas, what the fuck is this? He's really backtracking, ain't he? He's looking
Yeah.
like a pure idiot.
I don't know,
So
Amy.
I get it.
You
I
don't
get it.
know?
Hang
Go
on.
ahead, Lucas.
Let Nikki speak first.
Sure.
I think.
Can't hear you, Bo.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, yeah.
Okay. I think that he just described reasonable doubt right out of the gate, saying they didn't have enough information. That's just me. Lucas, what do you got? I'm
I
curious.
think he's doing a really good job of presenting the information he's got, although it's not complete, like Nikki just said. He's admitted he doesn't have all the information, but he's doing a really good job of working with what he's got. He obviously thinks on his feet, and
Yeah.
something tells me he's been here before.
Right.
Because he's either naturally gifted or he's very well versed in pulling the
Bullshit.
wool. Pulling the
Yeah.
wool is what we call it in the UK.
Yeah.
You know, all the stuff he went through as a biomechanical engineer. I don't know if any of it is relevant or true, but he seems to be working really well. And he's certainly giving Alessi a run for his money.
I think
Yeah,
that
I think so too.
he is
But
he is well spoken to the point where, like you said, he could think on his feet. But my thing is, the jury, when you are the VP of a company and you're signing contracts and you're trying to tell the court that you don't know if you're being paid for your services,
right.
that loses you credibility out the gate. And
Well,
so
yeah, but yeah. Go ahead. Sorry.
no, I mean, that's my opinion. Like, you're an expert and everybody knows you get paid. And when you're playing Demi the Dunce and you're like, I signed a contract, but I don't know if we get paid, they're getting paid $500,000. And
Yeah.
he's the VP of the company and doesn't know what his services are charged for. Fuck out of here. I know what my paycheck is every single week.
Yeah, but the
I
jury,
know
they
what
could
I'm
be
getting paid.
younger. Since they're younger, they might not have any fucking clue, you know?
Exactly.
Yeah, I suppose.
Like, they might not how, court works. So that's what the only thing I wonder. Like, I don't think that's a big standout. I don't think that's a big standout, like, obvious go. Hi, I ordered a pizza for Nikki.
Yeah, and I want a quattro formaggio for Lucas, and a large Coke, and a large fries.
I like an Italian sub with everything, no oil, a little bit of mayonnaise. That's my favorite. Lucas, take note.
Okay.
I don't know. I don't necessarily agree. I don't think he's doing a bad job. Like, Burgess was a fucking mess. Did you guys hear Bev call him Dr. Burgess?
Yep. That was funny.
That was a bad look. Yeah,
that
it
was funny. But I mean, she's done that before. She called Jennifer she called Kerry Roberts Jennifer Miss McCabe, didn't she?
She did. She did.
So she makes these mistakes. And I mean, as far as Welcher goes, you know, the things he was talking about, I haven't got that much experience with. And if I was a juror, I wouldn't have much reason to disbelieve what he was saying. I know what Alessi's trying to do, but it's not convincing enough with hard facts. Little snippets here and there of questionable doubt. You know, he even got his calculator. I can't believe this guy. He's been told not to touch his computer, not to read his notes, and he reaches for his fucking calculator.
Yeah. Well,
You know,
and my thing too.
It just seems to do whatever he feels like doing, and that also translates into his testimony as well. He'll say whatever he needs to say to justify himself.
Yeah. I mean, he's getting paid to do that. You know, that $500,000 is really, you know, a motivator to stick to your guns. But then they put up all those pictures of the accident that had nothing to do with John O'Keefe, and you're looking at John O'Keefe's autopsy photos, and he's trying to say this collision happened, and look at the damage, and he didn't have any broken bones, but he was bloodied and bruised from fucking stem to stern. So explain that when Karen was supposedly going 26 miles an hour, 60 feet.
Well, I'll explain it easily. Dr. Scordi Bello refused to say that John's injuries were caused by a vehicle collision. So I'm sure as fuck
she's an
not,
ME.
I'm sure as fuck not taking the word of somebody who's paid. I mean, Scordi Bello's paid by the Commonwealth, and even she wouldn't say that the injuries were caused by a vehicle collision. So I'm not taking the word of somebody from Aperture who's, you know, questionable at best. Fuck that.
I think I'm right now. I think that Alessi should bring that up. Like, are you a doctor, medical examiner, to give an opinion? You know, can he say that the medical examiner has already testified that she cannot confirm that it was a vehicle strike, but someone without a medical degree is trying to say that it is consistent with a fucking strike?
Well, he is a biomechanical engineer, and he did say that included assessing collisions with the human body.
Yeah.
So, you know, maybe he thinks that covers it.
Right. I will say he's doing much better than in my head before all of this started going on that he's doing. I will give him that. He has the gift of gab. I felt like he was rambling.
He's a bullshitter.
He's a fucking used car salesman. Like he knows what to say.
Exactly, Amy. Exactly.
Yeah.
And it's reminiscent of one of my old bosses. This guy I used to work for, he could sell ice cubes to the Eskimos and sand to the Arabs. He could, and I am not lying, right? He just had the gift of the gab, as you say.
Right.
Yeah.
And
He definitely does.
He's of the same ilk, you know, he's from the same mold.
Yeah.
So,
and that's for sure.
You know, he can take his whatever evidence he's got and he can explain it in a way that's believable.
Yeah, for sure. And he can twist words. So, I mean, as well as Alessi is like the master at being able to redirect and change subjects and do all that kind of stuff. He's holding his own by being like, well, no. You know what I thought was funny when he was like, I can't talk about like this type of bias, but we can generally talk about confirmation bias. And Alessi had a good point where it's like, well, you're only given so many details aiming toward the result that the Commonwealth wants, and the hypotheses in the beginning and actually aiming toward getting those results. I thought that was effective by Alessi, but again, he has an answer for everything.
Yeah.
Texas drivers are pricks. Just saying.
When he
Don't
was
fuck
going
yourself.
over the We've got an echo. Nikki, are you on hands free?
Sorry, I'm driving. Sorry, my
Right.
bad. I'll mute it.
It's all right.
The
I love how you named yourself the mean one, and I'm the sensitive thug kid.
No, because Kelly,
You are my gangster.
Kelly's got the sweet. Am I echoing still?
No, you're good.
No, you're fine now, Nikki.
Yeah, no, because Kelly has the sweet one, which is fucking false. But so that's why I put the mean one because
I
like,
have,
"It's
I have
so
other names.
mean,"
I have other names. Yeah.
which I am mean, and I will hold on to that title for as long as I live. I don't
You're
give a
not
fuck.
mean. You're just like brutally honest, and that's
Yeah.
like
Well,
part of
you
your
always know
charm.
where you stand with me, so
Yeah,
you'll never
exactly.
know. You'll never wonder if I fucking dislike something you do or you don't. You know, that's how I roll.
Oh my god, so it's like the part, like the one thing that I love most about you.
Yeah, I love you.
Nikki owns it all day long. Yeah, she stands on it
yeah.
with her
I
chest out.
don't even know who said that because I'm fucking driving. But
Yeah.
yeah, I don't.
Hold on.
Listen.
D. Marie, yes, Alessi is still up, and I guarantee he'll be up all day long. And I don't think that Burgess, I was calling her, I don't think Welcher stands a chance with him in the end because Alessi will just keep poking at him and poking at him and poking at him until he's defeated, and then he's just going to turn into a bukkake where it's just like, yeah. That's my assessment. I think that he's not going to last for all of it, like all these hours. I really don't. I think that there's going to be a question or a wraparound that Leslie's going to have that he's going to get stuck. And I mean, the thing is, he's the only witness, I will say, that Alessi has gone up against with their experts that does not look like they're shitting their pants. He is defensive.
He's
but
very defensive.
Very defensive. Yeah.
I've only listened to I've only listened to a bit of it, but from what I was listening to, he was like, well, I could find you a slide. No, bitch, we don't need to have you make up any more shit. So we're good. Thank you, though.
Yeah,
He was looking.
This is the keystone witness for the Commonwealth. This is the guy that's going to prove their case.
Right.
So he's going to go all out. And I don't agree with you, Amy. I think this guy's good for the duration. I don't think he's going to be any different than what we see now. I don't think he'll crack at all.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think he's gonna maintain his composure, and nothing's wrong with his results reports or anything. But don't forget he's fucking altered his reports to suit, and
has that come in yet? That he changed his report mid-trial? Can that come in?
No, he hasn't. He hasn't been asked about that yet. But Burgess's reports influenced Welcher's report, and he's updated his report based on other information. Which, if you can carry on doing that, why can't the defense do that?
Right.
The judge is shutting
That would
them
never
down.
be allowed, though.
Yeah, I mean, the judge is shutting them down when Alessi wants to ask a pertinent question to get to the facts and the truth. There's a fucking sidebar.
Yeah.
All she's done is shut them down. She's literally handcuffed the defense from being able to have a fair trial at all costs.
Have it to fucking defense. Yeah. I mean, but Hank
She's
can
worse
run
this year
a
than she
fucking
was
mouth.
last year.
Right? Because Hank, I think that she has a bias toward Hank because he's Whitey Bulger's fucking criminal defense, and he's like known in Massachusetts. And she was a defense attorney for many years before she came Judge Beverly Cannoni, winning Women of the Year. And they're all like in cahoots, like maybe not in cahoots like for the trial, but they know each other separately. And she's obviously, first of all, she's in Morrissey's pocket, in my opinion. And then
She got Person of the Year.
Yeah. Oh, we have a Kev himself, Boston, coming on.
Oh, Kevin, my boy.
What's up? What's going on?
What up,
Hey,
Kevin?
baby.
What's up?
I mean, what do you think about this, bro?
Oh, I hate the fact that Bev keeps stopping him when he's about ready to just drop a napalm on him. It pisses me off.
I know, every time.
Every time.
like, Jesus. Like,
But she lets Hank run amok. Like, why allow him? He's not an ME. He is not. He's a PhD. He's not a medical doctor. He should not. After the own Commonwealth ME got up there and said that she could not say that John's injuries are consistent with a vehicle strike, and then they have this motherfucker up here saying that it's consistent with a strike. I get that he's a bioengineer and everything like that. But when you have the medical examiner that like literally writes reports to say
Thousands of bodies, yeah.
thousands of
Right.
bodies, and she can say the manner of death, and
Not
she
adding
will
up.
not say it. And then they have this hack who's being paid $500,000 or more to come up there and be a hired gun, and that's where Alessi was coming in with confirmation bias. You got all the information from Hank, and that's what you're going by, and you're trying to find evidence to support that.
Yeah. I like when Hank turned around and said, before Alessi even asked the second question after he had objected, he goes, I'm going to object to this question that's going to be asked now. And he didn't even know what the question was that was
Right,
going to be asked.
exactly. No, he
Yeah.
already knew. He knew he was gonna get fucked. That's why. Yeah.
Yeah.
Somebody else
But
has changed the
at the end of
CV.
the day, I will say I think the jury sees right past the bullshit, especially since they've called
of course
Bev out
they do.
on it. So
Of course they
that's
do.
the only thing that we can hope and hold on to is the fact that they're seeing past the fact that when Alessi is gearing up for that bomb, Bev's like, I'm gonna call sidebar.
Yeah. It's
Right?
going to happen. It's just a matter of time before Alessi's just breaking him down, and breaking him down. And the guy finally just has to admit, yep, that did happen. Nope, that didn't happen.
Right.
So they're, it's going to happen.
And riddle me this: how did his little production of the blue paint with the Lexus that's not Karen Reed's going 3 miles an hour backing up, and it just so happened that it hit his arm the way he wanted to? How does that prove that Karen Reed hit him in reverse at 24 miles an hour or whatever they're saying? He
I
would
don't
have
know.
been fucked up.
I think he spent more time playing for the JV team for the Blue Man Group than he did actually doing some investigation work and shit. So,
That's his side gig, don't you know?
but not only that, but I put in a comment in the Justice page last night. Did you know that Karen Reed's Lexus has an automatic air suspension system that increases the height of the car 2 inches when it's rolling and decreases the height by 3 inches when it's standing still?
No, sir.
Yes, it does. And it's for better ingress and egress. So all of his measurements, throw that shit out the window, because that shit doesn't
Irrelevant.
throw it out the window.
Yeah.
Not only that, but he was also standing on top of the curb, which is what Alessi just started with before they left for lunch.
All right.
So all those measurements are bullshit. So see you later.
And I think that this is the thing too. We were saying, like, where was the blood? Like, I see him, Lucas, writing in chat. Like, he's saying that this happened in the blood and the head or whatever. There was no blood. There were spots of blood. Did you see that boy who got hit in the front and the car was all fucked up? He was covered in blood and bruises.
Yeah.
John O'Keefe was not, and they're saying he got hit at 24 miles an hour. Did he say how fast that pedestrian got hit from the front? It's two different cases.
Yeah.
It's two
Yeah.
different situations.
Right. But not only that, but I mean, hey, listen, nothing, but I'm not going to be gross, but we were all teenagers once, right? And you all got fucking pimples on your friggin' head, and it got popped, right? You see how much that bled? Imagine getting a head wound like 2.5 inches deep.
I do have to say something. I was in a car accident and I hit my head because I wasn't wearing my seatbelt.
Good job. That explains a lot. That explains a lot.
But it degloved my scalp. So what I'm
Right.
saying is, when you get hit in the head, and you hit, if he did get hit in the head, he would have had not just a little laceration. His head would have split right there. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? Much hard if it was hit that hard.
Yeah.
So, I mean, yeah, it is. The head is so, and it bleeds profusely. I was soaked in blood.
Yeah, it's just-
Soaked.
It's crazy. I mean, look at. I mean, just for instance, Look at the guys who fight in the MMA.
Right, exactly.
Just
Yeah,
look at an MMA fight. If you don't think that a head wound doesn't bleed like a fucking sieve,
right,
you know what I
Everybody
mean?
exactly.
Like,
bleeds
The head
differently.
bleeds the most.
yeah,
Yeah.
right. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, it's like a girl on her period. Bleeds like a vagina for 7 days.
Yep.
Like, come
I'm
on,
going through it, Kev. I know. I'm aware.
Jesus Christ.
Everybody bleeds differently, right? I once had an operation, and the surgeon said to me afterwards that he was surprised at how little I bled, and I said, "Well, of course, I'm a Yorkshireman. I don't like to give anything away for free."
That's true.
Which was a joke, but he,
Very
this
true.
is a surgeon who's been in a job for 30 years, and he was surprised that I didn't bleed that much, and it's just down to your anatomy, So you can say all you like about MMA fighters, but MMA fighters weren't John O'Keefe. So what I was trying to say about the missing blood is going back to the blue arm and the tail light. If you take the CW's explanation of what happened, and he was hit and he span around and hit his head on the ground, what Amy's saying about the missing blood, that's still relevant, and that hasn't really been investigated or questioned even in the first trial. Where's the
Never.
missing blood?
Yep.
So where did it go? It's okay saying yes, Karen hit John, but where's the blood gone?
Right.
It wasn't at the scene, and it can't have disappeared or evaporated. So where is it?
And I noticed during his thing, he said that he could see like flesh and everything on the car. Where's John's flesh on the car? There was a hair.
No blood whatsoever, but a hair.
No blood.
But and no offense, but the hair was longer in one picture than it was in another. So
Right.
you can,
True.
You can fuck all the way off with that hair.
Yeah, fuck out of my face with that.
There's so much reasonable doubt.
Right. And but
Yeah,
you
Blue, I
have
was
to
T-boned,
remember
it is
that
what it is. I mean,
the jury supposedly doesn't know anything about this case, and so like
Yeah.
we
Oh,
know
okay.
so much
Yeah.
about
All
it.
right. Yeah. If that jury does not know anything about supposedly doesn't know anything about this case, I got some oceanfront property in Oklahoma to sell you.
well, and I think, listen, as a young jury, I know for a fact that they're probably fucking Googling shit.
Oh,
without
you
a
know
doubt.
they are.
Oh, you
Without
They're
a doubt.
watching. They're seeing all these content creators, and they're probably wondering who they are,
I
or
mean,
already
there's
know
not
who
for
they
nothing.
are.
They're all on fucking Twitter. You know
All
what I
of
mean?
them.
And they're localized, so you know that there's shit on Twitter.
Well, not only that, but you also have to figure too. All these young kids that are on that jury, you know, they all got a motherfucking TikTok. Every single one of them motherfuckers got a TikTok.
And you don't think they use YouTube?
Oh
and
yeah.
Karen Reed's all over the place. Come on.
Yeah. Yeah.
Mhm.
They're fucking dry humping social media to try to find out everything they can about fucking Karen Reed, and 99.9% of it is pro Karen Reed.
Right. And not for nothing too, there's probably like one or two Karens that would be like, that like really wouldn't go and look, but not like 90% of those jurors, especially if they're young, are definitely researching in the background.
Absolutely. And you know what? And you know what? If they can't, I bet you that they're having people. I bet you they're pulling their IP addresses at their house to see what they're trying to do. And I bet you they're like,
Guys,
fuck
I'm
this,
gonna
go to, like,
jump off, and I'm gonna listen. Okay.
Okay. Bye.
all right.
Like.
I bet you what they're doing is I bet you that they're going over to like a friend's house or a relative's house to do some investigation on this, because there'll be no way if I was a juror that I would look at it on my phone. I wouldn't look at it at my address. I wouldn't look at it at anything. The only thing I would get would be a VPN.
I mean, if they were going to do that, they would have sequestered them. Like if they really wanted to like make sure that they definitely weren't looking, they would have like made them to be sequestered in a hotel for this whole time. And not for nothing, sidebar, I would be bullshit that Bev and them are wasting all of this time, not starting till 10, having all these sidebars, half days, no days. These people aren't getting paid.
Yeah.
They're getting paid fucking nothing.
Well, not only that, but like she always says that she does these things and meets with the attorneys so that they can go over stuff to try to speed up the trial and shit like that. But then you have 12 sidebars before fucking lunch.
Right.
Like, what the fuck are we doing here? Like, this is the reason why this, like, just like last trial.
Right.
We get through what? We get through one person a day? Like
Right.
one person a fucking day now. Like this guy's gonna come back after lunch, and unless he's not gonna be done with him today, unless he's gonna
No.
keep fucking questioning him until 4 o'clock, and then he's gonna have to come back tomorrow, and then which is more taxpayer fucking money because this guy lives in freaking California. And then unless
Right.
he's gonna finally finish with him tomorrow, and then the Commonwealth is gonna rest because this is the Commonwealth's um last witness that they're putting up on the thing, and then the defense is now gonna start to open up their shit.
Right. And like why was Aperture allowed to get 2 different Lexuses? Do you know how much those Lexuses cost?
Yeah, they're like 90 grand.
They're 90 grand a piece.
And then,
Yeah,
well,
67,000, I think they paid for it.
Regardless,
I
I
mean,
mean that's
yeah.
still really fucking
So that's still
expensive.
100. That's still 120 grand. And then what's going to happen? Yeah, they're going to sell them. Somebody's going to fucking buy it for like 50 grand, and then the taxpayers in Massachusetts are going to be on the hook for the other like even if it sells for 50. So that's $27,000 more. So 27 times 2.
Right.
I'm not Asian. I can't do the math real well. So 14. So that's 54 grand. So it's $54,000. That's going to be under, and they're going to basically throw it back on the Commonwealth. Here, write us another check for $54,000 more dollars.
Right. And we're paying for that. With the Bev ain't paying for it. We're paying for it.
Of course she's not fucking paying
Meanwhile, our roads have like craters in them, and
I've seen better fucking roads in the Ukraine than I've fucking seen here in Massachusetts.
Right. In Saskatchewan, like you almost like lose your life in these things. But the Karen Reed second trial was a must, right?
Oh yeah, absolutely. And not only that, but if there's another hung jury, they're going to try her again for a third time. Michael Morrissey's already said that.
100%. And that I didn't even realize that at the Southie parade or whatever it was, whatever parade he was, Memorial Day, that someone said to him, "Free Karen Reed," and his
and
fucking
he said she is.
ass.
Yeah.
What a fucking cunt.
Yeah, she is free. Yeah, he needs to get kicked in his fucking fupa.
Yeah, you could tell that him and Hank have never been get their ass kicked properly ever in their life.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. And the thing is too is like, I mean, I get why they brought in Hank because at least he has some like stage presence where like Lally was just like, oh my God, like how did you ever become a lawyer?
Well, it's not. I think it has to do a lot more with stage presence. Number one, he already has clout because he already went against the Commonwealth of Massachusetts when he friggin' defended Whitey Bulger. That's number one. Number two, the guy, I mean, I'll give it to him. The guy's got fucking nuts of steel. I mean, the guy has fucking probably bigger balls than most of the fucking guys in the Massachusetts State Police. And he's not afraid to do that. And he wants to get himself out there. And he's like, fuck it. And the third and most important thing, he's a fucking defense attorney. So he already knows how to defend the state. And it doesn't look like a defense because of the fact that he's already a defense attorney. And he already kind of knows what the defense attorneys are going to fucking put out there. So that's the reason why they went out and got a defense attorney. Because if not, they would have just pulled an ADA from Worcester County, from Suffolk County, from Barnstable County, from any other county they would have pulled because everybody in Norfolk County said, no, I'm not going to do it. So why not just go get another ADA from another county in Massachusetts to try this case?
Because
they
they
weren't
needed a
stupid when they
defense
did it.
attorney to defend the fucking Commonwealth. That's why.
That's what I'm saying. That's the reason why they got a defense attorney. And then they wanted some high fucking profile guy. And, anybody who's,
in Massachusetts, at least.
Right. 20 years old and older, everybody knows who fucking Whitey Bulger is. I mean, that guy was the fucking hide and go seek champion for fucking 50 years.
Right.
So.
Well, and too, like, but the thing is, when he took on Whitey Bulger, he knew that was a losing case too. He just had to get him the best deal that he could, which was life in prison.
Yeah.
Like he didn't have to get him off. He knew that there was no chance that Whitey Bulger was getting off. He just had to get up there and try his best. And I feel like that's why he's get up there too. He's like, fuck it. Like, what do I got to lose? I mean, he could lose his career. I mean, that's like one thing. But then, there's another thing too. Aside, like Lucas, I think we've talked about this before. Like all of these people who are coming up and being experts or whatever for the Commonwealth, like aside from this case going forward, they're likely not going to get as hired as they have been in the past because they're being exposed for the fucking pieces of shit. Like, okay, hired thugs. I'll call them hired thugs. They're hired thugs with confirmation bias because Hank said we need to find these results in order to win. I don't believe for a
Yeah.
second that they went in with any pure intention of finding out what actually happened to John O'Keefe. And I feel the same way about his family, and that breaks my heart.
Well,
For John
Except for
O'Keefe.
Peggy. Fuck her. Fuck Peggy. Fuck her.
I mean, being a mother, I like you. How does she not see 2 trials she has sat through, and this one's worse?
Yeah.
And
Well,
she's,
is it true that she has now like distanced herself from Jen McCabe? Is that a true story or no?
I mean, it's rumor. We will never know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we'll know if Jen McCabe doesn't sit in court at all.
Right.
So, because that'll
I
be
mean, they
pretty
haven't.
telling.
Wasn't it said that like Brian Albert and Colin and whoever else showed up during closing arguments? They're not allowed in there this year
Yeah,
because the
it
jury.
was Brian Albert. It was Brian Albert, Jen, and Colin Albert.
That's right. That's right. And they're not allowed at closing arguments this time because the jury felt threatened, and that could have swayed the jury as well.
Yeah. No, it definitely
And
could have.
they're, Brian Albert, like, listen, he's like not he's a scary ass fucking dude.
I listen. Just because he got a scary face, he ain't got a scary face. Like, you kidding me? Why? Because of the fact that he's fat, he looks like he ate right and leftovers. No, fuck him.
No, yeah. No, I think I think that from what he's done his whole life, he has a reputation for himself for being a violent man and
Yeah,
likes to.
but now he cannot hide behind the badge because he's not a cop anymore. He wouldn't pull that shit now that he's not a cop. You kidding me? Somebody would fucking drag his ass down the fucking street. I would drag his ass all up and down Washington Street in front of fucking D&E Pizza. You kidding me? That's just what happened to me the last standout. You did you hear about that?
What?
Amy, did you hear about that?
I didn't. What happened?
So not this Sunday, but the Sunday before. So not this Sunday, but the Sunday before, I was in. I went to Dedham to do the standout at Legacy Place, and then after that, I went to go to CF McCarthy's, and I had lunch there. And there was some dude who was walking down the street. He ended up like fucking like stopping to like run his mouth and say some shit. So I didn't say anything at first. I was just like, yeah, whatever. Just another idiot. He looked like that fucking chain smoker guy that drove the Prius that delivered the pizza. He looked like him, but it wasn't him.
Yeah.
So somebody who I won't name said, "Oh, I bet you your wife is proud of you," or some shit like, "Oh yeah, I like your wife," blah blah. So he comes running across the street. He goes, "What the fuck you say about my wife?" I go, "Dude, first of all, I didn't say nothing about your wife." I said, "But now I'm going to say something about your wife." I said, "Fuck you and your wife." He's like, "Oh, you gonna do something?" I go, "Dude, literally, just shut the fuck up and don't run your mouth." So I literally followed him up and down Washington Street, and Chris Albert could hear that there was an altercation going on, and he put another camera up in his window to videotape what I was doing. He was like, "Oh, I'm gonna sit with you guys." So he literally came over and sat down with us. I sat right next to him. And I sat to talk to him. He's like, "I don't want to shake your hand." And I was like, "Okay." So I'm like, I understand why the fuck you're still here. So I'll see you later. He's like, "Fuck you." He's like, "I'll fucking whoop your ass." I go, "Dude, I will drag you like a fucking Grand Theft Auto stripper down this fucking street. Don't fuck with me, dude."
Right. Scott, I mean, Chris Albert acts like a tough Laker, and so he's like, don't do it to Caden. He wouldn't have the balls to fight. He doesn't look like a fighter. He looks like a fucking pussy. Lucas, what do you think is going to happen the rest of the day?
What at court?
Yeah, Lucas.
Unless he's gonna absolutely fucking undress this dude on the stand and make him look like an idiot. He's gonna fucking beat him harder than I'm gonna beat my dick later on tonight. You fucking kidding me? Watch. This is gonna be textbook undressing.
Dude, Lucas, where you at? I see you chatting.
Yeah, I know he's chatting. He's just taking it all in.
He
No,
is.
the chat, Kevin, was that Amy asked me, this is 5 minutes ago, Amy asked me a question and you answer it. And then just now, Amy asked me a question and you answer it.
I'll shut the fuck
And
up then. All right, you talk.
that's what we're laughing at. That's what the chat's about. And I'm being criticised. Melanie says I should make a stand. You know, she likes a strong English guy, and I should jump in. And I said, no, it's not a shouting match to see who can shout loudest. You know, it's good manners and etiquette to allow people to finish speaking. But that's just
Right.
the chat. We're just having a laugh.
Yeah, we are.
Sorry, Amy, I've gassed on for so long. I forgot what the question was.
What do you think is going to happen the rest of
for
the
the rest of the
day?
day? I think it's going to be much what we're seeing now, unfortunately. I think Alessi's going to try his hardest to find that chink in Welcher's armor, and Welcher is going to keep coming back with his bullshit and blocking Alessi. And when Alessi gets close to the bone, I honestly think Judge Bev is going to jump in and call the sidebar and say, look, we can't have none of this. You can ask this, but you can't ask that. You can't get too close to the truth because that makes the CW look weak. And I don't want to have to dismiss this case because it shouldn't have been in court anyway. So be a good boy, go back, do what I've told you to do, and don't make the CW look bad. I think that's what's going to happen.
I mean,
Lucas,
that's
Lucas, I got a question for you. You know how when Alessi, after the sidebar, Alessi went and he was like, all right, we're going to get back to that question later. How far after we get back from lunch do you think he's going to start asking those questions again?
I think if not this afternoon, it's going to be tomorrow. I think Welcher's going to be there for a very long time until they get the answers that they need. And you can't keep putting it off. The sooner it gets done, the sooner he's going to be out of there. Like Amy was saying, he's going to lose clients because of this. People are going to lose faith and trust in Aperture because you've seen what Arca are like. They get up there, they give the answers, they're very professional, very much to the point, and they're irreproachable. Whereas Aperture look like a set of fucking drug dealers that came out of South Bronx. You just can't. You can't trust them.
Aperture is the Timu of Arca.
right.
But
Yeah, I mean, once Arca comes, it's a fucking done deal. I mean, the Wolf Daddy's gonna get up there and blow this motherfucker out the water. I mean, I'm not worried about that whatsoever. He can try to be as convincing as he wants, but I'm telling you, when it was said that he was a vice president of that company and he has no idea whether he's getting paid, credibility out the motherfucking window. Get fuck out my face with that.
Well, I mean,
You're gonna tell me he's a VP and doesn't know he's getting paid?
No, I understand that.
He's got 1,200 emails that he hasn't read, remember?
That's true, right? So, but here's my question, though. They asked, when they voir dired Arca, if I remember correctly, they asked Dr. Wolf that same exact question. And Dr. Wolf said that he doesn't see the billing. So is Wolf like a VP of Arca as well? Because if that's the case, I mean, we can't, we can't stand against one guy and call bullshit, but then the other guy say, nope, we got to call a spade at this point in time. I just don't remember if during this last voir dire with Dr. Wolf, I know that they said something about billing, but he said that he doesn't see the bills and he doesn't see whether he gets paid or not. And like I said, I just don't know if Dr. Wolf is like a VP of Arca or not. So
he's not. Dr. Wolf, like he's not, like he's just an employee. This man is the vice president and founder of the company. He's a co-founder of this company, Aperture. He knows.
No, right.
The Ecker guys are just employed.
Okay. All right. Like I said, I didn't know if these two guys were the guys who created Arca. So that's okay. So then I guess I'll just go sit in the corner and just go fuck myself because I don't know what I'm talking about.
Well, no. Arca, they're so smart and they're PhDs and stuff too, but they're not like, they're just employees. Like they're salaried and they really don't know what they're being billed for or whatever. Like if you're a VP of a company and you're the one signing the contracts for like Burgess and everything like that, then you're not really privy to what like the bills are. They're just getting their salary, right?
Yep.
But this guy signed the contracts for both him and Burgess, and he knows that his company that he's VP for gets money. And then when you're disingenuous saying, I don't know if we're being paid, fuck out my face.
Yeah.
Like you're already a liar. If you're gonna lie about whether you're getting money or not, then why am I gonna believe anything that you say? Like when people are not directing their when they're not when they can't be honest about the little things, and then you're trying to convince me that you did this in the up and up and you're doing for me, I don't know how the jury feels, but for me that seemed really fucking slimy. And if he can't even admit to the fact that he's getting paid, like of course you're getting paid, you're an expert, and we found out that you're getting paid $500,000. You didn't know that for your own company, sir? Like,
Yep.
come on.
Yeah.
Your credibility goes out the window, in my opinion.
No, I get it. I agree. What the fuck
Yeah.
happened to my headset? What happened to my
Yeah.
headset?
I mean, he is holding his own. He's doing way better than I thought he would. I thought that he would like shit himself. He looked nervous at first, but I will tell you, he has balls of steel.
Oh,
He does.
I think he just needs to know where it's going. You know, he's been evasive and he's a distraction to the questions that are being asked. He's answering questions that haven't been asked and doing things in a way that's difficult and awkward. He's a very combative witness in an uncombative way. I mean, I suppose people would call it passive aggressive. He's not passive aggressive. He's just honestly full of shit, if that makes sense.
Right.
You know,
Right.
he's just doing his best to drag this out. And I think you said it earlier, Amy, or it might have been Kelly, or it might have been Nikki that said, you know, he's everything he's done is perfect. He's not admitting any fault with anything that he's done. And I think he'll maintain that. You know, he wants to maintain the company integrity and the completeness of his work. It's not very good. And although he knows his shit, you know, he knows all the mathematics to work things out, which is quite impressive. I don't think he's done a thorough enough job. You know, the first thing I would have done, I think I said it earlier, first thing I would have done was measured the height of the SUV tail light, rear tail light, and then measured the height of the rear wiper on John's car to see if they're the same height, to see if that was what the damage was, because there was no body work damage to John's car.
Right.
So the taillight had to get cracked somehow. And I would have just
Oh
measured
yeah,
that.
didn't he bring up the fact that it wouldn't that her car didn't hit John's car in the driveway? There was no damage and blah blah blah. Did I make that up because I was driving? Didn't he say that like they did the measurements and there's no way that Karen's car could have hit his Jeep in the driveway? But then Jen McCabe brings up the mechanic guy in her testimony.
Yep.
Yeah.
And you clearly saw Karen's car hit John's car, and you saw John's car move. The tires moved.
He did admit that though. He did
Right.
admit that the car moved.
Right. He did admit that the car moved.
He did say
and the
that.
thing is
Yeah.
too is that there's always been a rumor that Paul O'Keefe got John's Traverse fixed before even the first trial happened.
Yeah,
So
I
like,
wouldn't.
why
Yeah.
are you trying to cover for that up? Like, it just all doesn't make any sense. Like, why are you trying to cover for the fact that Karen may have not done this? Like, why are you? Like, they're so hell bent on getting Karen locked up that they can't see things for what they are.
That's because they have to, like Alan Jackson said, yeah, they have to pin it on somebody. So she is the weakest link. She is the odd guy out because all those other people, are part of freak offs and shit like that and Canton. So, they're
Right.
all a part of the same. They all run with the same circle and shit like that. So at the end of the day, Karen was the only one who was the outcast. So let's just put it on her. It's just
Right.
it is what it is.
Right. Hey, you guys want to talk? I gotta hop off.
Okay.
Well,
All
I gotta
right.
hop
I
off
will
myself.
be.
I gotta go back to work.
Okay, yeah, me too. That's why I gotta hop off.
Yeah.
Lucas, do you want to stay up here and chit chat, or do you want me to just put the fan back up?
I'd rather somebody join me, but I guess Blue Eyes is too shy and Melanie's too much of a prude and hate corruption. Why don't you get up here and sex me up like you want to?
Yeah, I was just gonna say that.
Here, I put the link in the chat and I can help you guys get up here. I really gotta go. I'm at work.
Thanks, Amy.
All right.
All right, guys. I will talk with you later.
Catch you later, Kevin.
Alrighty.
Yeah, what would annoy me more? What are you talking about, Melanie? Well, you get your ass up here and prove that you're not a prude then. Come on. I dare you. The thing that annoys me most is when you ask, and this might be me as a British person, when you ask a question, you only have to ask it once unless the person has misunderstood. So if you ask a question and the person gives you an answer that you haven't asked for, you then have to ask that question again, and then they give you an answer that you haven't asked the question for. And then you carry on, and the longer this goes on, the more enraged and infuriated I get, because obviously either the person's stupid and they don't know what you're talking about, or they're purposely evading the answer. And I get that with Welcher, because Alyssa's asking him, when was the last time you altered your report? And he says, well, what time frame do you mean? Since when? And he's like, okay, in the past 2 weeks. And so Welcher's like, well, hang on a minute, I altered it in January. Well, that's not in the past 2 fucking weeks. So he has to ask the question again. And he asked it about, I don't know, 4 or 5 times. And we got down to it, didn't we? I altered it on May the 13th. I altered it on May the whatever it was. I altered it the last 10 minutes before cross-examination. And I'm laughing to myself and I'm thinking, this guy, you know what's being asked. You know what the question is. You're just going to be awkward for the sake of it. It's like I keep saying, the kid who got caught with his hand in the cookie jar, and he makes up every excuse you can think of and some that you haven't thought of to distance himself, to justify why his hand was in the cookie jar. And you just hold your hand up and say, look, I was stealing cookies. That was it. And it's as simple as that. But obviously, Welcher can't do that. He can't do that because look how it would appear to Aperture. All these clients that they've got, maybe some blue chip big business is involved, and they don't want a vice president of the company being up there lying through his teeth and making himself look stupid. So of course he's gonna absolutely be determined that everything he's done is perfect, because then nobody's gonna have any comeback and say, wait a minute, this is highly questionable. That's what I would do, and I think Amy said the other day something that made me really laugh. Was Amy said that all IT people think that they're the best. And I know this because I am the best. There's nobody better than me at what I do. And if anybody comes along who is actually better, I deny it. Well, I'm better at this than they are, or some excuse that makes me feel justified. And I'm assuming, I don't know, I'm assuming it's the same for experts of Burgess's and Welch's level. Certainly of Daniel Wolf and Dr. Rentschler from ARCA. I mean, who's better than them? They really are the cream of the cream, aren't they, at ARCA? And yeah, you've got to maintain that belief. If you have belief in yourself, and confidence is 9/10 of everything, isn't it? And if you've got confidence in who you are and what you do, exactly, Blue Eyes. Yeah, he's scared to lose the investments in his company. He might end up losing anyway, depending on how Alessi takes this. Hey, Hit, how you doing? Is your mic working today?
Hello, can you hear me?
No, I can't hear you at all. Say it again.
Hello, Daddy.
My God, Jesus!
Can
Hello,
you
baby.
hear me now, my
said,
bloody Wanka?
I. Oh yes. Oh God, yes, I can hear you.
Oh, that's lovely. Go ahead, speak, sir. Speak. Thank you, Daddy. By the way, Kim is backstage too. She's coming up.
Kim, oh God, no, I'm really in for it now, aren't I?
Now you have
Jesus.
all your American girls.
Yeah. Well,
Well, actually, Lucas, let me interrupt you. I'm sorry. See, I told you, I have no problem coming up. I'm not shy at all. However, I'm just not as smart as you, so I'll talk about something I do know. Here in America, we have something called American dolls, American Girl dolls. They're like, so they're like, I don't know, like 2 feet high dollies that kids play with that you can get to look like your child, yourself, whatever. However, we are your American dolls. Just saying, because you are our daddy. And I know how you love to be called Daddy.
I really don't know how to respond to that being called daddy. What's the generic response for being called daddy?
Just say thank you and enjoy it.
Oh, okay. Well, thank you.
Are you rich? Because if you're rich, we can call you like Uncle Daddy, Daddy Warbucks, or we can. I just like to call you Tati.
Nikki, help, please. Oh my God.
Tati.
Daddy. Okay, darling. Well, carry on. Be a good girl.
I will. I'm just sitting here to support you. Like I said, I'm not as smart as you are, but I just figured I am. I don't know. I also smoked for
don't agree with that.
lunchtime, so I may or may not remember this conversation.
I really don't think that you're less smart than I am.
Well, as you say, I am very well educated. I only have an associate
I'm here,
in
Lucas. I'm here.
criminology, hence
Oh
being
my
a
God.
social worker. But I love to read and I'm self-smart. Hi, Nikki. Okay,
Hey,
I'm
Nikki.
gonna pause now because Nikki's smart. And I was just trying to talk sexy to Uncle Daddy Lucas.
Yeah, I heard. I had to come salvage what was left of the show.
All
Thank
right,
you,
I'm gonna
Nate.
mute. Love you, Daddy.
Love you.
Thanks, Hit.
I got you,
Jeez.
boo. I got you.
Yeah. Honestly, this is
Listen, we're all
unexpected, but I mean, I should have expected it really.
yeah.
But Hit said Kim was going to turn up, and I'm thinking, oh God, no! I'd be fucked then, wouldn't I?
Yeah.
I'd be getting tag teamed by Hit and Kim.
Kim did say she was backstage. I don't know if Nikki can let her in. Maybe Amy's
I cannot,
obviously
but
busy.
somebody will.
Okay. Well, I was backstage for a while till Amy saw me, so somebody will let her in.
Yeah, I think Kelly and Amy are keeping an eye on it. I'm not. I think Kelly might be busy, but Amy said she would keep an eye on it, but
Oh,
Amy's
I thought
working, of course.
Nikki had those tools in her tool
I
belt
do
too.
not.
Sorry, Nick.
Kim, you're gonna have to hold your horses. So yeah, Lucas, how are we, darling?
Oh, it's just a mad day, isn't it? We knew it was going to be.
And no offense, hey, but I'm the only one that can call Lucas daddy, so there's that.
We knew it was going to be
I'll never
feisty,
do it
but
again, Nikki. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Can I call him Uncle?
You can call him Lucas.
you
No,
can
you
call
don't.
me. You can call me Daddy Love Doctor, Professor of Kama Sutra, if you
I
like.
only wanted to do it
See,
because I
Lucas,
thought you
you
said
know,
you don't understand why all
you bring
Americans
on
call
yourself,
people
babe.
daddy.
Yeah,
You
but
bring
it
it on yourself.
sounds. It sounds so. It sounds so pretentious.
Uncle
when,
Daddy.
When you call people daddy.
Well, you know these stupid American bitches.
All right,
I
hey.
don't actually.
We're a bunch of bloody wankers.
Okay, hey. So yeah. So I think that Alessi, hold on, I can try to prop up because I'm not in my car, so I don't have a fucking.
Oh, you haven't been carjacking again, have you?
Yes, I jacked a 2500 diesel Ram.
Oh man.
Yeah.
Those Rams are great.
I don't know who calls me the thug, but I think it's Tommy. But yeah. So I hope you guys don't mind. I'll put my phone off the camera, but I am gonna smoke cigarettes. I just had lunch.
No, Kev, we've still got the fan. The fan is still spinning.
Kev, what the fuck, Kev? You don't like my beautiful face or my voice? Nick is the sniper. I don't know about sniper. I'm very yeah, I'm not yeah. I don't know. Listen. I'm not a sniper. I'm about as loud and unsubtle as they come. So, and I come in with a fucking bang. And I don't give a fuck either. I've never cared, nor will I ever care.
Yeah.
Somebody gets their feelings hurt. It is what it is. You will always understand where I stand with people.
That's why we love you, Nikki. And you
Yeah,
have
well,
a beautiful
listen, I ain't
face.
for everybody, and I like it. I like it that way. I'll keep my fucking shit small to keep the fucking games
Same.
away.
Same. You
So.
either love me or you hate me. I could
Yeah.
care less either way.
Yeah, and I like listen. I don't mean to be like. Oh my God, there's all kinds of important.
Well, you're real. You're real. So
Yes, thank you.
there's that.
Thank you. Some people don't like to hear things, and they get all fucking butthurt. But it is what it is.
Well, they're bloody wankers.
Look at this face. Look.
Did Mark
Do
say
you
he
see
was
this
working
face?
today?
Do you see this face now? Does it look like it cares? I'm just asking. I don't know if Mark worked. I'm sure he did.
I think Mark said he was working today.
Mark always works.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, hey, it's there's a time and a place for everything. So if you want to call around later, I'm sure we can shower together and test out this new
There you go.
shower gel that I've got. I'll wash
Lucas,
your back.
I will allow it.
You'll allow it.
Even
Yeah.
I'll allow it.
Cool.
Do you have really sudsy soap? I love a good sud.
I've got a bathtub that can fit three or four people.
Private conversations. Hey.
Oh, now I love a tubby.
Yeah, you got to have a big tub.
So, anyways, Lucas,
Yeah.
what do you think's gonna happen when we come back to court? Lou, stop fucking antagonizing.
I think we're going to get more of these
I love ya.
biomechanical questions, and we didn't really cover the event data recorder.
Yeah.
It's a bit of a grey area because I know that these vehicles, they don't record things like an aircraft would record.
Mhm.
Every single thing on the aircraft is recorded, but these cars don't.
Yeah.
They've only got limited information anyway because they fucked up the extraction.
Right.
So
Yeah.
I don't know.
I mean, all they've done is fuck this case up. So there's that.
Yeah, I don't know what defense can do to get to the truth, because it's just not available in certain circumstances,
Yeah.
which favors the CW. It favors the prosecution, because they're left to pontificate on what happened, and you can't prove them wrong. But the burden of proof is on the prosecution, so
Mm.
you've got to have faith in the jury that they'll.
I do. I honestly think that the jury sees it for what it is. So.
Yeah, I'm not too. I know what the court reporters are saying about the jury, but I'm not putting any eggs in any baskets and relying on what they're saying, because you just don't know what's going to happen.
Right.
My only fear, my only concern, should I say, is that they're going to go the same way as the first jury.
Mm.
Because Karen and John were there at the same time, then she must have done it.
Yeah. Well, that's the
bullshit.
last jury. Yeah, that's yeah. Just because she was there doesn't make
Mm.
that, because like even Amy was like, Nick, that'd be like me dropping you off like the Kims or something, and something happening to you, and then me being in trouble for it.
Hmm.
So I can't see the chat. I'm trying to go in and out. I got people parking around me. Sorry, it's really loud here because it's right off the highway. So. Yeah, but yeah, I have better faith that this jury is more with their shit than the last jury.
What makes you think that?
Just because of how they're calling out Bev right from the get-go when they're seeing her bullshit, like that says a lot right there. The other jury was almost too scared of her, and I feel that this one is on point. Like they're like no fucks given, especially being a younger crowd. You know what I mean? And that's just my opinion.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, they're calling it for like it is, and I like that in people. You know. So
Yeah.
I like the fact that they're calling Bev out on her shit, and I mean they've done it a few times, so you know that says a lot.
What do you think about Welcher changing his reports?
Oh well, I mean, listen, this is Commonwealth standards, so I think it's just nothing shocks me when it comes to these people. So there's that.
Are you
I think
surprised?
they're slimy. I think that they're weaselly little
Freaking
fucks that
disgusting.
will try to win this. You know.
Are you surprised the court's allowing the updated reports to still be relevant?
Right. Yeah. So we'll see. Jesus Christ, hey, you're killing me, kid. Hold on. Cigarettes are just as expensive here in Texas as they are in Massachusetts. So there's that.
Oh
in
my
like South
God.
Carolina, they're like $7, $6, but yeah,
Damn.
they're still. I mean, they're not 15, but they're still 11, $12.
Is everything else out in Texas like Mass really expensive?
I mean, the people are a bit different, but
I
so,
bet.
yeah, it's been shitty weather here too today.
Anybody out there talking about Karen Reed? Nick?
Court's back. Okay, court's back. Perfect.
Nikki,
Okay,
real
I'm gonna
quick,
drop.
anybody out there talking about Karen Reed?
A few, yes, a few.
Nice.
Yeah. All right.
All right. Bye,
Court time.
guys.
Bye.
Bye, Uncle Dottie.
Go ahead, Mr. Lessie, whenever you're ready.
a moment, Your Honor, to reorient. I'll be right.
Good afternoon, Dr. Welcher.
Good afternoon. Nice to see you again.
Same. We had left off talking about some examples of Newton's second law and the application of it in the parlance of force equals mass times acceleration. And I now want to continue on with that discussion. It is correct that you can conduct a force analysis on any part of the body, correct?
I mean, it's more difficult on internal with live people. Like if you wanted like my appendix, I really necessarily couldn't.
Let's talk about the musculoskeletal system, the outside bones. You can conduct a force analysis
So your
on any
bones are
bone.
on the inside.
Sir, if I could finish my question, please.
Okay.
You can conduct a force analysis on any bone in the body, correct?
More or less, yes.
So the force analysis I use as a synonym with Newton's second law is not exclusive to the head, correct? You can do it on other bones in the body, correct?
Correct.
On direct examination, your direct examination here, you did not present a force calculation representing what you allege to be contact between the vehicle and Mr. O'Keefe's right arm, did you?
Correct.
And nowhere in your report do you present a force calculation for Mr. O'Keefe's right arm, do you?
Correct. We didn't have enough information to do it.
We're going to get to that.
Okay.
Now, given that you stated that, quote, determining the effects of physical forces on the human anatomy, end quote, is the job of a biomechanical engineer, you must have conducted several force calculations related to accidents involving humans in your career, correct?
Hundreds.
Hundreds. Now, you didn't present a force calculation in your materials, as you've stated on direct, with regard to the arm, and I'll include in the right arm going from the shoulder all the way to the tip of the hand. Okay, so that's my definition of a right arm. You didn't present any force calculation on that part of the body of Mr. O'Keefe, did you?
Correct.
Assume, and we're going to apply Newton's second law. Assume Mr. O'Keefe's hand weighed 7 pounds. So that's the M in the F equals MA.
That's not a good assumption.
Well, what number would you like to apply for an M for the hand of Mr. O'Keefe? I'll take any number you got.
Just the hand?
Just the hand.
Oh, the whole arm of Mr. O'Keefe weighs approximately 12 pounds.
Okay, fair enough. So the whole arm is from the shoulder down to the tip of the fingers is about 12 pounds, right?
Correct.
Okay. So assume that the Lexus SUV was traveling at 20 miles an hour. All right? Under your theory going backwards, 20 miles an hour. And the third variable I'd like to give you is to assume an impact window of 10 milliseconds.
Okay.
Can you calculate the G's of force from that data?
You need more information.
Well, let me ask you this. What more information would you need?
So we talked about the glancing impact.
I'm talking about a force calculation of an impact, not as to whether it's glancing or not.
So you want a direct head-on impact in the arm, not a glancing hit to where the Lexus comes in, hits the arm, and they continue off together?
I'd like to start with that, but just so we can hopefully expedite it for the jury.
Okay.
I'm going to want to get to what you have depicted in your diagram of holding the arm out. And that's not a glancing impact. Is that, sir, with the right arm in parallel with the back of the Lexus?
Yes, it is. So really I'm sorry, let me finish, please. What you're concerned about is where the center of mass is. With the center of mass out towards the corner of the car, that becomes a glancing contact. So you don't have a center of mass contact, you have a glancing contact.
Okay, fair enough. So let's start the first force calculation.
I need my calculator.
I'm going to let him use his calculator.
Sure.
Okay,
Tell me when you're ready, sir.
go ahead.
So let's take a scenario where it's a center of impact.
Center of mass.
Center of mass impact, right?
Okay.
Impact to the right arm.
Okay.
Let's start with that one.
Okay. And you want me to use like a 10 millisecond?
Yeah, be conservative. Yeah, let's use a 10 millisecond for
Okay.
the impact window.
Okay. Question?
What do you get for F of force in the F equals M times A calculation?
About 2,188 pounds. I made a triangular crash pulse assumption.
Right, and if you took the milliseconds in half, become less conservative, would you end up doubling the 2188 number?
If you cut it in half, you would double, yes.
Exactly, through a simple mathematical semi-algebraic application of the numbers, correct? You divide.
Correct. We're doing a little simplification in terms of the crash
Yeah.
pulse shape, but generally, yes.
Right. So, but let's take the conservative number, the lower number, 2188 that you came up with. Do you know from the literature, as you did with the head, you went to the literature and said, this is how much pounds of force, you would get to have to cause a break at the occipital bone. Do you know from the literature how much force it would take to break an arm bone?
I have an idea, yes.
What is your idea?
So for a distributed load, such as this, not a concentrated load, you're going to need somewhere between, I've seen, and this is for cadaver tests, a low of like 2,500, maybe a little lower, to a high of 7,000.
Sir, you have switched, haven't you? We're talking about center mass impact. Did you in your calculation just switch to a side swipe impact to do your calculation?
No.
I'm asking about a center of mass impact. How much force would you need? Let's start with the hand. Maybe it's a simpler one. Do you know how much force it takes to break, any of the hand bones, you know what I'm referring to, the phalangeals?
Yes.
The metacarpals and the carpals?
Correct.
How much pounds of force do you need to break any one of those bones?
Actually, I didn't find any distributed loading on the amount of force. I don't know.
Well, no, I understand, but I'm asking, do you know from the literature, not a calculation, doesn't the literature tell you, can't you go to the literature like you did with the head and you say, okay, to break the occipital bone, the literature says you need a minimum amount of force of this. I'm asking you the same question for the hand. If you don't know, it's okay, but do you know what the literature says for how much force is needed to break a bone in the hand?
So for a distributed load across the hand, there are distributed load tests that show you need over 300 Gs on the arm to do that. So it would depend on the mass of the hand.
What is the range of force that you would need to break a bone in the hand? Do you know from the literature? If you don't, that's okay.
I could probably figure it out.
How long would it take you to figure it out? Do you know from the literature what that number is?
Not off the top of my head, no.
Is 300 to 400 pounds of force sound right from the literature that it would take to break a bone in the hand?
For a distributed load,
Yes.
such as the taillight, no.
No, not a distributed load. A load from a motor vehicle going backwards.
Right, that's a distributed load.
Right. So you're saying 300 to 400 pounds of force would not be enough to break any bone in the hand. Is that your answer?
So for a flat distributed load, like hitting the taillight, you're going to need higher.
How about another part of the back of the vehicle?
I guess if you hit on the very corner and it wasn't a distributed impact, like if you had a more concentrated impact,
yes,
that could increase or decrease the amount of force required.
How much would it decrease it from the number you gave?
Depends on what you're hitting, what it's made out of.
The
contact
Lexus
area.
SUV. Let's assume, I'm sorry.
Celeste, can you repeat the question, please?
Absolutely. Thank you. Let's assume we're talking about this Lexus SUV,
Mhm.
right? But let me back up. You don't know where exactly, under your theory, that there was contact. You don't know, you testified to on direct. You don't know exactly where that point of contact is.
Correct.
You don't know.
Except it's on the taillight.
Well, you're saying it's on the tail light, but you didn't observe any impact yourself personally, right?
Did I see Miss Reed's Lexus?
You didn't see the impact, correct?
That is correct.
So, and there is no firsthand witness that saw, under your view, that a collision occurred. There's no witness to say where the arm was, correct?
There's no person that saw it.
Right. And you have chosen a point of contact, okay? You chose that for your analysis, correct?
Correct.
And you picked that location, but it's also possible that under your theory that a collision occurred, that that arm could have been impacted any part of the back of the vehicle. That's possible, isn't it?
That's not probable, no.
I'm asking, is it possible?
Anything is possible. I don't deal in possibilities, I deal in probabilities. It's not probable.
So, but you don't know exactly where the point of impact was. correct?
So within the range of the light and the exact angle of the hand, no, I don't. What I do know is at the rear tail light area.
So your assumption is that it had, that because there's a tail light that is altered, it must have been by Mr. O'Keefe's arm. That's your conclusion, correct?
My conclusion is there are taillight fragments, a broken glass, lacerations to his arm, and his DNA on the back of the vehicle in the area of the taillight.
Sir, and Your Honor, I'm going to move to strike the DNA part of that answer for obvious reasons.
I'm not going to strike it.
Okay, so you're making assumptions. You're taking what you view to be certain data, and you're coming to a conclusion, but that is based upon circumstantial information, correct? Is that fair?
Are you calling like pieces of the taillight at the scene around his body circumstantial information?
Sir, let me go to the force and go back to the force analysis. Let's go back to the numbers. I want to stay on, if we can, just the calculation. So let's go back to the minimum amount of force you understand from the literature that it takes to break any bone in the arm from the finger up. Let's start with a hand. What's the minimum amount of force that can be applied to break a bone in the hand?
So it depends on the loading. So I don't actually know. In terms of the forearm, I can tell you there's data that shows up to 300 Gs of loading, you will not get fractures. There's one up to 750 Gs showing no fractures for a male of similar height and weight of Mr. O'Keefe.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So let's take those numbers, okay? You said 300 and 750. Did I hear it correctly?
You did.
Okay, that's the numbers you gave that would break a bone, correct?
So the 300 actually didn't break any bones, I believe. The 750, the one example, didn't break a bone, but as you got above 350, you started to break bones.
So
300.
you got above 350.
300.
Above 300, yeah, because that's what I thought you said the first time. You got above 300, you start to get breaking bones, correct?
Correct.
And so if you take that 300 number and compare it to the 2,188 pounds of force, you have 7 times the amount of force necessary to break the bone, correct, in the force analysis?
No. If you take 300 Gs times a 12-pound arm, you get 3,600 pounds. The calculation you asked me to run earlier gave you 2,188 pounds.
Right.
So you are 1,412 pounds above the force required. Like the tolerance is 1,412 pounds above the force you would say get in a 20-mile-an-hour impact in terms of the fracture forces.
Let's do it this way.
I'm sorry?
Let's do it this way.
Okay.
The force that you calculated from my hypothetical of this Lexus SUV going backwards, you came up with the F number of 2,188, correct?
I'm sorry, I didn't, what was the, you said,
2,180.
you said dyslexic? Or do you say Lexus? I didn't understand what you said.
The Lexus
My apologies.
SUV that you've been talking about.
Gotcha.
Okay?
I didn't hear it.
You came up with a number for F for force of 2,188. Are you changing that number?
Nope.
Okay, so let's go with your number of force from this vehicle of 2,188. I'm just simply asking, how much force does it take to break a bone in the right arm of a human being? How much force, not acceleration, how much force does it take to break a bone in the right arm?
Sure. So somewhere between 2,500, the one cadaver tested the distributed load of someone of similar size and weight and actually close in age to Mr. O'Keefe showed about 7,000 pounds of force to break it.
Let's go to the hand. Do you disagree that the literature shows it only takes 300 to 400 pounds of force to break a bone in the hand? Do you disagree with that?
your question's too general. I can't answer your question. It depends on the loading. If I take my pencil, which has a very fine point, and jam it through my hand, I can jam it right through my hand because it's a very small point. But if I distribute the load and a broader load, such as hitting a taillight, it takes much more force because the load's distributed across it. It's like if I sit on the corner of my bed. I might sink in this far when I sit on the corner of my bed, but what happens when I spread my load out, when I lay on my bed like this? I don't sink in as far. Has my weight changed? And weight is basically force. No, but I've distributed it over a larger area, so for a given force, you get less sinking into the mattress. So if you hit a broad surface like a taillight or a wall like this, it takes much more force than if I were to take a singular small round object and jam it into the hand. That hurts. This does not.
Okay, if you can hear my question, if it's unclear, you tell me. For not a pen, not your bed, but for a Lexus SUV of 6,000 pounds, is there any part of the back of the Lexus in any manner where you can get a break to the hand from 300 to 400 pounds of force?
Any part on the back of the Lexus?
Yes.
Probably.
Okay. So probably, your words, you can get a break to the hand from just between 300 to 400 pounds of force. That's what you just said, correct?
So you're taking the totality of the back of it? Like if you got it stuck in the bumper, potentially, yeah. But from a taillight or a broad flat surface, no.
I'm not asking about a taillight. Any part of the back of an SUV, you agree that it is probable that you can get a break of the hand bones from just 300 to 400 pounds of force.
Your question is incomplete, right? You said any part of the back, but then you wanted me to not include taillights or not include the rear body panel. If you hit a very narrow part of the car, like say the edge of the tailpipe, that creates much more of a narrow contact. So force divided by area is pressure. So if you have a very tiny area, you have very high contact pressures. And so, but if you distribute the load over a larger area, the number on the bottom of that fraction is much bigger. So your contact pressure drops. So hitting the edge of the exhaust pipe is going to have a much higher likelihood of causing a fracture than hitting flat against the tail light.
Okay, what we're going to do to make this more efficient, sorry. Mr. Will, can you pull up a slide from Mr. Wilt's or Dr. Welcher's presentation for the back of the Lexus, please? The back hatch, and Your Honor, may we publish that?
Sure. Do you know what number though, Mr. Leslie?
Mr. Wolf does, and
And
I
then
know
he'll
you
tell
need it, so
us.
he'll tell me before I publish, and then we'll give you the number.
Your Honor, may I look here?
Yes, I'm going to let Dr. Welcher look at his slide
Oh, sure.
here
Good.
instead of just up there.
The back hatch, yes. Do you have one of just the rear gate? The one measuring the height, maybe? There we go. Thank you. Okay, this is your slide presentation. Is there any part of the back of the Lexus SUV that has that more concentrated area where if the hand hit it, 300 to 400 pounds of force could break it? Is there any part, for example, the edge of the license plates, above the license plates, the L symbol that sticks out that would be concentrated? Anything you see there, could 300 to 400 pounds of force contacting at any of those points cause a fracture of any of the bones of the hand?
So I don't know how to show this because in the middle photograph, right where the 2 is on the license plate,
yes,
there's a vertical edge. That area is recessed in. So if you hit right on that vertical edge, that could potentially do it.
That could do it. How about the L of for the Lexus symbol if the hand is there?
No, it's not deep enough. The compliance of the hand is just going to sink into the car.
Is there any other part other than the license plate that the force applied, you would only need 300 to 400 pounds of force to break the hand?
Maybe the exhaust pipe, and potentially if you hand your hand up near the spoiler.
Right. So now let's go from 300 to 400. Let's go to the 2188, which is your number. Use 2188. Is there any place where in 2188 force you could have a fracture of the hand on that back gate?
Just to be clear, 2188 is the number I calculated for you. It's not, quote, my number.
I understand, but we did. I understand, but we did the calculation. Is there anywhere on the back of the vehicle where 2188 could cause a fracture of the hand?
So that was a forearm fracture tolerance I thought we were talking about, because we used the weight of the whole arm for that.
We did. And my question is there anywhere in the back of the vehicle, in your opinion, that could cause a fracture with that?
I'm sorry, what, to the hand? Just the hand or the whole arm?
I'll take any part of the right arm. You call it the hand, the forearm. Is there any part that could cause a fracture?
So probably similarly, if you got your forearm down near that transition, like, I don't know if you can see the little dot. I'm talking about this area.
Yes. Yes.
Right here.
Yep.
So that transition between the two body panels.
Yes.
That could potentially do it. That's back where the reverse lights are. I'd have to look at whether, that would take it before breaking the plastic. And then, again, maybe if you hit the exhaust pipe as well, it's a much more narrow loading condition.
How about the corner of the tail lamp?
The corner of the tail lamp. I suppose if you had just your hand on the very, very corner, potentially.
Potentially. But you didn't do any of that force analysis for this case, did you?
For the hand, no.
But you did it for the head, correct?
Correct. Because that I'm able to quantify.
Mr. Alessi, that was slide 108. I just want to.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. Yes, Mr. Wolf. Yes.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. You are aware, Dr. Welcher, that Mr. O'Keefe suffered no fractures of any kind in his hand, correct?
So there were no fractures noted in the autopsy report, but they didn't actually x-ray, from the records I've seen, either his hand or his arm. So there was, at least according to the autopsy report, no overt fractures, but the x-rays I saw, none of them were the arm, and the autopsy report said no sternum, spine, I think it said torso. They didn't say that there were no fractures there.
Was there any evidence in the medical records that you reviewed of any indication whatsoever of a fracture in Mr. O'Keefe's hand?
No.
Was there any indication whatsoever in any of the medical records you reviewed that there was a fracture of any bone in the right arm of Mr. O'Keefe?
Not that I saw. Again, it wasn't x-rayed.
Was there any indication in the medical records and the autopsy that you say you reviewed of any fracture of any bone anywhere in the body of Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
Other than the occipital bone or the skull?
There's a couple bones in the skull that were fractured, but other than the skull, no.
Correct. So, are you aware that the medical examiner for the state of Massachusetts, Dr. Shorty Bello, performed an autopsy on Mr. O'Keefe? Are you aware of that?
Yes.
And you're aware of it because you read the autopsy report. it's a question, that Dr. Scorty Bello missed a fracture or didn't look properly for a fracture on Mr. O'Keefe?
No, I'm simply indicating that, for example, a hairline fracture, I didn't see any evidence that they actually x-rayed the structure, so there'd be no overt evidence of that.
There were wounds on the right arm of Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Correct?
And you are saying that the medical examiner should have x-rayed that to determine whether there was a hairline fracture? Is that your testimony?
No, you're asking me about evidence and proof of absence of fracture. So I would look for an x-ray to see if that was the case. I haven't seen any evidence of an x-ray of the arms.
So it's your position that on every autopsy, there should be an x-ray of every bone in the body, and that the clinical judgment of the medical examiner should not be accepted, and there should be an x-ray of every bone before a conclusion can be drawn that there's no fracture to a bone in the body of a deceased. Is that your testimony?
Absolutely not. Like, I'm an engineer. You're asking me about proof. And so proof is somebody looked at it, somebody took an x-ray, somebody palpated it and found a comminuted fracture. So we're talking about proof.
Sir, I didn't use proof in my question.
Ask me about the opinion of a medical examiner. I'm not a
Hold
med.
on. Only one person at a time. Mr. Leslie, let him finish, and then you can ask the question.
Your Honor, I hadn't finished my question.
Okay, then finish your question, Dr. Welcher. Wait for the question. Then let Dr. Welcher respond. It's a nightmare for medical.
I understand, and I think I've been doing that, but I'll redouble my efforts. Dr. Welcher, I didn't use proof in my question. I'm going to repeat the question. Is there any indication in any medical record, autopsy report of the deceased of any fracture of any bone in the body?
That was not your original question, but to answer your question, no. Except for the skull.
Except for the skull.
Correct.
Do you understand whether the absence of any fractures other than the skull of Mr. O'Keefe was of significance to the medical examiner, Dr. Scorty Bello, in the conclusion she reached in the autopsy report that you read?
System.
Did you read the conclusions of Dr. Scorty Bello in the autopsy?
I believe so.
Are you aware of whether Dr. Scorty Bello has analyzed whether the injuries to Mr. O'Keefe are inconsistent or consistent with a motor vehicle impact? Are you aware of any analysis to that effect?
So I'm going to see you on this one.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Dr. Welcher, I would like to talk now about your paint exercise. You did not present, as you have stated, a force calculation with regard to the arm. You did a paint exercise. And what I want to do is to reference, and if we need to bring it up, sir, to refresh you, slides 103 to 120 of your PowerPoint presentation in this trial. I'll just call it the blue paint exercise. Is that descriptive enough for you to know what I'm talking about?
No, it's not an exercise, it's a test.
Okay, you want to call it a blue paint test?
Sure.
Okay, let's call it a blue paint test. I just want to try to expedite things and use parlance that we can agree on.
Okay.
So your blue paint test involved painting the right rear tail light blue, correct?
Correct.
Positioning the test subject behind the tail light, correct?
Correct.
With the arm held out, correct?
Correct.
And at a right angle, correct?
Correct.
And then the vehicle, the Lexus SUV, is backed into the test subject, correct?
So I ran 3 different tests.
I know. Well, let's just do each one at a time, okay?
Okay, so you're starting with the last one.
I'll start with whatever one you want.
Okay.
How about if we start with the one at 1 mile per hour?
None of them are at 1 mile an hour.
2 miles per hour?
2 miles an hour.
Let's do 2 miles per hour. Let's start with that one, okay? Now, did you conduct that test in an attempt to show that the injury patterns on Mr. O'Keefe's right arm are consistent with being struck by the Lexus tail light on that arm?
So generally, I wanted to show that the location, area, and span over which that headlight covers matches the location and area of the lacerations on his arm.
That's what I want to get to. So you discussed data that you say shows that that you say shows the Lexus SUV was traveling above 20 miles per hour during the period that you allege the SUV made contact with Mr. O'Keefe. Is that correct?
No. Where'd you get that from?
Hold on. Okay. The answer is no. So did you do a test involving 20 miles per hour?
I did some other backing tests.
Yes.
I was looking at how the rear pedestrian system and what warnings you got from the rear pre-collision system, the PCS system.
Let me ask you this.
Mm-hmm.
Would you agree that you did a blue paint test with the vehicle going at 2 miles per hour? Did you?
Of course.
Do that? Okay. You didn't do a blue paint test with the vehicle going at 20 miles per hour, correct?
That is correct. I was not going to hit myself with a Lexus at 20 miles an hour.
You could have done other tests where the vehicle was going at 20 miles per hour if you used a crash test dummy, correct? You could have done that.
If you use the right crash test dummy and then to set up the test, because generally you only get 1 or 2 shots at it because you damage the car, you have to know everything about the parameters. And so again, pedestrian impacts are so very sensitive to initial angles. If I were to do a test and it was off a tiny, tiny bit and we got some different results, I would be in here having to defend it. Well, your own testing didn't show it. Point is we don't have enough information to be able to conduct that testing.
Mm-hmm. So your assumption, as I understand it, is that the Lexus was going 24 miles per hour in reverse and made contact with Mr. O'Keefe. That's your analysis, sir?
No, there is not one single slide I have that says this is the speed he was hit at 24 miles an hour.
Do you know, do you have a hypothesis at what speed you believe there was impact? Do you have the point of impact speed?
I do not know the exact speed. We don't know the initial point of contact. We don't know where exactly he was on the road. We don't have enough information to determine that.
Let's talk about the other information you don't have.
Okay.
You don't have the information as to from your alleged point of contact to where Mr. O'Keefe landed. You don't have that information, do you, sir?
I'm sorry, where is my alleged point of contact?
You allege that there was a point of contact between the Lexus, the back of the Lexus, and
Correct.
Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Right, but I don't know where that is on the road.
You don't know that. I want to go through the information that you don't have.
Okay, doke.
So you don't have that. You don't have the point of impact. You don't have where in the road there was impact under your allegation.
Those are the same thing.
Right. You don't have where under your view, the body of Mr. O'Keefe landed precisely. You don't have that information, do you?
What do you mean by precisely? We know it's 7 feet off the road. We know it's near the flagpole. We don't know where it started. The problem isn't where it landed. The problem is where it started.
Right. And you don't have that information.
I don't have where it started.
The paint tests that you used, aren't those used, if they're used at all, as an element of physical impact reconstruction, an element, not as the focal point of the test itself?
So that was the focal point of that test. The focal point of the purpose of that test was to show the contact width and location of how someone of Mr. O'Keefe's height, which happens to be me, contacts and where it would contact where the broken taillight was. So no, that was the focal point of the testing. That's why I did the testing. That's why we're calling it paint transfer testing.
Right, but my question, sir, I understand you use paint tests as the focal point, but aren't paint tests in accurate accident reconstruction not used as focal points? They're used as supplements to other tests to get more accurate information. Do you agree or disagree with that?
You didn't give me enough information. I can't agree nor disagree. It depends on what you're trying to do.
Let's go to, on direct examination, you testified that after the 1162-2 trigger event, Ms. Reed's vehicle traveled a distance of 87 feet. Do you recall that?
You are mixing up two things. Remember, the trigger is in the middle of the event.
Give me the chart, please. Your Honor, I'll give you the, as soon as Mr. Wool gives it, the slide 23, I believe it is.
I'm sorry, what slide?
Well, I want Mr. Wool to go through it to check. Let me ask it this way, see if we can get to it quicker. Do you remember talking on direct about a calculation of 87 feet where you added, there was like a 30-something number and a 50 number and you came to 87? Do you remember that in your slide presentation, sir?
Slide 37, yes.
Right. So if we could bring up that slide, please, Your Honor, with your permission.
Okay.
That's 36, but okay.
Are you on 33, sir?
No, I'm on 36.
Mr. Wolf, do you have 33? If you could go to 33, sir.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, because that's where your 87 number is, not on the other.
It's on a bunch of slides.
Yep.
Go ahead.
All righty. So if you could zoom in, Mr. Wolf, so Dr. Welcher can see the numbers in the column.
You're going the wrong way.
Yep. They're to the farther to the right.
Oh, I'm not the only one that has problems. No.
Okay.
You still
Sir, do
don't
you
have it.
remember testifying about this to the farther to the right?
Farther to the right.
Yep.
Keep going. Keep going. Yeah, a
Is
little
that
more.
53 number down there? that column?
Right.
So
Can
you
we,
take-
can we scroll up a tad so you can see the headers? There you go.
Okay.
No, okay, go ahead.
So am I in the right column relative to start? Is that the column?
So there's two columns, like Z is relative to where it started. And then positive is forward. And then as you back up, once you go past 0, it becomes negative.
Right. So what I want to do is have you direct us to the column where you calculated 87 feet.
It's in two spots. It's at the end of column Y.
Right. We go all the way down. Is that in the yellow there? Is that 87, sir?
It is.
Okay. Is that the 87 number you were
Hold
referring
on a
to?
second. You asked me to identify. So then it's see where the one next to it says minus 53.
Yes.
0.429. If you go up, so it's not a little bit down, a little bit, and add, see where it's changing directions at 34.157.
Yes.
You add those two together, that gives you the same result. So it went 34 feet forward and then 50 something feet backwards.
Right. And what is the 87 feet traveled? Is that what you're indicating is the distance traveled during the trigger? Is that what the 87 represents to you?
That is so 87 represents the total rearward distance traveled during the trigger.
Okay. So you believe 87 represents the total rearward distance. Did I hear you correctly?
Correct.
Now, can you please...
Hold on, to be clear. So it starts, it pulls forward, then it backs up, passes where it initially started, and goes 53 feet further back.
That's what I want to get to. How many feet did you say on direct, and did you just say now that it went 87 feet in reverse?
Correct.
Okay.
From its furthest point forward.
Well, that's what I want to get to because I want to have this point clear. How many feet do you believe the Lexus went in reverse based upon your PowerPoint presentation? Not when it went forward and then came backwards. How many feet do you believe that vehicle went in reverse?
Your question doesn't make any sense because when it went forward, then it went in reverse.
How many feet do you believe the Lexus went during the trigger?
So it went a total of 80, it went 34 feet forward, then it came back 80 or another 53 feet past where it went.
Exactly. So you've testified that the 1162-2 trigger event represents a backwards maneuver, correct?
So again, that was clear. It initially pulls forward and then backs up.
I would like you to define, so it's clear to the jury, do you consider the event of 1162-2 just backward movement, or do you consider the trigger to be forward movement and adding to it backward movement? Which one?
So can we pull the slide up?
Sure.
Could you zoom in? There you go. No, go back to the left. So that T in the third column for data ID represents the trigger. If you scroll over a little bit to the right, where the highlighted yellow blocks are, you can see 1 is a forward drive gear, 0 is neutral, 2 is reverse. So that's where it's switched from forward to reverse. I mentioned the brake. So you have it on the brakes coming in, slowing, stopping, going into reverse, and then backing up.
So you conclude that the vehicle for this trigger went 34 feet forward, is that correct?
Correct.
How do you know the vehicle didn't go 150 feet forward? How do you know it just went 30 feet, 4 feet forward? How do you know that?
So the only data we have is this 10-second window. And so we have the velocity when it's going forward. We know how much time it took to do that. So that tells us how far it would travel. Velocity times time is distance.
So are you saying that it is a certainty that it went forward 34 feet and there's no other number of feet it could have gone forward? You're absolutely certain of the 34 number?
No. Again, if you look, see where it says vehicle speed?
I see it.
So at the start of this event, which is the trigger -5, so the trigger is actually where it's triggered, and it takes 5 seconds before, 5 seconds after. But when the trigger happens, it's actually stopped. But the 5 seconds before, it's going 13.6 miles an hour forward. So at the start of the data, it's still going 13.6 miles an hour forward, but it's slowing down. You can see you have the brake, where it says brake SW, which is short for switch. The brake switch is a 1, which means it's on. So when this event data started, it's going 13 miles an hour.
I'll ask the question a different way. Are you certain that the distance traveled forward during this trigger event was 34 feet? Are you certain?
Yeah, I'm pretty certain during this trigger event.
Pretty certain or certain?
Well, I've checked the math. I've had people check my math. So I try to be as accurate as possible. I would say I'm certain, but I'm an engineer. So there's no absolutes. There's no 100% in my job.
So you're certain of the 34 feet. And is it correct that you're certain of 53 feet going backwards? Are you certain of that, sir?
So backwards from its initial starting position.
Yes.
Correct.
Okay. And therefore you are certain of a total of 87 feet traveled that you have at the bottom in that yellow orange. You're certain of that as well?
87 feet of backing, correct.
Okay. Now, you also testified on direct, as I understand it, in slide 23, that different numbers represent different gear states of the vehicle, correct?
Correct.
And a 0 represents neutral?
I think it's either neutral or park, but I'm pretty sure it's neutral.
A 1 represents drive?
Correct.
A 2 represents reverse?
Correct.
Or a 2 can represent slowing down, is that correct?
Not for a gear shift number.
So you didn't say on direct that 2 could represent reverse or slowing down?
God, I hope not. It doesn't. So those numbers simply represent, is the transmission in drive? Is it in neutral? Is it in reverse? It doesn't tell you anything about whether it's slowing down or not. But the brake switch and the brake pressure and the longitudinal accelerometer data gives you some information on that.
Okay. So if Your Honor, we could go to slide 30, please.
Okay.
Mr. Wolf. And I want to do it generally. There's not a need to read any specific number. I just want it clarified.
Mr. Lessie, so is this 30 or 31?
It's I'm sorry, Your Honor, you are correct. It's 31 in the most up-to-date presentation. Thank you. You see all the numbers in blue font on that slide, sir?
I do.
Those are all numbers that you have placed on that slide. Did I have that correct in your direct presentation?
You do.
Okay. So this Excel spreadsheet, there's also numbers in black, correct?
Correct.
So all the ones that are in blue, those are numbers that you have placed into the spreadsheet. Correct?
Correct. The one exception is column N, where it says ship position.
Yes.
I changed green to forward and red to reverse.
So the data in the columns in blue are not from the original data that was downloaded from the vehicle, correct?
Like, for example, if you look at column H, I simply did a unit conversion. So it's the same number, it's just in different units. But the black numbers represent exactly as it comes out of the vehicle, but it's the same number.
All right, that's what I wanted to get to. So for clarity for this slide, when you download this data from the vehicle, what is in black, those numbers just come right out, correct? As they're stated. But the blue numbers, they don't come out like the numbers in blue. You have to do something, some calculation, some application to get to the blue, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Now, and no, we're going to keep that up, Mr. Woke, please. Thank you. And when we need to get to the specific numbers, we'll be fair and make sure you can see them. Now, in these columns, do I understand it correctly that you attempted to account for wheel slippage in the revolutions per minute speed values produced by the car?
Not here. You're looking, this is 1162-1. The wheel slippage occurred in 1162-2.
Okay, and so if we go to a slide with 1162.2, we will then go to the slide you believe represents wheel slippage. Is that correct?
There are data points in that represent slippage.
That's my question. In which slide, sir, would you like to pick?
35.
Thank you. So we will go to slide 35. So
I've highlighted the slippage.
Exactly. So you agree that there is data that shows that there is wheel slippage with the Lexus SUV during trigger event. Let's enlarge it for this one here. The trigger event, the number 1162.2, correct?
Correct.
And as I understand it, you testified that this trigger event was caused by a depression of the accelerator pedal at more than the 30%. Is that correct?
It's a transition into reverse and then a quick acceleration exceeding 30%.
So let's
in reverse.
Okay, got it. So the accelerator pedal being depressed to this degree, more than 30%, can be the result of wheel slippage, correct?
It doesn't necessarily work that way. I mean, you can have wheel slippage at any acceleration, technically, depending on the roadway. It's just what is in the data that shows that it's slipping. It isn't necessarily because of the accelerator. Normally, that's what causes slippage. But it's the data. When you look at the data, you're like, well, that doesn't make sense. It's increasing in speed, but yet the longitudinal acceleration is dropping.
My question, again, doctor, is you can have an accelerator pedal depressed greater than 30% and it be caused by wheel slippage. That can occur, correct?
The wheel slippage does not cause the accelerator pedal.
I'm not saying a cause and effect. I'm just saying a correlation. Do you understand what I mean by a correlation?
Let me, if I may, try and straighten this out. So applying heavy acceleration can cause the wheels to spin. Is that what you're asking me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, that's all I wanted to get at already. So in your review of the materials that are related to January 29, 2022, did you become aware of whether there were, and you said you extensively reviewed documents, did you become aware whether there were people at 34 Fairview?
Yes.
And approximately how many people, without regard to names, just number, how many people did you become aware were at 34 Fairview on January 29th, 2022, the early morning hours? How many people approximately did you become aware were present?
It depends on which time, but there could be as many as 16.
As many as 16. And let's talk about the time period from midnight to 1 a.m. Do you have an understanding of how many people could have been present at 34 Fairview at that time period?
So I'm going to see you at sidebar on this.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Dr. Welcher, am I correct in my understanding that you believe under your theory, the Lexus for event 1162-2 backed up 53 feet? Am I correct?
No, it backed up a total of 87 feet.
Okay, let's take your 87. It backed up a total of 87, okay?
Correct.
And your further theory is that it did so and reached 24 miles per hour, correct?
Correct.
And you stated you have an understanding of a certain number of people, and I don't want to talk about the inside of the house, but just that were at 34 Fairview between roughly 12 and 1 a.m. Do you have an understanding of that, sir? Approximately.
I believe I do.
And what is that number?
Do you want them, people that were there for that entire window of time or just?
Yes, 12 to 1.
Oh,
So Mr. Alessi, just move to the last question.
Right, sure. So, sir, did you assume that there were cars parked out front of 34 Fairview at that 12 to 1 o'clock window? Did you assume any cars parked out front?
The entire time?
No, I'm just talking 12 to, yeah, any time between 12 and 1. Did you make any assumptions whether there were cars parked out front on the roadway at 34 Fairview? Did you make any assumptions with regard to that?
At a point in time, there was a vehicle behind it.
I'm sorry?
There was a vehicle behind it.
Just one?
That is my understanding. In terms of on the street, is
On
your
the
question?
street, exactly.
Yes.
And what, do you remember the type of vehicle?
Yes.
What kind of vehicle was it?
An F-150 pickup.
Did you have any understanding as to whether there was a Jeep vehicle on the road at that 12 to 1 time period?
I had seen testimony somewhere to that effect, but the majority of the testimony was there were no other vehicles.
But you did see testimony that there was also a Jeep type vehicle on the front, out the front of 34 Fairview between 12 and 1. Is that what you're recalling?
So I'm going to let that answer stand, what he's just testified to. Just go ahead and.
Okay, so Dr. Welcher, what I want to do is to have you, using your data, you say 87 feet for the backup, correct?
Correct.
1162, up to 24 miles per hour. Isn't there a likelihood, if there is at least one vehicle out in front of 34 Fairview, that there would be a collision of the Lexus SUV with the vehicle out front?
No, the vehicle had left prior to the end or prior to event 1162-2.
What information do you have with regard to how many vehicles are in front of 34 Fairview at between 12 and 1?
So I have Miss Reed's interview statements. I have statements of a number of witnesses. I don't know if I'm allowed to say the names.
I was just going to say, let's not just number of vehicles.
Okay, so I have a number of witness statements at multiple statements from the same witnesses at different times, indicating the path and following the Lexus to the house and then leaving before the event.
Assume that there were vehicles, at least one vehicle parked out front of 34 Fairview. Is there a likelihood that given 24 miles per hour over 87 feet, is there a likelihood that there would be a collision given the weather conditions as you knew them to be at that time?
Well, the weather I don't think necessarily plays into whether there would be a collision or not, but we know it backed up 87 feet. So again, it goes forward like 35-ish and then back like 60 something. And so if something is within 65 feet of the rear of it, or whatever the numbers are, I would need my slides.
It was 50.
50,
It's okay. Yeah, go ahead.
57. If something is within that window, then it would hit it.
All right, good. So now let's look at another scenario. If it's going as you describe it, is there a likelihood that the Lexus would also go upon the lawn in front of 34 Fairview?
It depends on where it starts.
You have an opinion, don't you, as to where it starts?
No, I do not. That's actually why I have that diagram showing it off to the side.
That's
I'm
right.
simply showing how far it moved forward, how far it moved back.
Exactly.
We don't know where on the roadway it started.
Exactly. You don't know where on the roadway it started. And therefore, all you have is the distance covered, correct?
Correct.
So, but you're saying the distance is 87 feet, correct?
87 feet backwards, yes.
So backwards, 24 miles an hour. Have you ever driven a vehicle backwards 24 miles an hour, sir?
Yes, I think I've driven this Lexus backwards 24 miles an hour.
So if anybody who's driven a vehicle back, have you ever driven any vehicle back 24 miles an hour at 1 o'clock, 12 o'clock in the morning?
Probably not since I got out of high school.
Have you ever done it when there's a storm that is beginning?
No.
Have you ever done it when there is less than clear visibility?
No and no.
And have you ever done it when there's low lighting?
Oh, maybe when I've been up skiing in the snow, I've done it. But again, that's been decades.
Right. So 87 feet, 24 miles an hour. Are you saying that in every instance that vehicle will stay on the road and for 34 Fairview, it wouldn't go up on the lawn?
When you mean every instance, mean like every possible location on the road it starts from?
Correct.
No, there's some spots. If you start here, it's going to go up on the road, on the yard. If you start too far on the other side, you're going to go over into the neighbor's yard. So it depends on where you start.
Right. And so given the conditions that we've just described, right?
Conditions
the weather,
have nothing to do with
I
where
need
you
to
start.
finish my
Hold
question,
on.
sir.
Only one at a time.
Yes, ma'am.
Let him finish his question, please.
Given the conditions that you've described, it is reasonable to conclude that that vehicle, under your parameters, would have gone up on the lawn. Is that a reasonable conclusion?
No.
So you don't think there's any possibility that could occur, a vehicle going 24 miles an hour at this location, 87 feet backwards, in the dark, with wet pavement at a minimum, and low lighting? You don't believe it's possible for the vehicle to, under your scenario, to have gone up on the lawn? That's not
So
possible.
your first question was reasonable, and I said no. Now you're asking possible. It, of course, is possible. Whether it's reasonable or not, I'd have to know the starting position.
Right.
If it's very close to the side, then it could be reasonable. If it's further towards the middle of the road because snow is building up on the side of the road, then it's probably not as reasonable. I would need more information to be able to determine whether it's reasonable or not. It's certainly possible. It's possible it could have shot off into space as an engineer, but not probable.
Oh, you think it's possible that it could have been shot off into space, sir?
As an engineer, it's a possibility.
It's a possibility that
Absolutely.
this Lexus could have been shot off into space.
Yeah. Highly, highly unlikely. But
All right.
again, you're asking an engineer about possibilities and probabilities.
Then under your scenario, the vehicle would have gone up on the lawn. You can't rule that out, can you, sir?
I cannot. No, it could have.
Okay. Now let's go to the next topic. If we could, Your Honor, have Exhibit 168 published in evidence, which is now under the 167. Now, as I understand your testimony, Dr. Welcher, you believe that it's possible that the Lexus taillight could have caused these wounds to Mr. O'Keefe's right arm. Is that correct?
Correct.
And more specifically, it's your belief that the lacerations would have been caused by the vehicle scratching Mr. O'Keefe's arm as it drives past him. Is that correct?
I don't know, I'd characterize it that way. What happens is, there's 6,000 pound vehicles coming and he's standing on a, icy, snowy roadway area, and it's going to contact him and move his whole body and induce rotation.
Right. So it's going to contact him and, under your theory, induce rotation. So wouldn't such a movement of the car relative to his right arm result in horizontal injuries to Mr. O'Keefe's arm, as can be seen on his bicep above the elbow?
So could we pull up one of my slides to address this issue?
Sir,
I'd like to answer your question with a slide that I have that addresses this exact point.
I'd like to stay with this slide, Dr. Welcher, and see if you can answer my questions off of this slide. So I'll repeat it.
Sure.
Do you agree that the injuries up at the upper part, where you're familiar with the bicep brachialis?
I am.
And aren't those two up at the top, right over the bicep brachialis?
They're actually about midway between the biceps and the triceps.
Right. So you know which two I'm talking about, the two up there. Can you just use your laser pointer just so we're talking about the same two? Do you have one?
I'll give it a try, but the upper ones.
I know it's not your fault, but
on the
sometimes it
image,
doesn't
the
show.
upper left. I mean,
Yes.
technically, the ones right to the right of that are also on the biceps and triceps.
Right, but
the
I'm talking
biceps goes all the way to the elbow, so do the triceps.
Right. So I'm talking about the two that are the farthest up.
Correct.
All right. Would you agree that those are in a horizontal orientation?
Generally, yes, which is what you'd expect with your arm like this and the tail light coming across like this, which is what I showed in my slides.
My questions are trying to keep this moving. I just asked if those are in a horizontal orientation.
Yeah,
Yes
more
or
or
no?
less. They're angled down slightly, but more or less horizontal.
Okay. Isn't it true that if Mr. O'Keefe's arm were to be flexed like it was with the test subject in your blue paint test, the lacerations on Mr. O'Keefe's forearm would be oriented in a vertical direction?
Absolutely not. If you pull up my slide 117, it'll show exactly that it is like perfectly horizontal. When you're standing like this, and this is the tail light, the laceration, when it comes across here and pushes my body, it's going to make a horizontal laceration because the 6,000 pound vehicle is going to push me out of the way. As this pushes me out of the way, it's going to drag and create a horizontal laceration across my arm. This is exactly what you'd expect.
So let's talk about the forearm, sir. We may have miscommunicated. I'm talking about the lacerations on Mr. O'Keefe's forearm now.
So we're switching from the arm to the forearm.
Correct.
Gotcha.
Wouldn't those be oriented in a vertical direction?
No. Again, you have the vehicle. If this is me and this is the car, it's pushing and pushing across like this. And with your arm bent like this, it's going to cause laceration as it pushes my arm away. It pushes like that.
Okay,
And it's, my slide shows this quite clearly.
So you disagree. You do not agree that the injuries to Mr. O'Keefe's forearm, under your theory, would be oriented in a vertical. You disagree with that. It's just want to get that on the record.
I disagree with
Okay. Now, also, do you understand that under your theory of injury here, that there would be injuries caused in two different directions by the same movement of the car? Agree or disagree?
I'm going to say I disagree. You need to give me a little more. You're going to have, again, this is a glancing or a clipping type impact. And so it's going to be it's going to sweep across the arm, which is what causes the horizontal lacerations.
We're talking about a flat surface, right, sir?
Approximately, yes.
And therefore, you would have to maintain contact with the arm as the car moves. Am I correct about that?
Maintain contact with the arm? I'm unclear what you mean.
What I'm trying to do, sir, is to get under your theory, right? Given the contact that you've described, what would you expect to be the orientation of the wounds to the upper part of the arm and to the lower part of the arm?
Just like it's shown in this photograph.
Okay.
So in terms of applying the laws of physics.
I'm not asking applying, just where in the report is it mentioned law of physics relative to right arm? Can you point me
I
to
don't know,
where?
would write a report that said, these are the laws of physics. I would say, these are the numbers. But for example, the timing in GPS, how a clock times, the concept of a second. What does that mean? Those are all concepts of physics. So the timing, the GPS, the mileage, how we calculate the mileage, those are all based on the laws of physics.
I'm talking about injuries to the right arm.
It's not what you asked. You asked me about my whole report.
Sir, if you could, please, I just need to finish my question. Where in your report do you use any laws of physics in connection with injuries to the right arm of Mr. O'Keefe? Can you point me to a word or a page in your report?
Yes.
Where?
2A. 2A Roman numeral 1. 2A Roman numeral 3. 2A Roman numeral number 4. 2A Roman numeral number 5.
Sir, I followed all of it, but what I'm asking about is where in all of what you just mentioned is the word right arm? I'll take what you just said. Where in 2A and all of those is the word right arm? Where is it?
Oh, sorry, it's in number 3.
So let's go to 3. You state the location and orientation of laceration on John O'Keefe's right forearm and right arm are consistent with the geometry and orientation of the right tail light of the Reed 2021 Lexus LX57. Where, I'm sorry, see PowerPoint slides 102, 120 to support 3.
So in terms of the force analysis, I did not do an F equal MA analysis, but in terms of, say, the contact pattern, I obviously had to apply some force, even at 2 miles an hour, to do that.
So the answer is, what you cited, number 3, you did not use a force analysis, correct?
So force was applied to my arm in the paint test. I didn't do an F equals MA force analysis.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So now let's go to the horizontal movement we were talking about with regard to the car. And you can agree or disagree.
Sorry, the picture's done.
I'm sorry, we'll take that down. Do you agree or disagree that given a horizontal movement of the car, vertical lacerations would be an inconsistent injury pattern?
So horizontal motion generally will cause a horizontal laceration. You can get what are called stellate, which are a blunt force, and it causes when the vehicle is clipping or running horizontal across it, it will generally cause horizontal lacerations. But when you have a fractured taillight, you can get pieces going off in other directions. So it's not necessarily going to be perfectly horizontal.
So my question is, not with clipping, you keep inserting clipping into my question. My question is this. If you're given a horizontal movement of the car, do you agree that it's more likely than not that vertical lacerations would be an inconsistent injury pattern?
I'm trying to help you, but you got to give me more. So like, is it a clipping contact or is it not a clipping contact? Is it a direct in the center of the car impact?
Okay, are there only 2 variables you need to answer the question?
But this is a good start.
All right, so let me do it this way. You can't answer the question on a general basis of whether there's horizontal movement of a car whether vertical lacerations would be an inconsistent injury pattern. You can't answer that question without more information. Is that your answer?
So generally, again, horizontal motion should cause horizontal lacerations, but again, it depends on what's being hit.
Okay.
So for example, if I have something that bends as a result of the impact, it could bend up and create a vertical laceration.
So you would agree, based upon what you said, that generally horizontal movement of a car would be expected to cause horizontal lacerations. Is that-
Generally,
Okay.
yes.
Now, during your blue paint test, the blue paint was featured more predominantly on your upper arm than your forearm. Is that correct?
I think it depends on the tests.
Do you want, we bring up a slide? Will
Oh,
that
I'd
help
love to
you?
bring up a slide.
We're going to be running the thing, so we'll just bring one up and you tell me whether this slide works for you, sir.
Do you want me to tell you the slide I want?
If we could take a shot at it first, and then we may ask you for it, but I think we've got a slide for you. And what number? 111 is on the screen, sir. Is the blue paint more predominantly on your upper arm than your forearm? Is there more blue paint on your upper arm than your forearm?
Probably. This is the one where I actually walked sideways into the back of the car. The one where the car's moving is probably a little better representation.
Sir, I'm just asking you a question about this slide. If you
Okay,
could just focus on this slide here, and if you can't answer it, so be it.
I just answered it.
Is the blue paint featured more predominantly on your upper arm than your forearm?
It sort of looks like it. I didn't actually measure the total area of it.
All right. So on direct, you stated that in order for the injuries on Mr. O'Keefe's forearm to have been caused by an impact with a taillight, his arm would have needed to be held outstretched as you did in your demonstration, correct?
You would need some degree of outstretch, yes.
Yes. So isn't that an example of confirmation bias?
No, that's matching the contact pattern to the injuries.
But don't you have to select among other choices this outstretching of the arm? Don't you have to make that selection from among others, correct?
So that was matching the physical evidence on his arm to the physical evidence on the car, and then running a test to see if dynamically those matched up. So it's, I didn't have it hit the exhaust pipe, for example, because there was no assertion it hit the exhaust pipe. There was no damage to the exhaust pipe. So it was based upon the evidence, and the testing was done to test, to use your vernacular, the hypothesis that that's where it came from.
Sir, have I ever asked you anything about a tailpipe in any of my questions today?
Yes.
I have not. I've never
Yes,
asked.
you have. You asked me about the totality of the rear of the Lexus, which includes the tailpipe.
All right. I am not going to be asking any questions that involve the taillight in any fashion. So what I'd like to do is to go back to the question that I'm asking, which is, did you consider, as part of the scientific method, in terms of more than one hypothesis, did you consider in your analysis any other orientation of Mr. O'Keefe other than the one you selected for your paint test?
Yes.
And where is that consideration of other hypotheses stated in any report?
It's not. I was just looking at the damage that was up on the sheet metal.
Okay. So are you saying that you considered other orientations of Mr. O'Keefe relative to the vehicle as part of your analysis?
In terms of where exactly the hand would be, some slight different angles in the forearm, which is from the elbow to the hand. I did consider that, but all the physical testing is done with the hand hitting the approximate center of the taillight.
Do you have any notes that you took for these alternative orientation?
No, I think I just included photographs of that damage.
Do you have any proof at all that you consider those other orientations? Anything in writing?
No, I don't believe so.
Did you consider any other locations of Mr. O'Keefe under your theory relative to the back of the SUV?
Sure. In the beginning of this, I started about, hey, it's all over. Could be anywhere on the back of it. Then whittled it down based upon the evidence, started eliminating various hypotheses based upon the evidence, and came to this conclusion, eliminating hypotheses based upon the taillight fragments near his body, the lacerations, his height, the height of the taillight in a Lexus. So it was an iterative process.
Did you mention any of these supposed hypotheses in your direct testimony?
No, because I was able to reject them. I didn't come in here to tell these people what didn't happen. I came in here to tell them what I believe happened.
Would you agree, sir, that the scientific method earlier has the scientists identify various hypotheses, go with the data that supports it, but you show your math as to why you're rejecting hypotheses. As you said, you rejected them. I'm asking for proof that you considered other hypotheses. Do you have anything in writing, any notes at all, any videos, any tests that you did, documentation of other hypotheses other than picking this one? Do you have any documentation of that?
So I did a bunch of tests with the Lexus. I did backing tests. I looked at how the rear system worked to see if it would autonomously brake. I confirmed it did not. So I eliminated that as a hypothesis. I tested the steering. I tested the transmission, what 1, 2 represented. So I did a whole bunch of tests.
You say you did a bunch of tests on the vehicle. My question is, did you ever take the vehicle and position yourself or anybody else in various locations to determine whether or not your hypotheses could be properly rejected? Do you have any documentation that you did that?
I mean, I did do 1 static and 2 dynamic tests in very similar positions, though. So I did a total of 3 tests relative to the arm.
Where is the documentation for that, sir?
It's in the file. I gave it to you. It's some of the slides or some of it.
All right, so Mr. Alessi, I think if we're going to,
I am, and I'm going to move on, Your Honor.
So,
okay, Mr. Alessi, hold on, we're going to do that for you.
Can I ask, I just have one other area, Your Honor. I can do it in short order if I could, please.
I wasn't finished with my.
Go ahead, finish your answer.
So slides 109, 110, 111, actually through, I guess, 121 deal with the testing of the hypothesis.
We'll come back to this at another time, Dr. Welcher. So what I want to do is to finish up on this point. So is it your testimony that no part of what you did in selecting this area, no part of it is confirmation bias? You say there's no confirmation bias at all in what you did. Is that your testimony?
That's certainly my goal. I try and eliminate all confirmational bias. I didn't start out at this particular location. This is where the physical evidence led me to. So I would say the conclusions are supported by the science.
My question is, did you engage in any confirmation, and this will be my last question, did you engage in any confirmation bias in terms of how you approach the issue that you have testified about in written reports?
The answer is still no.
It's a good
All right,
predicament.
so, okay, thank you. All right, so jurors, we're going to send you home because we still have work to do here and we don't need you waiting there while we do it inside. So tomorrow is a half day. We'll see when exactly that half day ends, but we won't be here until, we won't go until 4 tomorrow. Those 3 cautions: do not discuss this case with anyone, don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know. 4th admonition, please be very careful with your social media use. See you tomorrow morning.
Rise to the jury.
Stay here? Yes.
You may be seated.
All right. Okay, Mr. Alessi, it's your voir dire.
If I have a moment, Your Honor, to switch.
Your Honor,
Yes.
can I load up my slides?
Yeah, can you do that while you're sitting here answering questions? Yes.
I'm going to start, Your Honor, with regard to the true fall.
Okay. And we're on a very limited schedule here. Okay.
Okay, Your Honor. Mr. Wolk, with Your Honor's permission, if we could pull up the January 30th, 2025 PowerPoint of Dr. Welcher in slide 36. You see that, Dr. Welcher? Do you recall that from your January 30th, 2025 PowerPoint?
I thought I had replaced the video on the left-hand side by the time I produced it.
Sir, I got to
don't
go through
recall
this
that.
quickly. Mike, that image is a drone image on the left, correct?
Oh, correct.
And you had that in your original report, but you removed it in subsequent reports, correct?
Correct.
Where did you get that drone image from?
It was in the file.
Wasn't it in the CARS report of Trooper Paul?
I believe it was.
So you took that drone image from the CARS report of Trooper Paul, correct?
Correct.
Let's, if we could, Mr. Woke, go to diagram 1. Do we have that electronically of Trooper Paul's report? Do you recognize that as diagram 1 from Trooper Paul's report?
Yes.
So, and that's the diagram that you took that image and you put it in your January 30th, 2025 PowerPoint, correct?
I'm pulling up my version of PowerPoint. Yes, that's correct.
Okay, if we could take that down, I'm going to go to the next example. We could go to Dr. Welcher.
I'm sorry, actually, can we go back to that?
Yes. With Your Honor, why do we,
Well,
I have limited, go ahead.
so that particular diagram I did not use. If you notice, the diagram I use has different cars and doesn't have all the writing about the position of things on it.
I am going to now, Your Honor, have to take the time to go to Trooper Paul's report. We have the hard copy of Trooper Paul's.
Could you turn the lights on, please?
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm going to
Show Mr. Brennan.
Yes, Mr. Brennan, this is. May I approach the witness? Excuse me, Dr. Melcher. You see this first page, you recognize this as the cover page for the Trooper Paul report that I was referring to.
Lisa, can you show the signature?
You want to look at the report, sir? I'm not so sure there is a signature on the report.
Signature block right here.
Yes.
Trooper Paul, page 16.
I have that.
Yes.
Okay.
You're welcome.
Now, what I want to do is to go to diagram 1, and if I could, Your Honor, republish what was just up. I'm showing you diagram 1, sir, and I'm asking you, is that the image from Trooper Paul's report that you then used to put into your January 30th slide presentation?
No. See all the writing on here, the glass cup, all the dimensions here. Here's my January 30th one. None of that stuff's here. There's different, none of this stuff is here.
Isn't it the case that this is cropped more and there's a larger picture of the same image or not?
See this tree?
Yes.
See these trees?
Yes.
See all these measurements by the trees? All
Yes.
these? That's right here.
Okay.
Those do not show up on my image.
Let me go to a different method then to do this. You have an image. Can we go, Mr. Wolf, to the January 30th presentation?
Slide 36.
Correct. Where did you get that image from that's in your PowerPoint presentation on the left?
I think it was from the file, a satellite image from the file.
What part of the file, sir?
I actually don't know at this time.
How close is the image on diagram 1, the drone image, to the image that you can't now recall where you got it from for your slide presentation? Are they similar?
So that one has a whole bunch of measurements and ID on it, but the underlying image is very similar. It's probably the same one.
Right. Yes. You're welcome. Do you know of any other place you could have, let's put the presentation back up on the slide presentation. Do you know of any other location other than Trooper Paul's report that you could have got that drone image from?
No, I'm not sure I got it from the report. I recall getting it from the file.
My question is, do you know of any other source other than Trooper Paul's report that you could have gotten that drone image from?
So this image is not in that report.
It's not my
Yes, it is. You asked me anything but the report. That image is not in that report.
Did you get the drone image from any file from the Massachusetts State Police?
Yes.
Okay. Did Trooper Paul work on any drone images to your knowledge with respect to 34 Fairview?
I don't know.
But you would agree that the drone images are from the Massachusetts State Police file, correct?
Give me 1 second.
Sir, let me know you've had a fair opportunity to answer that question.
Yeah, give me a second. Yes, it came in a file called cars-trp.jopal.
Okay, so it came from, and that's the report of Trooper Paul, correct?
No, these are drone images that are not in the report.
No, I'm saying what you just read. Can you repeat it again, what you just read, where it came from?
I read you a folder
Yes.
that contains a bunch of things, including the report.
Understood.
That image is not in his report.
Can you read the file name again that you just read?
The folder name
Yes.
is cars-trp.jopal.
Okay. And did you get the drone image from that file folder?
I did.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Now let's go on to the May 26, 2025 PowerPoint that you created. And I'd like to go to slides 25, 26, and 27. Have you discussed with anybody today at all the source of what is depicted up on this slide?
No.
Okay, so let's now go to where did you get you see the larger chart to the left there in the, looks like mostly a rectangle. Do you see that, sir?
What slide are you on? What slide is that?
25, I
25,
believe.
okay.
Okay, and then if we could click to 26, because it looks like it's the same. If we can go to 26 and 27, looks like it's the same one. You tell me.
Similar.
Similar, okay.
Yeah.
In 27,
Correct.
see the same or similar one there. Okay.
These are all from Google Maps.
Well, my question is, may I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Let me ask you this so I don't have to keep going back and forth. Do you have access, sir, to the cars report of Trooper Paul on your computer?
Think so? You remember the name of it?
I don't. We'll do it there with a hard copy. Mr. Brenner, I'd like to show you. Thank you. So if I could approach, Your Honor?
Yep.
So you see what I'm pointing to right here, which is page 10 of Trooper Paul's cars report. Do you see that?
I do. Is this the same report? It's dated 1/29/2022.
I believe so, sir. Let me just take a peek. This is, you can just compare, this is the one I have in my hand. Take it and look for any identification that gives you, right? We got the same one.
Yeah, mine's broken.
Okay.
So let's do paper.
Okay, so we have that report, and I now am referencing page 10 of that report, and I'm looking at the chart on page 10. Is that chart on page 10 the same or substantially the same as the chart that is up on your slide presentation right now?
So it's not the same. I did not use this data at all, but we both use Google Maps.
Okay. All right. Now let's go to your, continuing on the same slide. If Mr. Wolf, we could go to slides 22 and 23.
Okay, and this will be the last on this, Mr. Lessie. If you want to get to the autopsy photo, we're wrapping this all up at 4:10.
Okay, Your Honor. You see these photos?
I'm sorry?
You see the photos that are up on that?
I do.
Okay. Do you, in terms of those photos, do you recognize any aspect of those photos?
Yes.
What do you recognize in terms of the person in it?
Oh. You want me to limit it to just these three photos?
Any photo that would be, this photo or any photo similar to it. But let's start with just these three.
If I have to limit it to these three, I don't know who that is.
Okay, and if you don't limit it to those three, who would you conclude it is in those photos?
It appears to be Trooper Paul from other photos.
Okay, so you can tell from other photos that this is Trooper Paul in these photos, correct?
I have photos of Trooper Paul in the car. I don't
Right.
know that someone else switched out. I have no reason to believe this isn't anybody but Trooper Paul.
Okay. Would you have any understanding that there's any other trooper that would be doing this type of analysis other than Trooper Paul?
Someone else took the photographs?
No, I'm talking inside the vehicle.
I'm sorry?
Inside the vehicle doing what's depicted here.
Someone is inside the vehicle taking the photograph.
What's your best conclusion as to who that is?
Trooper Paul.
Thank you. Your Honor, that is,
Okay, so next topic.
yes,
Go right
thank you.
ahead.
And I just need to reload, if you will, with regard to that topic. If you could, Your Honor, you can go to slide, and I think I can do this fairly quickly.
Okay.
If you can go, Mr. Woke, to slide 131 of Dr. Welcher's PowerPoint presentation. And it's now 132. I don't believe that's the right one. It's the,
One before that.
yep, I think you're, yeah, okay. So this is slide 131 from your slide presentation, correct, sir?
Correct.
And if you look to the far right, I'm sorry, Mr. Woke, you go to the other one. Yes, that one, and scroll down so we can see what's in green. For that depiction, that is from Dr. Scorty Bellows' autopsy report, page 3, correct? Is that where you got that from?
It's from the report. Take your word for it on page 3.
So, but it is from Dr. Scorty Bellows' autopsy report, correct?
Correct.
Now, if you could go to, if we could zoom back out and go to the multicolored image in the center, up at the top. Yep, yeah, yep, no, I get it. Yep, okay, thank you. If you can go to the very top line, it says autopsy report performed by Irene Scorty Bello, MD, PhD. If you could scroll back over, Mr. Date of autopsy, January 31, 2022, and then you see final diagnoses. That is all directly from the autopsy report, is it not, sir?
Yes.
And that is in your slide presentation, correct, sir? This is page 131 of your slide presentation, correct?
Correct.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
Okay, you are all set, Doctor.
Thank you, Ron.
All right. Oh, did you have any questions, Mr. Brennan?
If it'd be helpful to the court, I have a couple quickly.
Okay.
Can I keep under 2 minutes? Dr. Welcher, you were shown a photograph of the street of Fairview Road. Did you know that didn't come from Trooper Paul? It came from the CERT report, and Trooper Paul then took it from the CERT report and put it in separately in his presentation. Did you know that?
I had no idea. I just was given it as a folder.
And the photo you were using, it didn't have the markings that Trooper Paul put on his report, did it?
It did not.
When Trooper Paul, when you used that photo, was it because you were borrowing, relying on, or using any of Trooper Paul's reports for your conclusions or any of your decisions or analysis in this case?
I did not use his report at all.
It was simply limited to the use of the photo to show a different demonstrative issue.
Correct.
And then when you saw diagram 1, again, that was different than what was used in Trooper Paul's report because it had absent in it all the writing. Isn't that fair to say?
That's fair to say.
Did you rely on Trooper Paul's analysis or conclusions in this case for your conclusions and your analysis?
Not at all.
Is that why you went and downloaded the information and looked at the car and did everything individually, separately, and uniquely from Trooper Paul?
I wanted it to be independent in my analysis.
Regarding Dr. Scotabello, did you ever consider her conclusions regarding manner or cause of death as a basis for your analysis and conclusions?
Yes.
And when you considered her analysis, did you consider the conclusion of undetermined cause of death, was that part of your analysis?
Oh, no, I was using like the skull fractures, the description of the injuries.
So you were considering the information in her autopsy report?
Correct.
How about her conclusions? Did you rely on her conclusions to do your studies or any analysis in this case as far as cause of death or manner of death?
Only I thought I said blunt force trauma and hypothermia.
Okay. Regarding her conclusions about whether this was caused by a car accident or not, did you consider that as the basis of your opinion?
No, I wouldn't take a person like that's opinion for that.
Did you ever have a conversation with Dr. Scotabello about her expertise limitations?
No, I would want a biomechanical analysis.
Was your opinion regarding the collision in this case, did it have anything to do whatsoever with Dr. Scotabello's conclusions regarding cause of death, whether it was accident, undetermined, or homicide?
No.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, Your Honor.
All right, one question. Can we just wrap it up? I'd like to hear you argue, but we don't have time, so I'm just gonna.
I have
Decision.
two questions, Your Honor. You put in your slide presentation information from the autopsy report of Dr. Scotabello for a reason, correct, sir? And that reason is because you considered the autopsy report as part of your analysis, correct?
So I considered portions, which are the portions I included here for the autopsy report.
And part of those considerations were the final diagnoses. We can put that back up, Mr. Woke. But you recall the slide that you had has the final diagnoses of Dr. Scotabello, and you put that in your slide presentation because you considered that as part of your analysis, else it wouldn't be in there, correct?
So the final diagnosis is in there. There's a line, then it says cause of death and then manner of death.
Right.
The things I highlighted are the things I thought were important. So the highlighting on slide 130. So the final diagnosis, again, does not include cause of death. It does not include manner of death. There's that horizontal line demarcating those. The important things that I was looking at are the under or highlighted, which is why I highlighted them.
Exactly. So the ones that you highlighted, you considered are from the autopsy report. That's why you're highlighting them, right, sir? You considered that.
Correct.
Thank you. No
You're
questions, Your Honor. I
All
appreciate that opportunity.
So I'm not going to let you argue now. I'll hear you very briefly tomorrow before we stop. But Mr. Lessie, how much longer are you going to be tomorrow?
If I could have a motion, Your Honor.
Yes.
I'm about halfway through, Your Honor. I think it will take up, tomorrow. If we can get through things quicker, I would like to do that. We did it today. That's my best estimate.
So we're half a day tomorrow.
Oh, that's right.
So it may be that we have a 20-minute break tomorrow and we finish up by 1:30 by going straight through. We've got a juror who has an appointment that we told her she'd be able to make. So I'd like to do everything we can so that Dr. Welcher doesn't have to come back or stay here another day. So let's just see what we can do, and we will do the same thing for your experts as well.
No, I understand, Your Honor, and I respect everything that Your Honor is saying. I must say, Your Honor, to state the obvious, this is the key aspect of the case, and we've got to be able to proceed through with the questions. He covered a lot on his direct and deed property.
And I'm not asking you to curb it. I'm just hoping that we can do it. So I will ask you tomorrow at a certain time to see whether we're able to do it with the 20-minute break and finish.
Fair enough, Your Honor.
Okay.
I'll give you my answer.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
All rise for the court, please.
Thank you, Dr. Welcher.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I step down?